This is it. This is the peak of grassroots racing in Australia. This is the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. One small error and it can all end in disaster. 300 kilometers, 77 laps. It's always a race of attrition. It's such a hard race to win.
Welkommen, bonjour, hola, and ni hao to everyone around the world. Welcome to Sydney Motorsport Park for round 3 of Motor Racing Australia's State Championship. To my left, a man that needs no introduction, of course, is Lachlan Mansell. Lachlan, what have we got in store for everyone watching on Blendline TV around the world today?
Good afternoon, Dave. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, great to be back on the screens of Blendline TV for the signature event on the calendar for the MRA series. It's the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300, which has become established as the pinnacle of grassroots endurance racing here in Australia. Once again, it's delivered. We've got a massive field of cars, well over 50 cars to start the feature race, which will take place just after 7:15 this evening. We've got some other great support categories as well, haven't we, Dave? We've got a couple of marquee endurance races for the Hyundai Excels. We've got the BMW E36s in a combined field with Alfa Romeos. We've got legend cars. They've got a race coming up soon, and also the Mazda MX5s and the MGs.
An absolute smorgasbord of a program here at Sydney Motorsport Park as one of the aforementioned E36s makes its way down the lane. Again, a one-day race meeting, a very short, sharp schedule. Great to be celebrating the life of Jeremy Hodges with those 2 one-hour Memorial Cup races a little bit later this evening. Of course, we'll have a 3-part qualifying for the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. Of course, we'll bring you those details as the sessions start to evolve. We'll be going shortly into some Legends Cars action. And of course, Lachlan, you're a big fan of the Legends Cars action. They might be small in size, but they're big on delivering on entertainment.
They sure are, and they've got a good field of cars here as well. I'll tell you what, Dave, how lucky have we been with the weather? Looking at the forecast earlier in the week, there was a suggestion that we could have had some rain today, but we've got a beautiful afternoon here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and even the forecast for some showers later on this evening seems to have dissipated. So I think we'll get through uninterrupted by the weather tonight.
But that will just be only one of the stories that we no longer have to tell this evening. If everyone has to run their normal dry slick tyres throughout the course of the 300 kilometres, 77 laps of the 3.9 kilometre Gardner circuit here at Sydney Motorsport Park. A huge program to bring to you, non-stop coverage from here in the heart of Western Sydney. We'll be going shortly into the Legends Cars action, but again, for me, I'm looking forward to seeing the pinnacle, as you say, of grassroots endurance racing in Australia. I mean, we've seen the rise of the 300s. We go back over 30 years ago to events like the Winton 300, back in the days of production car racing. That then spawned on later generations, the Wakefield 300, the Winton 300. We've seen 300k endurance races run in Queensland. And of course, once Sydney Motorsport Park was redeveloped in 2012 to the layout we see today, and then had the permanent lighting added in around 2018, that really opened up the possibility of running a 300k race under lights, showcasing the best of grassroots racing in this country, live and free on the screens of Blendline TV, and it's an opportunity that can't be missed. We've got cars that have basically come straight from the Bathurst 6 Hour, had a clean, changed some stickers, maybe check the glove box for lollies, and get them ready to send on their old tyres. We've got cars that get rolled out once a year for events like this. We've got entire families, like the first 3 garages are so full of herrings and MX5s, you don't know where to look at which car's which.
No, you don't, and that's one of the great stories of these 300k races is the sheer variety and diversity of different types of cars. We'll cover that off in a bit more detail when we get into qualifying. It's going to be a busy afternoon and evening for you, Dave. We'll have you roaming pit lane all day, keeping us up to date with all of the action up and down pit lane. Legend Cars about to roll out onto the circuit, though, for their next race. So let's head up to the commentary box and say a very good afternoon to Dan McCarthy.
Afternoon, thank you very much, gents. Very much looking forward to getting this weekend underway. As we can see, the Legend Cars are rolling out onto the circuit for what is their second race of the day. A huge field of Legend Cars, as we've come to expect in this category over the years. What a great addition it is to have these cars here this weekend. They've not been on the Sydney 300 bill previously, so it's a great privilege to have them jump onto the schedule for 3 races across the day. They will have one race just before 6 o'clock local time. That'll be their 3rd and final race of the day, but we've got this one to get through first. A good field. 15 minutes will be the race duration, and yeah, a huge field of cars. 15 minutes and it'll be race 1 winner, Cody Brzezinski, that will go from pole position. Alongside him will be former TA2 Muscle Car Series winner, Dylan Thomas. Beyond that we have Ryan Pring, Shane Tate, Rob Hogan, Aidan Williams, Scott Melville, Riley Skinner, Scott Morgan. It's a list that just continues to go on and on and on. Then we got Bernot, Martin, Spicer, Goodridge, Pedo, Clemenveri, Simpson, Reed, Boynton, Morgan, Hayne, Coulthard, Bond, Love, Charles, Holder, and Sendell. There's a couple of cars that have not made it out for the start of this one. So Sendell, Brendan Horrigan, and Bond are the 3 that look like they've not made it out onto the racetrack for the start of this one. Lachlan Mansell has made his way from the pit lane to join me in commentary for this one. Legend Cars, Lockie, it's a fantastic category. The Pocket Rockets, and they always deliver great racing action.
And a race and ownership change in this category as well, Dan. So it's one of the categories that now falls under the umbrella of TFH Hire. They've gone on a bit of a buying spree with national motorsport categories lately because they've also purchased the Formula RX8 series, but probably not too much of a surprise to see 2 very experienced drivers on the front row of the grid. Former Sydney 300 winners, if you don't mind, back in 2022 in that race that we saw with variable weather conditions, but Cody Brzezinski, who is on a high at the moment after breaking through for his first race win in the Super Utes down at Simmons Plains last weekend. He's on pole. Very experienced Dylan Thomas, who's won more races here, I reckon, at Sydney Motorsport Park than just about anybody else. Joining him on the front row of the grid, Ryan Pring and Shane Tate on row number 2 as we roll ourselves down the main straight, ready for a double file rolling start here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Race number 2 of the weekend for the Legend Cars Australia Series, presented by TFH Hire. Green flag waves. We're underway. Good start from pole position from Cody Brzezinski. Ryan Pring making use of the draft on the run down into turn number 1, and he's going to go from 1st up to 3rd position. That just shows you how powerful the slipstream is in these cars. Dylan Thomas hanging tough around the outside. Brzezinski switches back to the inside. They're 3 wide into turn number 2, and it's Brzezinski who fights back to take the lead. Dylan Thomas getting hung out a little bit there at turn number 2. He will drop a couple of spots.
Yeah, down to 4th, and he might lose another one, although he does have the inside for turn number 3. Oh, big moment running wide there. Brzezinski, 2 wheels through the grass. Lucky to get away with that one as up the inside slots. Car number 46, that's Rob Hogan, up the inside of Ryan Pring. What a great start it was from Pring, but already he's been shuffled back to where he started. Position number 3, but they've all switched around at the front of the field.
Dylan Thomas there on the inside, and back there in the number 147 car, Shane Tate, a former champion in this series, always somewhere in the mix as well. All of these cars very evenly matched. They have gone from the older carburetted motors to the newer fuel-injected 3-cylinder engines, which by all reports are a lot more reliable, a lot easier to maintain and a lot easier to tune, as well as Ryan Pring goes very wide through turn number 8. The hairpin loses a spot to Shane Tate, and they now have to tuck back in behind Dylan Thomas. Look at the lead that Brzezinski's got. He's pulled clear by 1.5 seconds over the rest of the field, while everybody else is squabbling for second.
Oh, he had a look there, did Pring, looking for a bit of a retaliation up the inside of Tate, but thought better of it. In fact, it might even affect his run on the long straight, because Aidan Williams is right on his bumper. Look at the green and yellow machine, 6th in the queue as they come across the line to complete the opening lap. Yeah, Pring's going defensive, or is he? No, he's got a good run on Tate and will take position number 4. So he turns defence into attack down there, does the reigning national champion. In recent times, Pring has almost been unstoppable in what is such a competitive field. He really has shown them a clean pair of heels in recent times, winning not only the national title, but also the national championship in season 2024.
Aidan Williams there getting up the inside of Shane Tate, heading into turn number 2, so he grabs a spot in that green and gold car. A little bit further back, some more battles happening between Melville, Morgan, Skinner, and we've got a safety car situation, so there's been an incident somewhere around the circuit which is going to necessitate the deployment of the Hyundai Ioniq 5N safety car, and it is Jack Love, car number 71, who is buried in the gravel at turn 1. Yeah, that's not a great place to end up, is it? Such a thick, deep gravel trap down there at turn number 1. It's such a fast corner. You only pop it down a gear. In some categories, it's just a little lift. So it's a fast off if you end up off the road there. And to make it to the gravel trap, as you can see from the images, it's a good couple of 100 metres from the tarmac to the gravel. But the gravel trap has done its job. It's brought the car to rest before it made any contact with the tyre barrier or did any damage to the vehicle. Fortunately, the vehicle looks all right, just a bit of a bruised ego. Bad news for Cody Brzezinski, this safety car, because he had established a comfortable margin over his rivals, and because his opening lap was so good, he'd actually got far enough ahead of the field so as to break the slipstream. He's going to lose all of that advantage now as a result of this field compression with the safety car. So at the restart, we can expect that Brzezinski is going to be under assault from Hogan, Thomas, Pring, and all of his other rivals that will be queuing up behind. But Legend Cars, brainchild of John Dennehy, who started this series back in about, I think, probably 2015, 2016, around then. It expanded very quickly and became a national series running as part of the AMRS, now known as the High Tech Oil Super Series. And the unique selling proposition for these cars is that you can run them on tarmac, like we're seeing today, but you can also race them in speedway events. And it only takes a couple of hours to configure it from tarmac to speedway and vice versa. Yeah, absolutely, Lockie. Yeah, these cars, a lot of them race on the speedway, and we see some people doing a bit of both. They'll do a bit of speedway running and then jump into these and then go back as well. And they've proved very popular on both forms, whether it be tarmac or on gravel. Growing up in England, I watched these a lot on tarmac ovals as well. So there is a third discipline over there in Europe as well, which is very, very popular. Of course, we don't have too many tarmac ovals over here in Australia, but it shows that these cars can race anywhere. And it's a great budget category as well. Whether you're a pensioner just retired and want to go motor racing for a bit of fun, or whether you're a youngster fresh out of karting, maybe fresh into motorsport full stop, it's a great place to start. Yeah, well, for somebody like Dylan Thomas, who has had experience and success in such a vast array of different categories, I caught up with him earlier and he said he is just having so much fun racing in this series. I mean, we've seen Dylan Thomas win races in the Toyota 86 series. He's a former TA2 champion. He's won a stack of races here at Sydney Motorsport Park in production cars and Formula V. Like we said, he and Cody Brzezinski teamed up to win the Sydney 300. He's even won a race in Porsche Carrera Cup, Dylan Thomas, back when they had the two-driver Pro-Am Enduro format. And so much does he like this series that he actually has bought a second Legend car. That's the car that he's leased out to Cody Brzezinski this weekend. So the CXC Racing team expanding to a couple of Legend cars. As we see the number 71 car there of Love getting retrieved from the gravel trap by our ever hard-working team of volunteers here at Sydney Motorsport Park. No doubt they will continue to be kept busy right through the afternoon and evening.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully they don't have too much work to do. In the past, in the Sydney 300, particularly last year, it was a very safety car interrupted affair. But what a cracking race it was here 12 months ago. What was it, 364 days ago? It was an absolute belter of a Sydney 300. Even with 5 minutes to go, we weren't entirely sure who was going to take the race victory. But in the end, it did go the way of Todd Herring for a third year. And of course, Todd Herring then went on to win the Winton 300 as well with Andrew Boydell. So he is in good form. But turning our attention back to the Legend cars, you can see the field, just how many cars are on there. Nearly 30 here this weekend, and my understanding is that they're set for a potential record entry grid of nearly 40 cars in a few weeks' time of their next round.
Very much looking forward to that. And yeah, like I said, TFH High, they've bought this series. They own the Aussie Racing Car Series, which are quite similar cars in terms of concepts, in that they're, you know, quite miniature-sized race cars. And like I said, they've also bought the Formula RX8 series as well. So TFH High investing heavily in motorsport in recent times, because they're also quite actively involved in sponsorship for drivers running in other categories as well. Good news is that Love's car has been towed out of harm's way, so I dare say, I'd hazard a guess that this will be the final lap under safety car conditions.
You can see on the map, and you can see it on the screens as well, but the little map number 71, you can see by itself, that is just being towed, so that'll be towed off the racing circuit at the turn 4 exit straight into the paddock, I believe. So I don't think we are too far away at all from a green flag restart. Yes, he is doing so, coming off at turn number 4. Of course, as you can see, there's a bit of curbing down there. The short track has been used in years gone past. I remember in the late 90s when Craig Lowndes was making his full-time debut here in 1996, they used the short track. So it is a layout that's been used, and I think it was used during the COVID years when there was a supercars race here. I think it was 4 weeks straight, wasn't it, in 2020 and 2021?
21, yeah. Yep, back-to-back weekends of supercars racing, 4 rounds in a row here before they headed to Mount Panorama. So the order behind the safety car: Cody Brzezinski, your race leader, ahead of Robert Hogan. Dylan Thomas third. Then it's Ryan Pring back to Aidan Williams. Shane Tate sixth. Scott Melville, Scott Morgan, Riley Skinner and Josh Benode rounding out your top 10.
What a stacked top 10 that is. So many of them have taken race wins, round wins. They're always at the front. And the safety car lights are out, which is fantastic news. So with 2.5 minutes left on the clock, we are set for a sprint to the finish. Cody Brzezinski leading the way ahead of Rob Hogan. Dylan Thomas in position number 3. Ryan Pring, the reigning champion. Car number 1 is in position number 4. How's it all going to shake out on the restart? Is Brzezinski going to go early, try and break away from the tow, or leave it as late as possible to not give that tow to the cars behind? I think he's going for the latter option, try and leave the restart to the latest possible moment. These cars, we've already seen how effective the slipstream is. If you go too early, you're giving an advantage to those cars behind. So I think this is good thinking from Brzezinski. Green flag is waving. I can see a couple of cars jinking out at the back, but Brzezinski is still yet to go. Somebody's gone miles early, Lockie, on the inside. I don't know who that is, but he's overtaken about 15 cars.
Yeah, well, he'll be penalised for that because it's quite clear that you're not allowed to overtake or overlap before the start-finish line. So, yeah, I dare say there'll be a driver who'll be getting a bit of a talking to from the officials with that manoeuvre. Robert Hogan holding down second position. Dylan Thomas fighting offline, bringing back the third spot.
Yeah, Pring had a real think about it there, didn't he, around the outside, but around a 180-degree corner, it's very, very hard to make that one stick. One of the top three there running two wheels through the grass once again, but they've all gotten away with it. Brzezinski, though, again, has just been that little bit more comfortable on the cold tyres, and once again, he's been able to pull a little bit of a margin. Not much, but just enough at the moment to have a bit of breathing room. Here comes Aidan Williams, jinking out to the inside. Not able to slide through on this particular occasion, but that's become a real passing opportunity since the reprofiling of this circuit. It used to be a bit of a chicane when it was known formerly as Eastern Creek, but since being renamed and revamped to Sydney Motorsport Park, that's been changed to a simple 90-degree corner, and it's produced a lot more overtakes.
It has, because like you say, there used to be a right-hand kick before you got into the left-hander, so now that's been taken out and it's more just a straightforward left-hand corner. It definitely makes it a lot easier to overtake. We've got a bit of three-wide action up the back straight and running out into the grass. One of our competitors there.
It's Spicer, the number 33 machine of Spicer, who is just outside the top 10. Well, just outside the top 10, no more. He is going to plummet to the back of the field. In fact, he has come to a halt on the run to turn number 9. So the run between turns 8 and 9, that car has stopped. The bonnet, look at the bonnet flapping on the front of the Hogan car in position number 2. That's going to make visibility very, very difficult. He jinxed his to the outside. Brzezinski goes full defensive down into turn 2, but look at that bonnet flapping. It's not slowing him down. Brzezinski holds on for now, but that's the first time he's come under real attack in this race.
So this will be the final lap because the clock has hit 0, so it could be a case of who gets the better run out of the last corner and who can slipstream the best on the run down the start, finish straight. The car that made up all of those positions at the restart was Jack Charles in car number 50, so unsurprisingly, the officials have slapped him with a 30-second penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. Not surprising there at all, is it? As they head down into the middle sector this on the final lap of the motor race. There we are, focusing in on Dylan Thomas. Always, no matter what he races in, it's always a good-looking livery and a lovely, well-presented racing car.
The distinctive blue and yellow colours of the CXC racing team, which have raced Australian racetracks for many, many years now. You always know that is Dylan Thomas behind the wheel. Brzezinski, once again, he's been able to build a margin. There's a local yellow flag there just on the run up towards turns 9, 10 and 11 because of that Spicer car parked on the left-hand side of the road. So no overtaking through that section of the racetrack. But this has been a masterful drive by Cody Brzezinski. Came in to have a guest appearance in the Legend Cars, and he's a driver riding a wave of confidence. Broke through for his first Super Ute victory at Tasmania last weekend, and he's going to take the race win in race number 2 of the Legend Cars. Second place in the narrowest of finishes goes the way of Robert Hogan, holding out Dylan Thomas by 0.0059 of a second. Ryan Pring coming home in 4th position back then to Ada Williams, Shane Tate, Scott Melville, back to Josh Benno, Riley Skinner in 9th position, and Scott Morgan, who was up inside the top 5, lost out after that safety car restart and fell back to 10th at the checkered flag.
Yes, following that, we had Camineri. Oh, that's the number 30 machine.
Nathan Preto.
And he was another one inside the top 10 when we went back to green with just 2.5 minutes remaining. So it looks to me like he has come to a stop on the inside of the final sequence of corners. So actually we can see it on the map, can't we? Up the top right of the screen, there he is, right in the middle of that final sequence of corners. The triple left-hander that concludes the lap. Such a tricky part of the course, and it really does open up opportunities for overtaking because you have to apex it on many different occasions and opportunities. So you can slide one up the inside. Of course, we saw that here in the supercars, didn't we, several months ago with the famous drag race to the finish line between Cam Waters and Brock Feeney.
What a cracking finish that was in the supercars, but like you say, that was close as far as supercars are concerned, but in many other categories we've often seen finishes like that here at Sydney Motorsport Park, particularly in categories like legend cars, Aussie racing cars and Formula V. Still to come on the program this afternoon here, round number 3, the MRA Australia Series, the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. We've got a couple of very special 1-hour races for the Hyundai Excels, the first one of those coming up very, very shortly, and then it will be into our 3-part qualifying for the Sydney 300.
Absolutely, it will. A couple of cars to pick up the number 33, as we say, and as well the number 30. So Spicer and Predo got to be brought back into the lane. The next race on the schedule will be the first race of the XLs with the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup, the first 1-hour enduro. We're about to get underway with the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup, race 1 of 2 here this weekend. Sadly, about 12 months ago we lost young Jeremy Hodges, and we continue to race in his honour. And here's a little package about the man.
Everybody loved Jeremy and his old man and his whole family. They have a great attitude, they're great racers, and it's really sad to see him not here with us today, Jeremy, of course.
Jeremy was always had a smile on his face, always, willing to help everyone, and at the end of the day, we're just here to, run around, have a bit of fun, remembrance for Jeremy.
Jeremy was one of our first real friends on the track. I'm pretty sure Preston would say the same. So
Jeremy was such a great bloke and a real good competitor, real close competitor for me and Lockie for a lot of years. And yeah, just a nice kid, always willing to help out. And yeah, just an all-around great bloke.
Jeremy, yeah, we shared the racetrack a lot together. We also, hung out a lot. So he was an awesome bloke and, just always smiling. So, it's good to race for him.
He was a great bloke, absolute legend. Drove the wheels off that 1111, and it's just good to be here this weekend and just pay homage to a young fella that was an absolute legend, and hopefully with Mon we can be up the front and see if we can take this thing out just for Jezza.
Lovely piece there about Jeremy. He meant a lot to so many people, such a friendly, lovely guy in the paddock. And his father will be racing in his car, that 111 machine that you saw there in the package. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me for this first Excel race of the weekend is Todd Ford. You know this category like the back of your hand, mate. A special weekend for the New South Wales XLs.
It is, thank you, Dan. It certainly is. We had the inaugural Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup this time last year, a very special and very emotional event, and it's a very important date now on our Series X3 New South Wales calendar. So Jeremy means a lot to so many in the paddock, as does his mother and father, Gary and Kerry, and we're so happy to see them today and compete in Jeremy's car, but also to be joined, Gary to be joined by Matt Drain as a co-driver. Matt is the man behind MD Steel. You'll see resplendent on Jeremy's car, and such a great supporter of Jeremy and his career, as well as our series over a number of years. So great to see them sharing that car together today.
Yeah. We've got a good field of entries, 16, but let's not forget a lot of them have 2 drivers. So yeah, it's a 60-minute race. There's compulsory pit stop. Everyone's got to come in and serve a 3-minute stop, or be in the lane, we should say, from pit lane entry to
Correct,
pit lane exit for 180 seconds. So that will have to be completed during the race. So there's a bit of strategy, and as a result, we are set for a real thriller. So lots and lots of drivers, lots of cars to talk you through. As you can see in the left-hand side of the screen, the different colours mark different classes. So we've got some in Trophy and some in Masters, and some are together. Now, if a Masters car has a Trophy competitor, they automatically move up to Trophy.
Exactly, Dan. So we see quite a mix-up today than we normally see in our Sprint Championship. So we run within the same race, our Trophy and Masters. Masters are over 45 drivers. Years of age. So yeah, which is a great thing. A number of our Masters drivers have taken on Trophy drivers, if you like, whether it be opportunity to come back and celebrate Jeremy today, or again to just have that one-off attempt at outright performance and go after that very special Memorial Cup. So a number, as we said, a number of our Masters drivers are for outright, so that leaves 5 of our regular Masters competing for that category.
Yeah, which is still a good number. There's many drivers that are the regulars, but a lot have come back to race in this event just because it is the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup.
Exactly, and some great names that mean a lot to us in Series X3 New South Wales, but also will be very familiar to you from a national level. Names such as Max Gagan, of course, that's did a lot of racing with us in his very early career in Series X3 New South Wales. Obviously, we know how well a grounding is in circuit racing. The Excel series is nationally with Sarah, but also our 3-time champion Will Longmore, and also our 2023 outright champion Lewis Bahaja. He's first actually seat in an Excel since he crossed the line to take the championship in 2023.
Oh, there you go. That is a cool little stat, that one. As the cars roll out then to commence the warm-up lap, as you say, 60 minutes on the clock, and there is a pit window. We'll talk you through all the rules, regulations, and as the race is going. But for now, we can see the cars heading out onto the race circuit, and pole position is going to be Billy Britton in the number 16 machine. Took pole position by a good couple of tenths.
Yeah, 1.5 tenths. Yeah, great lap from Billy, a 1:55.2660. So he's really come on leaps and bounds since late last year in our championship to now be an outright contender. Amazing effort from Billy. And we really look to drivers. One I didn't mention earlier that's come back for this special event is Tim Columbritta. So a karting, dare I say, almost legend. He applies his craft generally, but he's still, and his family, a great supporter of Series X3 New South Wales, and we do see him for special events come and share those with us. So he is always a benchmark. Just to see Billy take pole ahead of Tim was a marvellous effort.
Yeah, very much so, as they go through the short track, so they'll be back on. So just shortening the warm-up lap. Can see everybody weaving, trying to generate that tire temperature. Of course, in these being front-wheel drive, it's particularly important to get heat into the rear tyres. We often see in front-wheel drive categories such as XLs, TCR Australia as well, particularly on the first lap. If the rears aren't up to temperature, you can lose that rear end very easily and spin around. So despite the fronts doing all the work, that makes it more essential to get the heat in the rears.
And as they begin to form up the grid, I must say that leads me to a rather sad segue that unfortunately we are down now to 15 competitors in this race. Unfortunately, we lost Stian and Robin Krill in their green Excel. Exact example, unfortunately, Stian was negotiating turn 1 and had a loss of rear grip and unfortunately made heavy contact with the wall on the inside of turn 1. So unfortunately that car was too badly damaged to take the start in the race today. So quality field of 15. And real shame, a great story with those two. Robin literally hit the track. They're both from South Africa, hit the track for the first time in Australia with our round 2 and came 5th outright. So a big shame, but again, still a quality field of 15 to take the start.
Very much so. So Billy Britton, the black machine on the right-hand side, he'll share the car with Blake Patterson. The blue car alongside is the number 25, Tim Columbritta and Lewis Bergler. And then beyond that, we have Shibaris who was sharing the car with Will Longmore, and then the 115 of Adam Roberts, who's a single driver entry as the final car comes into position. That is the triple one.
Lots of intent there from Tim Colombritta, as you can see, pointing.
We have to say the front row of the grid has been left vacant in honour of Jeremy. So green flag at the back. We're about to get underway here at Sydney Motorsport Park for the first of our Enduros today. We've got 2 in the XLs and then the big 300k one to finish. But in honour of Jeremy, we are set to go racing. Even jump on the front row of the grid. Britain's got a slightly better start, the nose ahead and the inside line, so should take up the running on the run towards turn number 1. But it's been a fast start from the 115 of Roberts, who slots into position number 3. The problem is he doesn't have anywhere to go. Or does he? No, he's found a car width on the inside and might go into the lead. Or big lockup for the 25 of Colombritta. Been able to pull it up, but has run a little bit wide. Roberts looking there at potentially a move, but he's on the wrong side for turn number 3. And with a little bit of an overlap, Britain is able to get back up the inside and reclaim that place as they come back over the hill. Is he going to be able to take it though, or will the 115 be able to hold it around the outside here? This is good clean racing early in this one. Roberts back up the inside. They've been side by side for the entirety of the first lap here already.
That's the great thing about XLs. You can go too wide through those corners again, particularly when they give each other space. So we see that carry through to turn 6.
And they're still side by side. This is fantastic. Oh, a bit of understeer though by Britain there, running a little bit wide, but managed to keep up the mid-corner speed. And they'll go through Corporate Hill side by side now. Almost an entire lap side by side here in Excel. Surely they'll sort things out at the hairpin. You would think anyway. Back up the inside comes Britain. Roberts with just a little bit of an overlap and finally slots in behind. What awesome racing. That was 2 kilometres, more than 2 kilometres side by side. However, that has given Colombritta a second margin up front.
Yeah, so I think it's a 1 hour sprint race for our XL drivers. There's no pace of endurance. As we see Wayne Jones, the leader of our Master Series, clip the curb and lose a little bit of pace through the last complex.
I think he tried to slot up the inside of, I couldn't quite see who it was, one of the other white machines, and had to pull out at the last minute, lock the brake, and even knock the windscreen wipers and everything, trying to get out of it. So did a good job not to make any contact, has reset and got away, no damage.
As we see, there's no mucking around, so to speak, with Tim Colombritta. He's off to that lead, but the next battle of Billy Breton and also Adam Roberts, that's picking up where they left off in the sprint series. They're used to battling out very close together.
Down into turn 2. Jones right on the tail of Heffron through the long left-hander. Oh, gets a little bit wide. Runs a couple of wheels through the grass, and that opens the door up now to the car behind him of Williams. So where can Williams go? Can he go up the inside? Can he go around the outside? The answer is unfortunately not. Oh no, big send at the last second. Slings it to the inside. Good move. Great pass. And good heads-up driving, though, has to be said to Jones on that one.
Terrific, yeah. And Williams certainly hasn't lost any of his pace. That's our president, Shannon Williams. About 7 months out of the seat, stepping back from racing this year. Of course, wouldn't miss this special event and hasn't lost his touch.
Has to be said as well, there's been another loss in the community in recent months. Monique Shibaris is out there in the 68 machine there. She is in position number 4, sadly losing her father recently.
We did. Last year, unfortunately, we lost Brian as well, her father, and a great champion, literally a series champion of the club. Our Club Spirit Award is now named in his honour. Just a tremendous club person, and again, very fast racer and champion in his own right. And Monique has got a very special wrap on her car now as of this weekend, paying tribute to both her father Brian and Jeremy on the bonnet of her car.
Yeah, it's just on the bonnet of the car if you see it. So she's out there in position number 4, car number 68, and that's what the black bonnet is there that we can see. Running down towards turn number 1. Last year was, as we say, it was the inaugural running of this, and she actually won it alongside Will Longmore, who a 4-time champion in New South Wales in Excels. He's made his return to the series after 12 months away. He's been racing 86 Scholarship Series and the like, so he's come back to drive alongside Monique, which is a really nice touch.
Yeah, it's an event he wouldn't miss. Again, very successful in the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series last year and this year as well, and as you said, defending champions together. Very close, obviously, with Brian and both Jeremy, so a very close bond there as a number of drivers. We see Preston Bruce teaming up with Caleb Heffer and another couple of very close friends to Jeremy, so it does mean a lot to these drivers to celebrate his memory and ultimately etch their name on that Memorial Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. As the top three are very much nose to tail. Colin Breiter, Britton and Roberts. 1, 2 and 3 on the screens as they rise over the crest and into Corporate Hill. A lot more elevation than what you think initially here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It does have hills and crests. We're seeing it down here at the hairpin. It's continually falling away from you.
Yeah, very much so, especially in the Excel, because obviously we don't have a lot of power, our little 1.5 litre engines, but you are literally driving it on the edge the entire round the lap. So you feel those ups and downs, and obviously the heavy braking we have, and using second gear into turn 2, and we just saw in the hairpin at turn 8.
Oh, running a little bit wide, a bit of understeer there for Britton. You can see the left rear wheel cocking up in the air. He's trying to get the best purchase onto the long pit straight, try and get in the slipstream of what is a long straightaway down towards turn number 1. Not really an overtaking opportunity unless you've got fully alongside with the slipstream, which is exactly what has happened down towards turn number 1. The point I'm trying to make is you can't just send one to the inside with a late move.
No,
You've
exactly.
got to do it with the draft.
Yeah, not like a traditional hard braking first corner. This is obviously high commitment. Probably getting up towards 170 kilometres an hour in Excel, and our front drivers here will be taking that flat out. So enormous commitment, although we said you could say underpowered cars, race cars, they're full commitment again, flat out through turn 1. So a tremendous move from Billy Britton.
And another great move as well from Roberts, all the way around the outside at 2, gave him the inside for 3 and 4, and Roberts makes it stick. Good stuff.
It just really shows the quality of the field again. As I said, Tim Cullen-Bretton's been a benchmark whenever he's joined us in Series X3, so to see both Billy and Adam challenging Tim and passing Tim is tremendous.
Although Colin Breiter responds down at turn 5 and now has the inside for turn 6. I can hear the brakes chirping as they turn in side by side on the exit, as they were on the opening lap of the race. We saw some fantastic door-to-door fighting, didn't we, on the opening lap, and it's continuing here as well. They're certainly not playing the long game,
no,
that's not the right word, but they're certainly respectful of each other at this point in time.
Exactly.
Be interesting to see if that remains in 52 minutes time.
Exactly, and after a pit stop. But yeah, we see that speaking to the drivers before the race, sort of asking how will you play it, any strategy, and they simply say it's a 60-minute sprint race. So it's amazing to go that commitment, that flat out for 60 minutes. So and the respect and the racecraft of our young drivers that we see at the front of the field has been extremely impressive through our entire sprint series. Of course, carrying over to today as well.
As I said before the start of the race, a 3-minute stop must be served at some point in this race. So the pit stop window opens at the start of the 15th minute and closes at the end of the 45th minute. So you've got a half an hour window in the middle. You've got 15 minutes before and after that you can't. So the half an hour middle portion of the race is where the compulsory pit stop can be served, and we say they must be in the lane. So that's from pit lane entry to pit lane exit for 3 minutes, and there are severe penalties for those that don't abide by that. So we'll see that play out as the race goes on. Notably last year there was an incident in race number 1. The front 2 went past the pits just as the safety car was called. It meant all the others could come in under safety car, make their stop under safety car conditions. The others, by the time they came in, it was under green flag conditions and they got buried in the field. So that's one of the great things about endurance racing.
We look forward not only to celebrate Jeremy today, but also it's our first and only one of 2 endurance races for the year. So, and also to be under lights tonight is going to be another exciting element that we haven't had this year. But yeah, it sounds simple enough, 3-minute pit stop, but it feels like an eternity, especially for our solo drivers. And as you said, last year we saw drivers actually fall under the 3 minutes, and the severe penalty you mentioned, 5-lap penalty, so it just can't afford to get that wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Williams forced to go defensive on Heffron. Yeah, it is Heffron behind the wheel at the moment. Heffron is sharing the car with Preston Brust in what is the SmartFix Auto Electrics car. So I was just checking which one is behind the wheel, and Heffron coming under pressure from Jones.
Again, a great effort from Wayne in our first of our Masters drivers to be challenging our trophy competitors. As I say that, Shannon Williams is a Masters driver, but he'll be teaming up with Max Gagan later. So Masters driver again, but again, he'll be competing for trophy. But Caleb Heffron's another driver that stepped up into the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series. So he's a previous Rising Star winner of our series and had his best weekend in Queensland Raceway last weekend with the 86 series, so he's really gaining momentum in that series. So again, the Excels is
huge lose. Good save. No, has he saved
Shannon.
it? No, it has gone. That was a huge lose. Oh, and it's gone over just at the end. Oh, that's a shame. It just dug into the gravel as it was slowly coming to a stop, and it's just tipped on its side. So we can see him moving around in the car.
Very soft roll, so we assure Shannon will be okay as we lose another one. I wonder if there's something caused that, any oil on the circuit or anything.
That's Hodges. It's gone off down there as well, and not one of the ARDC signs. But yeah, what happened was I just saw, sorry to interrupt you there, he was just fighting the car, tank slapper all the way through the corner, about 3 twitches, and it pushed him offline into the grass and slid into the gravel trap, and just the speed, the momentum and the sideways movement just tripped the car up and over. A light roll, but a reasonably fast speed roll, but fortunately we can see him moving around inside.
Yeah, and those Hyundai Excels, again, first of all, it appears and we hope Shannon's okay, but they'll roll that on its wheels, and the strength of the Excel, they'll probably get going again. But again, we can't underestimate that commitment required for turn 1. As I said earlier, those drivers are flat through there. Some holding 4th gear, we end up on the rev limiter, some choosing 5th. And that's where it's really talent and experience to take 5th particularly, because ultimately there's a little bit more speed, but again, you don't have that, I guess, that rev and momentum to correct it. Again, if it gets away with you and you haven't got that torque, because you're in a lower revs in 5th gear, that can really get you into trouble. So again, that rear grip is so crucial in these front-wheel drive cars, and unfortunately it looks to have caught Shannon undone there.
Yeah, that was a shame. It was just a small little couple of corrections, and that's all it took to get the car offline, going through the scenery and into the gravel trap. So the safety car has been called with 48 minutes, or just under 48 minutes left on the clock. And I know what you're going to say, pointing at the screen. We're not far away from the pit window opening.
Yeah, so I was probably early going to say they're unlikely to see a safety car with a smaller field, obviously just by nature of numbers that less likely to be less incidents, but nothing is predictable in Excel racing as we see a safety car now, but for better or worse for our competitors before the pit window is open at the 15-minute mark. So they'll obviously, as they've done, continue to stay out under these safety car conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. So safety cars is on the circuit, so we can see on the little graphic in the right-hand top corner of the screen. Picked up our race leader, Billy Britton, who pulled out a little bit of a margin there just before the restart. Robertson, Colombrita were locked in combat for position number 2, and it just allowed Britton to just pull a little bit of a margin. So he'll be a little bit disappointed about the safety car, but yeah, it's brought the 2 behind closer, but it was shaping up already, looking early to be a 3-way fight at this point of the race.
It really is, yeah, and it'll be interesting because again, we bring the strategy into it. We've got the 3rd place Colin Bretta car with a co-driver, our 2023 champion Lewis Bahaja, but the first 2 are driving solo. So to see if that, again, they also have the same pit stop, that 3-minute pit stop, but if that co-driver element comes into play later in the race. But I can't underestimate how impressed we've been with our leading 2, also in our Sprint Series drivers, Billy Breton and Adam Roberts, driving superbly, and again, just really proving a tremendous amount of speed. Both small family-run teams, just helping out with family and friends, and again, what Excels is largely all about, but tremendous effort from those 2. But further afield, again, Monique's driven beautifully to stay within touch, and obviously the safety car helps there. Caleb Heffron, and again, our first of our Masters, Wayne Jones and John Marwick.
Absolutely. As we see Neve on the screen, brilliantly presented car is that one, the 65 machine, the Pinnacle Graphics, Century Batteries, Trade Auto Pass, quite a few sponsors on the side of that
it is
one.
with thanks to Pinnacle Graphics. Jamie from Pinnacle Graphics sponsors and does the wrap on Jeff's car, and also you'll see the 132 of Scott Ford. Actually, he's responsible for Monique's tremendous wrap, and again paying tribute to both Brian and Jeremy on that car. So he takes care of a number of cars through the field with their superb presentation. And I think nationally that's a real hallmark of Excel Racing is, again, we might be amongst the most affordable categories, but the presentation from everyone up and down the field is exemplary.
Yeah, well said. Let's talk a bit about Masters. We've spoken, of course, about the outright leader at the moment, being Billy Britton. But further down in 6th and 7th, Jones was really going with Shibarison and Heffron as well, leader of the Masters. But this safety car also not favouring him. That's allowed Mark Quick to close in as well. So that's a battle to look out for in the Masters class. But as we can see the officials down there, and we can see that he's out the car. Yes. Just next to the official, hand on the back, just a bit of moral support, I think, more than anything. But
yeah,
he looks
it's always
fine.
a little bit of shock, thankfully without impact, and he'll be disappointed, probably mostly in himself. Again, it's maybe not the role, but it's all that turn one has bitten most, if not all of us. We see now the first of our pit stops, again, still under safety car. That's very smart strategy. As they've snuck into the pit window while still under safety car. So whilst they started the safety car outside that pit window, it has now gone. The leader has passed the under the 45-minute mark. So I know the strategy of the 132 Ford car. He has a very fancy co-driver in Reese Harradine. He is worked with Scott in his car and Monique's car as well. Very proficient in suspension and race car tuning. So he has his own business, H Division Motorsport, and is responsible again. Another one that we like a big family, looks after a few of the cars as far as their setup and suspension tuning. So Scott Ford has given that opportunity to Reese to really pay favour and put him in the car. But we can recall from last year, actually, Reese drove with Steve Muggleton, and they were the ones early battling it out with Tim Collenbretta for the lead of the race. So again, just underlines Reese's pace. So it'd be interesting to see what he can do to bring that car through the field.
Well, they're likely to go to the front now, doing it the way they have, pitting now. When the leaders eventually come in, they'll slot in behind. Here's the replay of what happened. So look, 55, a twitch there, a second twitch, and that was the real killer. Pushed him out wide, sliding through the gravel trap, went over at 90-degree angle. And that was a real shame, but not too much damage done. Just a trip over in the gravel trap. But it was just those two little twitches that were the cause of that moment.
Yeah, and like I said, it's happened to I'd say nearly everyone who's raced at Sydney Motorsport Park at some time. Unfortunately, some unluckier than others. And just that sideways momentum in the gravel trap has obviously just rolled that car over. So again, thankfully, Shannon looks unharmed, and I suspect, see how Shannon's feeling, but that car might even be drivable for race 2.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Anyways, a few hours between now and the next Excel race. Between now and then, we have qualifying for the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300, and that will then be followed by Alfa Romeos and BMW E36s. They'll be sharing the track together before MX5s and MG share the track. We've got legend cars once again, and then the second of the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup races. That is at 6:05 local time under lights. So that gives them a little bit of time anyway, as it is 3:15. So just under 3 hours before the next Hyundai race, and we can see
it all looks calm in pit lane. Obviously, again, the 3-minute pit stop can seem like an eternity if all is going well. That's the joy.
All the rest are coming in on this lap. So everybody else has come into the lane to serve their 3 minutes under safety car conditions. Here it is from the other angle. The twitches, it nearly went there, to be honest, didn't it?
Thankfully not.
Fortunately stayed on 4 wheels at that point anyway, and it was only the gravel trap in the end that tipped it up. Well, that was a big moment here at Sydney Motorsport Park, our first big moment of the day, and here's the second spin. So I think that those two cars that we can see on the screen were caught out by the yellow flag and a bit of zigging and zagging, and it ends up Hodges going around separately.
This looks like you get the car started, so no harm, no foul in that particular instance. But a time to shout out to both Shannon and Nicole Williams. Obviously, Shannon involved in that instance and all okay. But as I said earlier, Shannon's the president of Series X3 New South Wales, and his wife Nicole, our secretary, that do so much work for the club, all of the drivers and members and families and supporters, and particularly to put this event on and support it in the background to really celebrate Jeremy Hodges. So a big thank you to our entire committee, particularly Shannon and Nicole, and all the work that they do. So we love that and appreciate it. Benefit of only 15 cars, again, not some of the chaos, let's say, that we could normally see with a high density field where everyone's pitting under a safety car. So everyone's been allocated their own bay, and again, with that field, everyone's got their own space, so at least we won't see any issues of cars getting in each other's way.
So notably, the 132 machine of Scott Ford, I think it'll be Reese Harradine behind the wheel now, but the other one as well, we haven't mentioned yet, the Matthew Hansford Taylor machine, the Medisleep sponsored car. They've both joined the tail right behind the safety car, so they are now 1 and 2 behind the safety car. You'd expect these cars to line up behind, so pitting on lap number 1 under the safety car, if you could do it. I don't think the leaders could. The time hadn't elapsed. The pit wasn't open when the leaders went past the pits. Similar to last year, this has benefited those a little bit further behind, so expect the 132 and the 7 to leap up from 11th and 12th to the top of the order at the end of this lap. Both of those two cars that we saw out there, they did their compulsory pit stop correctly. They're in the lane for 3 minutes and 11 seconds, both of them. So they did it nice and safely, leaving a little bit of side time as well. And there we see the lovely tribute.
Yeah, fantastic. Again, the great work of Pinnacle Graphics. But yeah, Pedro there, as Brian is lovingly known. And also Jeremy, just beautifully captured on the bonnet of Monique's car, and she continues to race for Dad as her sponsor name, if you like, her entry name, and she does that and continues with great success. Again, a podium place getter in our championship last year, and obviously with historically, obviously tremendous support from her father Brian, but going on with the support of great family and friends and all of the club. She's continuing on with great success.
This is a little bit awkward on the exit of the pit lane. They're all trying to file in, but they've sorted it out quite well amongst themselves. They were stopped at the end of the lane because they had to wait for the safety car to come through with the two leaders. So Monique has now moved up, or now will be Will Longmore behind the wheel, has moved up into position number 3. A huge benefactor there. And then to me it looked like the 16 machine of Billy Britton and Blake Patterson that was in 4th. So really we've grabbed the deck of cards and thrown it in the air during this safety car period. It has completely reshuffled the order of this motor race, and we can see it on timing in front of us now. So it is Ford leading the way from Hansford Tay. Then we got Shibaris, Britton, Heffron in the number 5 machine. And look, our leaders from earlier on, Colin Breiter was one of them, all the way now at the back of the field in position number 11.
Yeah, they've really come out worse for wear from that pit stop, and with Lewis Bahajabi now behind the wheel. Obviously, again, a previous championship winner, so it'll be great to see what he can do to come back through the field. But again, Reese Harradine now in that 132 car. A shout out to Matt Hansford Taylor as well. Straight out of karting, again, great success in state and national level karting. Really nice young guy, and making his first season with us in Series X3 New South Wales, and really progressing really strongly. So we see obviously a lot of kart drivers stepping up into circuit racing with Excel, and we love that. We love working with the karting drivers. Again, so many obviously started from that space with Will Longmore, Caleb Heffron, still go back to their karting roots often, and great to see Matt up the front in only his 3rd event with us.
Yeah, it's a good effort, and yeah, right up the pointy end now. The recovery still taking place down there on the exit of turn number 1. If you're just tuning in, Williams just flipped on the lid. It was a small little rollover and ended up finishing up on his side. It wasn't even a complete rollover, was it? It was a sort of 3/4 rollover. So the recovery team, we saw that Shannon got out of the car fine under his own steam, and there was a bit of a head shake as he looked back at the car in disappointment, but other than that, no damage done, which is good news, and hopefully that can be repaired for the race later on today. But that's the reason that we are under the control of the Hyundai safety car at the moment. And now we can see the safety car leading the pack down into turn 1. We lost a couple of cars in qualifying, and we've lost a couple now in the race as well. So we're down to a dozen. But we're set for what now is a sprint to the finish. A jumbled order, but it's 35 minutes from now. Everyone's done their pit stop. It's race to the checkered flag.
Yeah, I know in qualifying, Connor Cooper and we can see Nathan Martin as well. Cars 191 and 5 appear to be out as well, unfortunately. I know they both did have dramas in qualifying. Martin had brake problem, a rear brake issue that was causing him trouble, and Connor Cooper an overheating issues. So it appears, unfortunately, those dramas are still plaguing them into the race. So hopefully they can get those fixed up for race 2.
Yeah, Connor Cooper, I noted in particular, didn't set a time until the final 5 minutes.
Yes.
It was a good time when he did,
Very
up
fast
to
driver, yeah.
inside the top 6 straight away, but then came straight back into the lane soon after. So that explains that. Do you think we'll potentially see them later? Are they continuing to work away at those machines?
I'd say so, yes. Yeah, Connor particularly, a front runner in our sprint series, a very fast driver. Yeah, they had an overheating issue. They took the thermostat out and it gave them enough time, I guess, as you said, to set a lap at the end of qualifying to show a bit close to his true pace. And again, Nathan Martin with his brake problems. So general teething mechanical drama, so nothing in their own too sufficient, hopefully. So we'd love to see them back out for race 2.
A note on timing in front of us. Car number 940 was the leader in the Masters class, has fallen to the back of the field. And I think that might have been serving the penalty in the pit stops. I'm not sure if it was served during the pits or if that has just been issued, but either way, the 490 machine, yeah, that explains potentially why it is at the back of the train in position number 12, start line penalty, as the safety car lights go out. So we're set for a 33-minute sprint to the finish. A bit different for Excels.
Yeah, it really has become a race of 2 halves. Not only obviously by time, we're approaching half race distance, but our co-drivers are now in the car, we're applicable. And yeah, we're ready for another complete start, if you like. So with the order all jumbled, so it'd be great to see if some of those faster drivers can come through.
So our race leader in the SCT Motorsport machine, Scott Ford, has jumped out, and it is now Reece Hardine behind the wheel. Behind that, we have Matthew Hansford-Taylor, and in third, Monique Chibris has jumped out, and Will Longmore is now behind the wheel. Those are the top 3 as the foot has gone to the floor at the front of the field. Ford has taken off and he's judged that really nicely. Will Longmore also judging his restart nicely. He knows the rules. Don't pull out before the safety car line. He's done it as soon as they cross the line, taken position number 2. And so too, followed through has Billy Britton, or his co-driver I should say, Blake Patterson. And Will Longmore already up the inside and into the race lead. And he's going to be followed through by Patterson as well. What a start from those 2 youngsters.
Yeah, I know the Scott Ford car 132 also suffered brake problems in qualifying. So Reece did look a bit tentative there into turn 2. So I just think he might be, we know the pace of Reece Harradine. We just think he might be taking it a little bit cautious as well.
Yeah, that's fair enough, and they're side by side as well for position number 3. As the 64 car slots up the inside, Preston Bruce now behind the wheel and has taken that place, and the 7's going to follow through as well. We could be 2 wide, nearly 3 wide down into the 6th turn on the circuit. There's a bit of runoff there, one of the few corners really with some tarmac runoff around this circuit. And now we do see that used in various different categories as they file line astern through over the top, the rise and down the hill towards the hairpin. Up the inside comes Robert, keen to make up for lost time is Roberts after losing many places during the compulsory pit stop window. And that's a move for 5th. So back into the top 5 And the 132 is dropping back Harradine at a vast rate at the moment. Doesn't seem
seems to be really struggling. So yeah, certainly not the pace we normally expect from Reese. So still ongoing dramas, I'd suspect, for the car 132.
Doesn't seem to have the legs in the straight line either. Look at the margin that's been broken away. That wasn't in the braking zone. That's equally as much in a straight line. Here comes Roberts, slides to the inside, up the inside for the very fast turn number 1. We've seen though how it can go wrong here, but Roberts with such a momentum build out the final corner is able to take the lead before turn number 1. Oh, big twitch. I thought we were on for a replica there of earlier on. Good save though.
Again, the commitment through turn 1, and just amazing how they've just moved through the field as we saw. We weren't not too far behind now. And Lewis Hodges into the back of Reese Harradine in car 132. So as we said, Lewis hasn't been in an Excel since he crossed the line for his championship, and maybe just slightly misjudged Reese's pace there, but he'll continue on his way up the field as we see Jeff Neve go past the inside of Reese Harradine, one of our Masters drivers. So beautiful corner there through turn 4, and then the turn 5 can go too wide, and Reese holds that position.
Yeah, Reese wasn't letting him through that easily. Closed the door pretty firmly down there at turn number 2. We've just edged over the halfway point of the race. Half an hour down, half an hour to go here at Sydney Motorsport Park as we race into the sunset and well into the night as well. Racing here on Blendline TV from now until just before 11 o'clock this evening. So there is plenty of action to come. And a bit of a lock up there into the hairpin. That was the pale blue machine. The car just behind the 2 white ones going through the screen now. I think that was the Markwick car.
Again, John Markwick now with Wayne Jones moving to the back of the field leads our Masters race. Jeff Neve, as you can see on screen, in the yellow and black car, the Pinnacle Graphics car, is second. And looking through Jones, he's made his way up to 3rd in Masters. So again, a very hard-fought battle for our Masters. And they're basically the place holders in our Sprint Championship as well, really at the front of our Masters category.
You can see on timing the names have been updated, so we do have the co-drivers now listed in front of us. So it's a lot more from Patterson, Bruce, and another lock-up from our race leader as the fight for seconds on, and it changes. Bruce up the inside and through on Patterson. Nice move. A very conventional pass up the inside there at turn number 2. That's how it's done.
Yeah, these fast drivers don't lose anything even with 12 months off. So as I said, Preston unfortunately was doing so well in this event last year and blew an engine in his own car, and it's sat on the hoist ever since, unfortunately. So great that he's able to share that car with Caleb this weekend, and again hasn't lost his touch, moving into 2nd position.
As we look at the fight a little bit further back, it's the 28, the 25, and car number 7. So this is 5th down to 7th on the order, and notably the leader of the group is a Masters entry. So Masters in New South Wales is for over 45, I believe.
Yes, that's correct, which certainly suited me when I was driving myself, for a little bit older, but yes, it's a little bit different to other states. We're all under the SARA, the Circuit Excel Racing Association banner, but each state affiliate does have their own Masters. Age does differ. That's probably the only area where we do differ a little.
Bulliger has gone through and could be followed through imminently by Hansford Tay as well. But no, not quite able to do so on that occasion. It's a bit different this race. We sort of touched on it earlier about the fact if you've got 2 trophy competitors, you're in trophy. If you've got a single or 2 Masters, you're in Masters. If you've got one of each, you automatically move up to trophy. And it means that a few of the Masters guys are competing in trophy, and it's certainly changing the order. But let's talk about what we're looking at here, because around the outside comes Bruce, who we saw take 2nd earlier in the lap, but had to reclaim it there as he came under pressure from Patterson, who's now being attacked from Roberts. Patterson with a lock-up up the inside. Will it run wide and potentially open the door for Roberts? No.
Oh, such an amazing effort. Turn 2 is, you're coming off, as I said earlier, 170 kilometres, 160, 170 through turn 1 into the heaviest braking, back to 2nd gear for that multiple apex turn 2. So obviously a real passing opportunity, but a real real commitment corner in a braking perspective before we flow out 3, 4 and 5. Probably turn 6 is our next most challenging. There's a really bump as we just come over the crest of the hill as you see them here, and judging that braking marker to get round and really get your momentum for Corporate Hill.
Nice move up the inside from the Just Sponsored car. We do have to say a bit of thanks, of course, to the sponsors. MX5 Excel Garage is the main sponsor here in New South Wales. Oh, another lockup. There's quite a few front.
We're seeing it in particular from our very experienced, very fast drivers. I think they're just really pushing, jumping in cars. Will Longmore, Preston Bruce, we saw there, really pushing them to the limit and maximising them. And that's obviously that threshold. If we push the limit, that's brake lockup. Obviously, no ABS or any driver aids in these XLs. So, yes, as you were saying, Mitch's XL Garage came on this year. So we love what Mitch does for the XL community, and not only supplying parts, building cars and services, but he's really come on board and put his name and money's literally behind a number of state series. So he's based in South Australia, but supports and supplies all over Australia. You'll see McDonald's on the windscreen banners of our cars. We have had tremendous support over a number of years now from 7 McDonald's stores across Sydney, more in the northwest area, so Rouse Hill, Kellyville Ridge, the northwest and Dural area. So we thank McDonald's a lot, and we really couldn't do what we do without them. John Boston from Track School, you'll see Track School on the front fender of the cars. Obviously, John's well known across the motorsport community and all that great work he does in training drivers in his race driver training school. So John has been with us for a few years now. Club members and great supporters are ID Car Loans. You'll see the yellow sticker below the number decals on the cars, and that's the Faulkners from Queensland, Gavin and Jackson Faulkner of I Do Car Loans. They heavily support the Queensland series and also us as well.
Yeah, that's one of the things this weekend, isn't it? As Roberts has a dart to the inside. I think that was more to put Bruce off than anything else. Just show I'm here, I'm threatening, and I'm coming through very, very shortly. I don't think it's going to be at Corporate Hill. That's about the only overtaking or non-overtaking opportunity on this track. Almost every other corner is a potential passing place. So Roberts goes outside. He's going to try and get the crisscross, a good cutback out of the hairpin. Not able to do so on this occasion, but he has got a good run. Is there a bit of overlap on the run towards the final sequence of corners? The triple, or double I should say, left-hander. No, not quite. Will he sling one to the inside here?
A little bit unsettled for Preston, a little bit wide. It's pushed him a little bit wide under the straight, so we'll see how Adam can profit at the end of the straight. But it's just so exciting to see. We're talking about all very young drivers in their 20s, but sort of the older than you. As I said, Adam Roberts, Billy Breton have really come on in these past 12 months, and Preston Bruce returns after fulfilling that role for so many years at the front of the field. So I just love, and the Will Longmores and the like. It's really just enthralling to see our older young drivers compete against our latest talent.
Right, Roberts moves up and into second, although might have to go defensive in a defensive move to stop 64. Coming back up the inside, no, just about had enough of a margin to hold on. What I was going to say, Longmore's been out in front, gapping these guys by 7-8 tenths of a second a lap. Now Roberts is in clear air. Does he have the same pace as Longmore, or is Longmore just that little bit faster? We're going to find out, but the margin is out to 5.7 seconds. That's comfortable at the moment.
In XL land, it's almost an eternity, but again, of course, normally in sprint racing, but they've still got 22 minutes to go to catch that lead, and that'd be really enthralling to see. Actually, Blake Patterson in 4th position in the 16 in the Billy Breton car, you'll see at the back of that shot, has our fastest race lap so far with a 1:55.326. So again, great time set through the field, only separated by less than a couple of seconds, even to our Masters drivers. So some great pace, and again, the quality of the field is fantastic.
Through they go, around Corporate Hill and into the hairpin. We've seen lots of infamous incidents here over the years, and notably on the exit, I think back over 20 years ago, the Scaife and Ingle collision.
Of course. right as we see the shot there, and an amazing opportunity. Sort of the shot doesn't quite do Corporate Hill justice. Again, in an XL, you're flat round there, maximising all the track and keeping that shallow line. Heavy braking back to second gear for that hairpin. And again, that's even if you're on your own. Involve another car and it's a whole other story.
I can't. So you say flat around Corporate Hill?
Hill again. The fastest of our drivers now are flat through
Wow.
Corporate Hill. Yeah, these tyres. We're on the Dunlop Dureza tyre for this last season or two. Lots of grip, lots of durability. Again, another great XL trait. We can get again through number of drivers through the field, number of meetings out of a set of tyres. It's not obviously like the top categories going through multiple tyres per meeting or each week. So another great aspect of the class is the involvement of the control tyre.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see fight further back, this is Neve having a go up the inside of the number 7 machine of Hensford Tate. No veil there for the white and yellow machine through turn 2, around the long flowing turn number 3 before they go over the entry tunnel. That's why there's a bit of a rise there, and back down the other side.
Such a great complex, that 4 and 5. Again, as we saw at the start, 2 and 3 cars wide often, but just a beautiful flowing third gear complex in these cars. You can really just enjoy that flying through that. Again, front wheel drive, as we said, you can get a little bit loose and sideways action if you don't have exactly the right line. But again, great experience for Matt Hansford-Taylor here. Again, just his 3rd circuit race with us, and I think in his career. Stepping out of karts, as we said. So very valuable, and again, someone like Jeff Neve behind, while ultimately Matt will go on and compete at the front while Jeff leads our Masters, but tremendous decades of experience in someone like Jeff. So to race really cleanly side by side with someone like Jeff will do Matthew no world of good to have an hour of that racing.
Yeah, 100%. Through they go, side by side, around the long way for Hansford Tate, but that'll be the inside for the final couple of corners, and up the inside and through. But now it's going to be the side draft. So the 65 machine can stay alongside. He'll pull in a little bit here potentially for the side draft. Depends how much NASCAR they've watched, I think, on whether or not you know about the side
even
draft.
Supercars these days, it's all we hear about side draft. We saw it at this venue for round 1 of the Supercar series with Cameron Waters and Brock Feeney.
Yes.
Like the perfect example, as it was well publicised. So again, we don't have any aero on these cars, but obviously like any race car, drafting and so is super critical.
I've seen lots of XL racing at Sandown and Phillip Island, called the Victorian XL Series, for quite a number of years. And that track in particular, you know, they really do come up close to the pit wall to try and break, giving any draft opportunity to those cars behind. So drafting is something you do have to think about, particularly at a track, again, like we are here at Sydney Motorsport Park, a fast-flowing European-style circuit where you've got to keep up the minimum corner speed. Drafting, slipstreaming does come into effect, and that's why it's become such a great birthplace for young racing drivers that have gone on to do great things, because it teaches not only great wheel-to-wheel racecraft, but also thinking about slipstreaming and drafting as well.
Oh, exactly, and that's why we see so many drivers go on with great success. Again, we step up, we have similar effect with the Toyota 86 series, and then to things like Porsche and the Carrera Cup and Michelin Sprint Challenge series. It's that each level, but again, it all starts here, and it can all start here with the XL series.
We haven't actually mentioned, have we, the Longmore Sybaris machine that leads the way. They did an overnight repair on that car. Their engine went yesterday.
Actually, it wasn't that car, but it was the Preston Bruce and Caleb Heffron car. So,
okay.
Yeah, amazing story. They actually it's an associated story, because with the great assistance and again the family environment of Series X3 New South Wales, Caleb's engine actually blew at 9:30, 10 o'clock last night, as a number of our drivers were here practicing. So at that very late stage, running well until then, Monique offered obviously her own services and her team, but her workshop and hoist and engine and spare engine to.
So it wasn't her car,
no,
but
her
she,
engine.
Yes, I see.
So again, great family spirit, and that enables again Caleb and Preston to be running today. And again, would be heartbreaking if they couldn't race, obviously at that special event for their friend Jeremy Hodges. So again, Monique, very worthy of mention for her support of that car, and with her own time and parts to get them back on track. So again, a great example of some of the things we go through it, obviously generally in motorsport, but how our Excel family helps each other.
It's fitting that this car is on the screen. It's the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup, and that there behind the wheel is Jeremy Hodges' father. Sadly, we lost Jeremy last year, and his dad is out there driving in his car. Gary drives number 11 normally, but drives his son's car for this event. It's a real fitting tribute, really, and I'm sure, like he was last year, Gary's quite emotional, got a few memories as he's driving around in that machine.
Yeah, very special family. Obviously our hearts broke from them. Gary and Kerry's wife, just wonderful people from the Forbes area. Again, local companies, MD Steel, he's normally seen in the quite iconic Bogengate pub, maroon car. But obviously, as we said, brings out Jeremy's car for this event. But Gary serves as the vice president of our club and has done so for several years. And a great competitor. He's actually finished on the podium of the Masters in the Sprint Series last year. He's just so reliable and consistent, and most importantly, a great guy and a great family. So, we do everything we can to celebrate Jeremy and their family, and a number of family and friends here today for this special occasion, and we love seeing them. We'll see that for many years into the future.
It had an issue early yesterday, or even early this morning. I think it was the timing belt broke, and they had to fix it, get a new one. So fortunately, that is back out there. That's one of the things you do want in practice and not in the race itself.
Exactly, yeah. And plenty of parts around and plenty of parts available. Again, that Excel family, there's always someone with something that you need. So everyone willing to help with a part or some extra labour. As we saw Jeff Neave, one of our other competitors, runs his own automotive business, and he was straight under the bonnet, we saw. And it's just one example of everyone up and down pit lane helping each other out.
I know it's Colin Breiter, that machine anyway. I think it's the other driver behind the wheel.
Yes, Lewis Bahaja currently driving, but got a little bit of the gravel on the outside of turn 6.
What I was going to say is some drivers have the windows fully open, some have them half open, some have them slightly open. So it is pretty warm here at Sydney Motorsport Park this weekend, isn't it? Particularly for middle of May. Let's not forget we're only a couple of weeks away from winter.
It's crazy, but we had our run 1 here in February, and that was stifling hot as we tend to open our season in February with some very hot days. So thankfully, again, for the longer race, it is May, but still quite warm. I know as we see the 132 Buckingham moving out of that last complex.
That was committed, shall we say, using all the curb, bouncing, leaping, and you can see the hands working behind the wheel, trying to keep it facing in the right direction.
Yes, and we can imagine Reece trying to get everything out of that car. Obviously, we think it's maybe hampered in some way or another, so just trying to eke every little bit he can out of it. But I know a lot of drivers, we prefer the window up. Just at least if the mental thought or that we're maximising as we said, that aero potential. But some guys might be just too warm, and maybe that little bit of comfort over the thought of that 10th or 2 might be more comforting.
There was talk of rain, and there still is a bit of talk of rain for the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300 later on this evening. I think the XLs will just about get away with it, but there are potential showers this afternoon. It bucketed down, poured down with rain here at the circuit yesterday, and it should be said, if you do put a few wheels in the grass, 4 wheels in the grass, it's going to be difficult to get it back. It is muddy, it is boggy off circuit.
Yeah, I think we saw an example of that with the 2 cars that went off turn 1 with Shannon and Gary Hodges early in the race. I think, just that momentum through the grass, it's just very difficult to pull the car up, and unfortunately Shannon wasn't able to. to do that. But if I just touch on a couple more of our sponsors that help bring this series and put on this event. Dent Perfection, Shane Nicholson from Dent Perfection. Again, been a competitor with us for many years, series Masters champion a number of years ago, but a great supporter of the series. And in recent times, Nova Employment as well, great employment services. Nova Employment have been a great supporter. And more recently, Race Tech are supplying giveaways and merchandise. Obviously, they make world-renowned race seats and race accessories as well. And supplier to a number of engines in our competitor class. ACT Auto Works, I believe, are giving away some prizes for place getters in this event as well. Paul Quinn, again, another former competitor and engine supplier to a number of these drivers.
Here comes Jones up the inside. You can always tell Jones by the distinctive green wheels as the number 16 of Patterson sends it, keeps it around the outside. Great racing between the pair of them, and with the momentum off the corner, the better line really, having the high line, the 16 of Patterson, the black machine is able to hold on, but there's a little bit of Morse code on the tail there, a bit of white paint might have been exchanged, and on the rear bumper now of the number 16 as they head around turn 3 and plummet down the hill towards turn 4. You can maybe dive up the inside at the next corner, but that will compromise you if you can't make the move. So there's a couple of different lines potentially leading into the corner that you can take here. And that's one of the great things about this track. You can compromise one corner to potentially gain an advantage at the next.
Exactly, and a nice wide, obviously big international circuit. Obviously there are still track limits. We saw there out of 5 and again out of turn 8 they're hairpin, but there is a lot of space to really, and that's why we see multiple cars wide as Wayne Jones has a bit of a look to the outside, but they'll hug that and he'll show his nose, I suspect, into the hairpin.
Forced to defend once again. Here we go, we're looking for the cutback and we've got a good exit, that's for sure, but is it good enough? No, I don't think so, not to get a run anyway. Up the inside towards turn 9, the right-handed kink, and into the final couple of corners. 11 corners, 3.9 kilometres in length this racetrack. Oh, huge curb usage, 2 wheels there over the curb for Patterson, who had to gather it back up, and as a result of that lost crucial momentum around the final corner. But unfortunately for the car behind of Jones, he missed the apex by a couple of metres, which meant any opportunity has gone begging himself. Side by side further forwards, we look at Bulliger up the inside and takes the place from Brust.
That moves him into 3rd position outright. As we see, we've touched on...
There's a fight back, he ran wide, and Bruce back up the inside once again into the turn 2 hairpin and makes the move. So another change between the pair of them.
Oh, they'll both be relishing this. They were both fighting out for championships just a few years ago. Both Preston Brewster and, of course, Lewis Bahaja taking the championship in 2023. Oh, almost contact.
We're ready for take 3. Back up the inside comes Bulliger once again. There was nearly contact over the crest, as you say. And this is what I was on about, the compromise line. So 25 is a car length or car width to the inside of the track. The 64 uses all of the apex and all of the exit and has the more momentum. But I don't think it's going to be close enough at turn 6. No, is not. Bulliger getting a bit too much curb usage, pushing him a little bit further wide there and potentially opening the door for an attack. A little bit of brake usage there for the 64 to A, settle the car, and B, not run in to the 25 directly ahead. He is that close on the tail of the Bleeding Edge Computer Systems Hyundai Excel as they come out of the hairpin. There's 8 minutes left in the books. This is really coming towards the closing stage now. You need to make your move sooner rather than later. Patterson leading the next train. Patterson from Jones, but both Markwick and Harradine are closing in lap upon lap at the moment. So keep an eye on this, what is quickly becoming a quartet fighting for 6th through to 9th.
That's what we'll always see, battles throughout the field. Tremendous battle there as we see them chase, as we mentioned earlier, that chase for slipstream down the straight. Just touch on that, the 25 car, you mentioned the car of Lewis Bahaja and the sharing with Tim Columbretta, actually owned by Eric, one of our regular competitors. freshly built car, the first outing for that car, but rather than take the drive himself, which he normally competes in our sprint championship, he's put these two young guys in the car to give them a chance. As we said, Lewis hasn't driven since his championship year, so great opportunity and a great thing by Eric to put these young guys in the car.
A little bit of a gap has been pulled by the leader of the train. It's Patterson, and they change for third. I just saw on the timing and also just in front at the bottom of the screen. So Bruce has made that move. I called it for second earlier. It is actually for third position. Roberts, I forgot about, is in a world of his own at the moment. He's 5 seconds ahead of the two behind, but 9 seconds behind the race leader. So sorry, apologies there to Roberts in the 1-1-5 machine. And these two have pulled away in the recent moments. The 16 and the 490 pulled away from Marwick and Harradine at the start of this lap.
Yeah, interesting fight here because there's lots of complexity in its own right. Obviously, they're fighting hard on the race. They're ultimately in different classes, as we see Wayne Jones move up the inside of the hairpin, our Masters driver, next to our trophy competitors. But it's also not Blake's car, it's Billy's car. So do I be that extra little bit careful? It's not driving my car. Obviously, he's a very fast driver in his own right. So I guess it'd be nice to see inside the mind and the complexities that go on within the race and the co-driver situation.
Absolutely. Through they come. The 490, let's not forget, is the Masters race leader. And Marwick had joined the tail of that quartet, and I thought the race was on. But the tides have turned on this lap. Not only has Jones got to the front of the quartet, further back Marwick has very much dropped off the tail of it. He's 3 seconds behind those three now, as the fight continues for third. How cool is this? I've lost count now how many times they've exchanged positions. Oh, huge twitch there for Bulliger midway through the corner. That's left him vulnerable for an overtake at the hairpin, turn number 2. The long loaded hairpin. Again, another deceiving corner. You're constantly turning up the hill, trying to get on the power.
Feels like an eternity there through turn 2 before you can get up the hill and get third gear as you negotiate turn 3, as you see them coming over the hill. So yeah, nothing to separate them, and I think that'll go for the remaining 5 minutes of the race. So again, for third and fourth position with Lewis Bahadra and Preston Bruce. Again, both relishing being back in the car after a good 12 months.
Absolutely. Who's your money on at the moment? Hard to call, isn't it? They've both had equal amounts of time.
Yeah, Preston seems so racy, and again, he was devastated last year when his engine blew. Again, such close friends with Jeremy, such a special event, and to not finish the race really hurts Preston. So I know he's been excited for this opportunity, and will do everything he can to stand on that podium.
Absolutely. Oh, a bit of a late lock up there just as he tried to turn into the corner there. Bulliger, as a result, missing the apex and potentially opening the door for Bruce, but Bruce didn't quite have the momentum to fill the gap that was opened. It was an open door there for a brief moment, but even if he got alongside, he still would have been on the wrong side for the sequence of corners that we are seeing now, so might not have made it stick.
Yeah, very difficult to overtake through that last complex. It's all really about setting yourself up at maximum speed down that straight. And again, we've seen the Brave with that opportunity through turn 1. As we see Adam Roberts now, again, a lonely race in second position as we watch this fight for third.
Here we go, defensive down towards turn 1. We didn't see that earlier in the race, did we? So the intensity is ramping up now with 3 minutes to go. Couple of defensive moves in places we haven't yet seen. The first from Bulliger down into turn 1, but that's compromised him on the exit, and through comes Bruce. Nothing he could do there. He decided to commit to turn 1 as the defensive point. He ran just the wide line through the exit, and that allowed the cutback, a beautifully timed and well executed crisscross up the inside from Bruce up into turn number 2.
Just holding on through turn 3, and then he's sizing him up for turn 4. So that is a great passing opportunity, as it is through this back of the circuit. So Lewis will be just looking for any opportunity there over this side of the circuit.
Oh, I could hear the tyres protesting. They're not enjoying it through there.
No, you can imagine a lot of heat in them after an hour. Obviously, normally our races are on average about 15 minutes races. So obviously we can adjust. The tyre pressures are crucial, but obviously bar the pit stop, obviously no opportunity to to adjust those. So, yeah, they're hurting after half an hour or so of racing.
Yeah, let's not forget the safety car, of course, came out early. They pitted early, and that means it's made this stint particularly long. It is a huge stint length. From when they left the pits, it's pretty much been 40 minutes for much of these guys, and green flag for much of that. As we see further back, that's the 16 and the 132. Patterson on the right, and Harradine on the inside, the 132.
It's great to see. Reese has obviously got a new turn of speed. Obviously, we saw that car struggle at the start, but he's really got, his fighting gloves on now, looking to the inside of Blake Patterson.
Yeah, as you say, he fell to the back end of the top 10 early on.
Yeah, it almost looked like he gave him a gesture or a wave, dare I say, as they sort of negotiated that turn 9-10 area of the circuit. We'll see how that plays out. Turn 1, as we see Lewis Bahaja make the move again on Preston Bruce.
Yeah, so this is opposite to last lap, but we saw the 64 fire up the inside here to take that place last time by. This is lap 27 of the race, so we've got in quite a few laps despite a mid-race safety car. A good distance for the Hyundai Excels. They certainly can't complain about track time. It's if you're a youngster in Excels, this is a great race meeting. It's not for championship points, and you get an awful lot of laps.
Yeah, it is. That's we thank Terry Donovan and MRA and the support that they give to our series as well, and again the enormous amount of track time we have for this event.
Absolutely. When is the next championship round?
We're back next month in June.
I've put you on the spot
yes,
there, haven't I?
Yes, you did. And
Very sorry.
I've got that noted somewhere. But we're back next month here at Sydney Motorsport Park, I think.
Yes.
We'll give you more information in race 2. But in June we'll see round 3 of the Sprint Series.
Very good. So this has been the fight for much of the race, hasn't it? These two, Pullinger and Bruce, fighting for third position. Wayne Jones continues to impress me. Let's not forget, in the Masters class, catching these two fighting at the moment by a few tenths a lap. Look now, I think he is, though, unfortunately, just going to run out of time. We're into the dying seconds of this race. Is Longmore going to make it to the line before time elapses? No. So time has just elapsed and he's not made it to the line. So I believe this is the final lap of the race. We'll seek clarification for you. But that's just didn't quite make it. So he's quite lucky there in that sense. It means he has 3.9 Ks less to do.
Exactly right, but very healthy lead, almost 12 seconds now.
Here we go. Into turn number 1, all the way to over the yellow line towards the wall. Up the inside goes Bruce to take position number 3. Great pass, and he's going to go the full defensive into the second corner of the hairpin. A great overtaking opportunity, hard on the brakes, down through the gearbox. The 25 looking for the crisscross, hoping that Bruce is going to go wide, but he doesn't go wide.
Yes, drivers are well aware it's the last lap now, so we'll see. This is probably his best opportunity before the main straight is this 4 and 5 and turn 6 complex, so he has the inside running.
Certainly does. But as you say, they can run too wide through here. You said it earlier on, and that's what we're going to see. So 64 back up the inside once again. How good is this, everybody? This is fantastic. Hyundai Excel racing side by side on the final lap of the race. And if these two come together, Jones is waiting in the wings as well. Back up the inside again comes Bruce. How much room is he going to leave on the exit? A nice Excel's width, that's great.
But Lewis's position ideally here, if you can hold that outside line, is in prime position as they round Corporate Hill and head for the hairpin. So again now Lewis ends up with the advantage.
Back up the inside just a bit, about half of the way of the car up the inside, and that becomes the full car length, and he pulls it off. A bit of understeer mid-corner for Bruce means he has to relinquish the position. And now he's going to try something a bit spectacular in the final sector. He can't be too spectacular about it, though. It will open the door for Jones behind.
The best seat in the house.
Race victor, though, is Will Longmore, along with Monique Shibaris. A touching one for Monique after losing her father.
Exactly where they left off last year, so well done. And to Adam Roberts, second position. And we see it'll be Lewis Bahaja taking third position, with Tim Collenbretta from Preston Bruce. And it was Wayne Jones.
Oh, that was close, wasn't it?
I think Preston had his attention on Lewis in front of him, and he found Wayne Jones, our Masters winner, very close behind.
All three of them in the end separated by less than half a second. And the gap between fourth and fifth in particular, just under a tenth and a half. That was a thrilling end to finish what was an entertaining affair pretty much all the way through.
Give the Excels 15 minutes, give them an hour. It's thrilling racing all the way through. So that's what we love. Again, best value for money you can find on your Blendline TV.
Cars continue to come through, a couple of Masters class cars to finish things off. Scott and notably Hodges as well, who closed in a lot late on the tail of Scott, but came up just short in the end, a margin of a smidge over 0.3 of a second. A little bit too little, too late in the end of that one. But that was a fantastic race. No doubt about the race leaders though. Will Lonmore took up the running shortly after the safety car restart and took the race victory. Will Lonmore and Monique Shiveris ahead of the lonely, as we described him in that race, Roberts. Bulliger held off Bruce late on to finish in third, and then our Masters class winner Jones. I note that Patterson in the number 16, when Britain was behind the wheel, set the fastest lap of the race, and they were right up the point end. The safety car did not play in their favour or the car behind, so watch for 16 and 28 later on today.
Yeah, definitely, and we'll hope to see some of our non-finishers back out, but we'll have information on those drivers for you for race 2. So yeah, we get the opportunity under lights. We'll look forward to it.
Thanks very much, Todd, for joining me for that one. We're going to go to a quick ad break, and up next it's going to be the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300 qualifying.
Welcome to pit lane at Sydney Motorsport Park for round 3 of Motor Racing Australia State Championship. Of course, the feature event, we're getting set for qualifying for the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. This will be a 3-stage qualifying. Initially, 25 minutes, all cars. Nearly a completely full pit lane, nearly 60 cars ready to take the stage for qualifying in part 1. Part 2 will limit that to the top 60%, the top 36 cars of the qualifying so far. After a short period of time, we'll then take another break in qualifying, and then the final, the top 20%, the top 12 cars will be competing for the outright pole of the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. But don't despair. Regardless of where you qualify in the field, there's plenty to play for. Over $11,000 of cash prize money, thanks to some incredibly generous sponsors, is available tonight, and the first $2,500 of that is on offer to all of our division winners. My colleagues in commentary will go over the divisions a bit more, including some of our segments as part of this evening's broadcast. But we've got a great array of sponsors. Len Drive Finance sponsoring Division A for cars that are no faster than a minute 38. MJS Electrical covering cars in Division B, no faster than a minute 42. Exclusive Switchboards, the Harris boys down the other end of pit lane aboard their Commodore VP. They're sponsoring Division C, cars no faster than a minute 46. The Live and Learn Group, a very long time partner with Terry Denovan and MRA. They're bringing you Division D, a minute 50.0 and slower. And of course, while we've got the Herring family behind me looking to lock out the front row in Division A, we've also got the Herrings bringing us G-Lock Brakes as the sponsor of Division E for cars that are no faster than a minute 54. We've just had the 1 minute signal displayed to the field. It's an incredible lineup. There's cars on slick tyres, there's cars on semi-slicks, there's cars on 200 treadwear, road endurance tyres. We've got turbos, supercharged, normally aspirated, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive. The only thing we're missing is a side-wheel drive Hyundai Excel, and of course, I'm fairly certain there's one of those in the garages. We'll throw back to central commentary. This promises to be an amazing qualifying for the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300.
Thanks very much, Dave. Yeah, very much looking forward to this one. As we can see, The Mazda MX5s at the end of pit lane are rolling out to get this 25-minute session. Q1 underway. I'm Dan McCarthy. Lachlan Mansell has been down there in the lane chatting to drivers, finding out a bit of information ahead of this one. We are really ramping things up now, Lockie. Qualifying.
Indeed we are. So getting towards the business end of the Sydney 300 program now. And the significant thing about this session, Dan, is it's the first time that we've had all of the cars in the field on track at once, because in practice earlier on in the day, we split it up into two separate sessions, effectively dividing the field into half. So this will be the first time that the drivers have tasted what it's like to be out on the track with all what we believe to be 59 cars still in the field on the track all at once. It is going to be super congested out there. And I think you have to be a little bit smart about how you approach this Formula One style knockout qualifying, because if you're in a car where you know you're comfortably going to be towards the pointy end of the field, there is no point staying out there for the entire 25 laps and burning up tyres and using up all of your mechanical components. Your best option is probably going to be to go out there, bank a lap time that you know is going to be good enough to progress you into the next phase of qualifying, and then park up for the remainder of the session. But if you're in one of the slower cars, then, you know, potentially we're going to see people out there a little bit longer trying to achieve the best lap time that they can. And the other significance of qualifying with the format that we have for all of the 300k endurance races relates to divisions. And Dave touched on it down there into the pit lane just before, but these 300s are unique in that rather than a lot of other motorsport categories like other production car series or GT categories, the classes are not determined based on the mechanical specifications of the cars. They're determined based on lap time brackets that are decided in these qualifying sessions. And the reason for that is that it allows a diverse array of all different types of cars to compete on a level playing field. So making sure that you don't break into a division that's faster than what your car is going to be capable of circulating at during the race is going to be important. So it's not just a case of go out there in qualifying and blaze out as fast as you possibly can. You do have to be a little bit strategic, because if you go too fast, you may end up in a division that's faster than what your car is capable of doing in race trim.
So we're going to eliminate 40% of the runners in this, so that'll be 24 cars. We'll make it, we'll go down from just under 60, I think it's 59 now, we lost one car earlier on today, and then we'll go down from 59 to 36. So we're going to lose 23 cars, and as well, we're not only looking out for what cars we're going to eliminate, we are also looking, we're probably going to determine Division D and E class pole sitters in this very first segment.
Correct. So Division D is any cars from a minute 50 to a minute 53.9. Division E will be any cars from a minute 54 and slower. And we've got a problem for the Aaron Wemyss and Glenn Townsend Lotus in Siege, just having a bit of an excursion up at turn number 6, and manages to get going and resume the action. But I had a bit of a catch-up with Glenn Townsend earlier in the day, and he said that in the history of these 300s, he's had some really good results, particularly down at Wakefield Park /1 Raceway and at Winton as well, but never been able to get a result here. So the objective for him and Aaron Wemyss, who now owns that car, is to have a bit of a change of luck this evening.
Well, it was an absolute shocker for them in both the 300s last year. Here, they had mechanical problems, didn't make the checkered flag. And then at Winton, they were leading the race early on. With pit stops and strategy, they fell back to about 5th. However, on the penultimate lap of the race, the wheels literally fell off the car late in the day, and its right wheel parted company in the dying stages of the race. So they're looking for a bit of a reset, a bit of a refresh when it comes to the 300 format in 2025.
Beautiful shot of all the cars negotiating their way through turn number 1, as we see a replay of, is this what happened to the Lotus? Yes, it is a bit of a spin there on cold tyres, I think you'll find, Dan.
Yeah.
One of the challenges in this session is because we are getting late in the afternoon, the western sun is setting quite low in the sky, so as the drivers head down the main straight into turn number 1, they are going to have the sun directly in their eyes. And that'll be a problem that some of our other support category races are probably going to have to contend with as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can see the cars going through turn number 1. The 1 ARDC board's already taken a knock as Charlie Viola locked up down there into turn number 2. The Viola Private Wealth sponsored machine, and the man that's got the naming rights sponsor of this race, of course. The Golf there that we can see, the new Mark 8 Golf, debuted at the Bathurst 6 Hour earlier on in the year. And that car is a former runner-up in this race, the 222. Well, the previous Mark Golf anyway. That is the Salteri and Ucell combination behind the wheel of that car again this year.
Didn't finish at the Bathurst 6 Hour because they had a coolant leak which caused the engine to overheat. And as we often see with production cars, when you do debut them at a major endurance race, they do have a bit of, or a few teething problems which take a bit of time to iron out. But catching up with Ian and Jem earlier on in the day, they are thrilled with the potential that they see in that car. It has pretty much the same amount of power as their previous Golf Mark 7, but the improvements with some of the technology, particularly the torque vectoring system, they say that it's really enhanced the handling. What it does, it's an all-wheel drive. It's so sophisticated that it will direct all of the power to the wheel that needs it the most to get you out of the corner as fast as possible. So they're really, really enjoying the handling balance in that car. And we've seen that they've been in contention for really good outright results the last couple of years at the Sydney 300. They were second outright 2 years ago. Last year they were right in contention as well, but they had a delaminated tyre late in the race, which ultimately saw them fall off the podium. But do not be surprised if that Golf Mark 8 is up fighting it out for victory later on this evening.
We saw quite a few shocks and surprises, didn't we, in Q1 last year? The Corey and Josh Buchan car, that was a notable elimination in Q1 with a few mechanical issues. And then they shot from the back of the grid through to 10th, wasn't it, in about 7 or 8 laps before the engine expired, unfortunately, down at the final couple of corners. So hopefully I can see that car is currently on a lap and in the middle sector, so hopefully it can complete that lap and safely make it through this year. I note as well the reigning Winton 300 champion Andrew Boydell is in the lane without completing a lap in the Class C 791 Mazda MX5 as well. So there's a couple of notable names yet to set a time.
And so too Greg Boyle and Brendan Scotter in the number 76 Mazda 3, former winners of the Wakefield 300 outright in a Mazda RX-7 back in 2019. And obviously the Mazda 3 is going to probably be a Division A car and not going to be in contention for outright victory tonight, but you would have expected that car, which is normally faultlessly reliable, to have at least completed a lap in this qualifying session.
You've probably seen the different colours on the timing on Blendline TV if you're watching on around Sydney Motorsport Park or on the screens wherever you are watching around the world. There they are, the different numbers, different colours, sorry, representing different classes. And with thanks to Blendline TV, we can also show you the different classes as well, which Blendline was just flicking through to show you who's leading Class A, Class B, Division C, Division D and Division E as well. So we're able to bring you all of that information throughout not only qualifying but the race as well. We'll talk more about that as the race goes on. For now though, we're really going to focus on who's down the order that should be up there in qualifying. And yeah, the big one for me is that 791 Mazda that's won the Winton 300 a couple of times in the hands of Andrew Boydell. It's in the lane, has been for a couple of minutes, and there's 9 minutes left. It's a bit of a weird one, this one, Lockie. You know, you often see in qualifying, don't you? People try and leave it to late when the track's most rubbered in. However, when there's 60 cars out there, the potential for a red flag is quite high. You really want to get a good banker in early.
Indeed you do, and Andy Boydell sharing that car this weekend with Stephen Head, who's had a lot of experience racing Mazda MX-5s for over a decade. And yes, let's hope that whatever the drama might be with that car, they can get it sorted and get it back out there. Incidentally, not that it's super important at this stage, given that this is the elimination qualifying format, but fastest car so far is the James Copeman Harrison Cooper Mazda MX-5. We saw that Jimmy Vernon was behind the wheel of that car and actually led the opening laps of last year's race. They had a bit of an embarrassing incident in one of the practice sessions earlier on where James managed to crash the car coming out of pit lane. Fortunately, it was a fairly low-speed impact with the wall and the damage was minor. They were able to get it fixed and it's back out on the circuit. The Josh Buchan and Charlie Curry Honda Civic moves up into second position, so they will safely be through to the next session. Let's have a look at some of the cars that are in danger of being eliminated. And as you'd expect, they are the cars in some of the slower divisions, including the Maserati Super Trofeo, which I caught up with the team that are running that car, and there's a few familiar names from the new Ferrari Challenge Series that you might have seen running at the SRO events, Dan. So Mark Hodges and David Frisch, they've both been racing their Ferrari 296s in the Ferrari Challenge, and also Andrew Cartledge on board that car as well. Fairly inexperienced when it comes to circuit racing. They've stepped up into Ferrari Challenge as a way of taking the step from doing track days into actual wheel-to-wheel racing, but they decided they wanted to do an endurance race, which is why they've entered that car in the Sydney 300 tonight.
Clearly fans of Italian manufacturing, aren't they? Ferraris and Maseratis as well. So I followed that car in. So we should say you're not allowed GT3 cars, GT4 cars, Carrera Cup cars, supercars, anything like that. So it's pretty wide open. You can enter a Toyota 86, as we can see on the screens in front of us. You can enter BMW E30s or E36s, MX5 Cup cars. You can enter improved production cars. It's pretty open, except for GT3, GT4, Carrera Cup, TCR and supercars. Those are the only cars ineligible to compete in this event, and that's why it throws up so many shocks and surprises and such thrilling finishes as well.
Pit lane, a hive of activity at the moment, and all of the top runners doing what we expected, where they'll bank a lap time that's good enough to get them through to the next phase of qualifying, and then they will park up. However, there are still a few cars out there on the circuit, and I think one of the things that you might find is that some of the teams will treat like this as basically another practice session, because we did see a couple of red flags in practice earlier on, and there were some teams that were concerned that they weren't getting enough time across both of their drivers, or in some case all three drivers. You really do want to make sure that all of your drivers are comfortable in the car when we get to the race tonight, and there is a requirement that you do have to do at least 3 laps during practice and or qualifying to be allowed to start the race.
This car on the screen at the moment, the little Fiesta, I was watching that earlier on today. It might look inconspicuous, but it absolutely flies, not only around the bends with some good grip, but also in a straight line as well. Great power to weight ratio, and certainly a contender in the D class, I feel. So look out for them as the night progresses.
Yeah, and Tim Weston owns that car. He's been running it in New South Wales Production Touring. He'll be sharing it with Josh Anderson, who we've seen has been a front runner in Aussie racing cars. They actually met those two through the online sim racing scene, because Josh is one of the front runners in Australian sim racing, currently running second in the Logitech G Pro Invitational E Series. So not bad on the track, but also not bad behind the wheel of a simulator.
I'm just looking at the moment, seeing if we've got any A or B class cars in the elimination zone at the moment, and it doesn't look like we do. It looks to me as well like Boydell has moved himself out of any elimination threat. Oh no, only up to position number 42. He's just gone to a 42nd position. So at the moment, that Class C car is one of a couple of Class C cars in the elimination zone. So we'll keep an eye out on that car, and also the number 47 Foster machine as well. Those are 2 Class C cars currently in the elimination zone. All the rest are Ds and Es, and at the moment a couple of Ds are going to progress, most notably Kiara Zabatakis, one of the youngest competitors in the field this weekend. She raced solo for the first time last year. This is her 3rd 300, and she's back in an MX5, and really pleased to be back in the MX5 as well.
We've got such a wide variety of age ranges in the race, haven't we? We've got a number of teenage drivers who are well under 20 years old, but at the other end of the spectrum, if we look at the older end of the field, do you know who the oldest driver in the field is, Dan?
Not off the top of my head.
He's currently in 19th position. Chris Stannard in the Porsche 944, which finished in the top 10 outright last year. He is 76 years young, if you don't mind, and still proving himself to be very capable of racing against the rest of the field.
That was one car that we were keeping an eye on, all some cars coming up through the field throughout the race, but that one in particular just sort of appeared in the final half a dozen laps, didn't it? We were quite shocked to see it up there. Stayed out of trouble all day, stayed out of harm's way, and towards the end was in contention for class victory, and as you say, did finish top 10 outright last year, so keep an eye out for the bright blue 944.
And that's often the most intelligent way to approach this race. Just sneak up on it. Don't get too carried away in getting involved in wheel-to-wheel battles early in the race, and just buy yourself a ticket to that final 20 laps when it does become more of a sprint to the finish. And I think probably the other thing that we need to emphasise is that qualifying for this race is not super important. Yes, when you look at the history of the winners, we haven't had an outright winner come from outside the top 3. However, last year, 2 out of the 3 outright podium place getters came from outside the top 20. If you remember, the Giantini brothers came from, I think it was 21st position, and the third place BMW of Alex and Diva Holzel came from outside the top 30. So qualifying for this race, given the length of it, is not super important. And also with the division handicap system and the fact that the cars that qualify in the fastest divisions will be spending longer in pit lane for their compulsory pit stops over the course of the night, that means that you don't have to qualify up the front of the field to score yourself a good race result.
This is the Lendrive Hyundai i30, driven by one of the A-Gars. In fact, that is a gun combination, because he's with former Winton 300 winner Walsh as well, isn't he? So,
Jason Walsh.
Yeah, that is a great combination, those two together. And a car that's really debuted pretty recently. Debuted at the Winton 300 late last year. Had a lot of teething issues. It kept going into limp home mode and all sorts of different problems. But that was a bit of a rush to get there, so they weren't too surprised. However, since then, it raced at the Bathurst 6 Hour and did a reasonable job for a good period of time, and it looks competitive here this weekend.
Yeah, Bathurst 6 Hour, they were very pleased with how the car was running. They got themselves up into the top 10 outright before, unfortunately, a brake caliper failure put them out of the business. But you're right, so Nick Agar, who's done a few of these 300k races now, joined by the very experienced Jason Walsh, who we've seen do a lot of production car racing in the past, predominantly in Mitsubishi Evos.
His brother, who won the E-Class, they were meant to share the car together last year, weren't they? But Nicholas wasn't too well, and in the end let Simon drive that to Division E victory last year. That was in the Veloster, and Simon is remaining in the Hyundai Veloster, and he's going to have young Hayden Crosland alongside of him, a young gun driver. There is Todd Herring, just peering into the MX5. Todd Herring, the defending race winner. I think I'm speaking a bit too loudly for him. He's having to get his head right in the cabin. But this year, Todd Herring is with his son. Something a bit different for him this year. Not in Division A, not in Division B at this point in time anyway. They've provisionally entered into Division C. I asked him earlier on in the weekend, I said, are you locked into that? He goes, let's see. Let's see. This is quite a fast machine, so it could change.
At the moment, looking at the class times as they stand, so Martin Lyle and David Grice, currently the fastest of the Division E cars with a 1 minute 54.0789. They would not want to go any faster than that, and I think that explains why they've been parked in the pits for 10 minutes, because another 700ths of a second would cause them to break out and miss that pole position.
But it's so tight because
G-Lock Brakes Australia Division E.
Because he, Agar, and Paranistakis are all within 500ths of a second. So it is so tight in Division E already. And as we say, these guys are very, very likely and will be eliminated in this first segment of qualifying. So we have to keep an eye on Division E.
Having a look at Division D, so at the moment, Kiara Zavatakis, the fastest car in Division D, but she has broken out by 0.8 of a second. So, in fact, the top 2 cars that have nominated for Division D at the moment have broken out. The fastest car with what you'd call a legal lap time in Division D that hasn't gone too fast is the number 53 Mazda MX5 with Jamie Martin at the wheel.
You say about Kiara breaking out. She said to me last night, she says, "Oh, I'm having discussions with the team. There's a bit of a divide. I think, and a few others think, we should maybe go Division C. My father and a couple of others think we should go with Division D. They've gone with Division B at Division D at the moment, but that can potentially change, and it looks like it will change."
Yeah, I think breaking out by 8/10 of a second is probably a little bit too big of a margin for you to be comfortable staying in that division.
Scraping really badly, Lockie, as it comes into the final sequence of corners. That's the number 88 MX5. It's very low to the ground, and around certain corners, the notable skirt at the front of the car is not only scraping, but it's hitting the high-resin curbs at a couple of these corners, and I think it's suffered potentially a little bit of damage as well. So we've got to keep a bit of an eye on that as we now focus on the 81 machine, one of the cars fielded by the Tran brothers.
So that number 188 car with Dennis Panner at the wheel, they really need to get a lap time, because so far they're sitting 57th outright in the field. They would expect to be a lot further up the order than that. So under 4 minutes remaining in this first segment of qualifying, bit of pressure on Dennis Panner to punch out a competitive time.
Oh dear, that's scraping really badly down there at turn number 4. I spoke to Dennis earlier on today. They were meant to be entered in another MX5. However, a gasket meant that the engine let go late last night, so they had this other MX5. However, it's not been running particularly on song. They had electrical issues with it earlier on today. It tripped out basically and lost all electronics, and it cut the engine and everything. And as well, I have heard that the power steering's been an issue in that car. So it's a car that's been plagued with a few issues already today, and it's down the order, as you say, Lockie, a lot further down than where they would like to be. And we've got to turn our attention now to the bottom 24 from 37th down. Weston is at the top there at the moment, but he'll be the first one to be eliminated, and that is the number 6 Ford Fiesta that I referred to a little bit earlier on.
Some of the Toyota 86 are set to be eliminated as well, including the Brock Stinson and Aaron Shields car, which currently sits in 40th position outright. Also Daniel Flanagan and Dean Chapman, the Canberra drivers in the 5th gear motoring Subaru BRZ, which is effectively a rebadged Toyota 86. Not effectively, it is a rebadged Toyota 86, but wearing Subaru badges this weekend. Daniel Flanagan and Dean Chapman, both co-owners of the 5th gear motoring business, which does a lot of driving instruction and professional driver training in the Canberra region.
I'm not sure what's happened to the Greg Boyle and Brendan Scotter car. You mentioned it earlier on, the Mazda SP23. No lap has been completed. We're 19 minutes into this, or well over, 19 minutes into the session. It's been in the lane for 19 minutes. It's got to go out onto the track in the next 20 seconds. If it doesn't, it won't make it around to start its lap. So the 76, I know it's a Division E competitor, but you don't want to have no laps in qualifying. You want to at least move up some places on the grid, don't you?
Yeah, so that'll be a bit of a concern, and by the looks of things, may not get back out there because we've only got 90 seconds remaining in the session. That's not going to be enough time to get out and do a lap. So hopefully whatever the dramas are with that car, they can get them rectified for the race. But Greg Boyle and Brendan Scott are looking like they will be starting off the back of the grid.
Speaking of Division E, I've noticed we've got a couple of breakouts in Division E, so that's going to get a little bit complicated when we turn to determining who's got pole position for the division. So both D and E have breakouts. Notably now, from 36th backwards, so our eliminated cars from 37th back are all Ds and Es, except with the exception of one car number 47, which is a C-class car. That is the Adam Foster and Patrick Navratil Honda Civic. So that's the notable surprise at the moment, buried down in 42nd place.
So like you mentioned, Will Powers and Parry Anastakis have both broken out in Division A now. The way it works is if you break out in qualifying, you become ineligible for the prize money. which is being presented by G-Lock Brakes Australia for Division E. So with the best legal time in Division E qualifying, the number 61 Martin Lyle and David Grice, Mazda MX5 on target to pick up the prize money there at the moment.
Yeah, there is prize money on the line. We should say, Lockie, shouldn't we? Prize money on the line, not only for qualifying, but also for all of the racing divisions as well. So there's plenty on the line as the checkered flag falls. Many of our competitors are in the lane. Really, the only cars on the track are the Division C cars that are potentially under threat. The Division D and the Division E machines. So I see that the Foster car is in the pits, so that is session done for car number 47. That is the Division C car I was just talking about, out in Q1. All the rest, unless there's a few shock surprises late on, are Division D and E class cars.
So for part 2 of qualifying, we take 10 minutes off the clock. We take 24 cars out of the field, and we end up with 36 cars left on the track, from which the top 12 will progress through into the third and final 10-minute segment of qualifying as the sun sets here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Earlier in the week they were talking about the potential of some rain this evening, but as the forecast has evolved, that threat of rain does seem to have diminished, and I think we're on target for a fine race this evening, albeit probably fairly chilly. I did notice that the outside temperature was starting to drop just before I came into the commentary box.
You're optimistic calling no rain this far out, Lockie. I tell you, it's only 4:30. We're on here for another 6 hours. I saw a lot of people preparing wet tyres just before qualifying. They said in preparation of a potential rain, so I'm not calling it just yet. The fact our drivers are preparing wet says that there is still some possibility at least.
The last forecast I looked at suggested that if there was to be any rain, it wouldn't be until around midnight, which will be well after the race is finished. So I think, famous last words, but I think we might just be safe. So that is the first segment of qualifying for the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300 complete, and now get ready to move into session number 2.
I was just going to point out, Lockie, if you go to the top of the timesheets, right at the death, Benny Tran went to the top of the order. Division A class car, former winner of this race, 1 minute 41.6, put him to the top of the times.
You always know that that car is going to be a contender, don't you? The Trans do tend to rock up with some of the fastest cars in the field, and they're actually running multiple cars, 4 different cars this weekend. So you've got the number 81 car of Benny Tran, but you've also got the number 11 car, Mark Saguna, sharing that with Benny's brother Jimmy Tran, Tom Vacechevich and Bob Papovac in the number 73 car. And the other car that they're running is the Drew Hall machine, car number 818, a car that has formerly been victorious at the Winton 300. And this weekend, Drew Hall sharing that car with Matt McClellan. We've seen Drew Hall racing in the AM class of Porsche Carrera Cup for Wall Racing as well.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, Lockie. Yeah, well said. So look out for all 4 of those machines as the race goes on this evening. But we have determined several division pole sitters. But now we move on to Q2. This a lot shorter session. Session 1, 25 minutes in length. The reason for that, to give people that opportunity to find a bit of clear track space and set a good solid lap time. And that means that now with 24 cars gone, we've got 36 remaining. We're going to lose another 24 in this one, and then we're going to have our top 12 Q3 straight after this. So that's what we'll be looking. We'll be looking around about positions number 10 and back to see who's just made it in, who's just been eliminated. In this segment, we'll determine Division C pole position, and I don't think we'll determine Division D. I think they'll just squeeze through into A. So there's lots of cars, though, remaining out there on the circuit. And as you say, not only the fact that the temperature around the track, UV with the sun gone behind the clouds, not only is the air temperature cool, but of course the track temperature is cooled as well, which is good for fast lap times.
And the first car out of pit lane, a car that will be loving the cooler weather conditions because it's turbocharged. The number 59 car being shared by the father and son combination of Jamie and Jason Miller. Now, in the recent past, we've seen that Jason Miller has raced in a few different national categories, including Mazda RX-8 Cup and Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. But his father, Jamie Miller, was a former privateer in V8 supercars back in the late 90s and early 2000s. And in fact, when I caught up with Jamie earlier, he said this is the first time since Bathurst 2003 that he's had a co-driver.
Wow.
Last time he raced with somebody else was alongside the late Ron Searle in a privately entered Commodore in the 2003 Bathurst 1000.
There you go. That would be a bit of unfamiliar territory. Showing the car with somebody again, you've got to input together, try and find the best car together. That's one of the things, isn't it, about endurance racing? You know, you can have a car that's fast for one driver, but you need, if you've got another driver, when we should say there are one driver combinations, two drivers, and a couple of three driver combinations as well. But if you are sharing a car, you have to think about your other drivers. You can't just suit the car for your driving style and your likes. You have to think about your team.
You do, and it's about finding that setup compromise to make sure that both drivers are comfortable in the car. And the other consideration for all of the multiple driver combinations is how do you strategize who's in the car at what time? Do you put your faster driver in the car for the start of the race and try and get track position, or do you save them up for the final sprint to the checkered flag? They'll all be conversations that will be taking place in the garages and the transporters and the trailers of all of the different teams as we count down to the start of the race at 7:25 p.m. this evening, which you'll be able to watch right here on the screens of Blendline TV. If you're just joining us, if you're just tuning in on the stream on Blendline, it's Dan McCarthy and Lockie Mansell in the commentary box talking you through all of the action for qualifying for the 2025 edition of the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. We are in the second of three phases of qualifying. The top 12 cars will progress through to the third and final qualifying segment, which will determine who will take outright pole position for this evening's 300 kilometre, 77 lap race.
I don't know if that 51 Mazda's going through. I think it is. We've been focused on it for a couple of corners. I'm not sure it's just letting everybody through and getting clear air. The way it was driving there, I think it was, a little bit more terminal than that. We'll see as it comes around the final couple of corners. Might just be trying to find a space, and we'll plant the right foot and get the lap underway, or conclude the lap, I should say, that it is on, and start a fresh lap, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. The number 78 machine has come into the lane. That's one of the many herring cars.
They seem to breed those herring Mazda MX-5, so I swear that every year they turn up more than we had the previous year. Now Dave Stillwell is our very busy pit lane reporter, and he has an update for us.
Thank you, guys. I'm down here with Daniel Hay and Chris Batista. They managed to score the Division E pole by the slenderest of margins, less than a tenth of a second in it for the G-Lock Brakes Division E. Chris, that's as fast as you can run all night, just so you know.
Yeah, that was very close. I had so much traffic on track, and then that was it, clear road. I think I got a bit of a draft off one car, so I think that might push me over. So, yeah.
Now, we talk about you taking a bit of draft. I noticed there's plenty of tape on the front of the MX-5. This is for aero, isn't it?
That's right. I think that's half a second right there.
Now, Chris, you were on the cans for that one. Can you talk to us what your strategy is for the night? Is it just get to about the middle, hope for a safety car, do the one CPS?
Yeah, that's pretty much the plan. We'll have to adapt a bit during the race, right? But it's going to be so tight up in that top of the pack there for a Class E. But yeah, we're pretty keen to get going.
Well, definitely. We'll get Lisa to bring in the check, thanks to Lendrive Finance, your Division E G-Lock Brakes winners of the pole position.
Big congratulations to Daniel Hay and Chris Batista. They've come down from Queensland to run in the Sydney 300 this weekend. And Daniel's brother James Hay was also driving in the 300, sharing a VW Sirocco with Paul Ansell.
Yeah, absolutely. You see the blue flags waving, just to let the slower drivers know the faster cars are coming through. There'll be a lot of blue flags being waved over the course of the race this evening. It will be keeping our marshals and officials very, very busy throughout, and we've got to thank them all. It's a reasonably big day for them all the way into the night, so we've got to thank them for being out there in what will be blustery and chilly conditions later on this evening. Of course, without them, we cannot go racing. Over the brow of the hill, this car, the Giantinis, together finished second in the Sydney 300 last year, Division B Honda Civic, and they went on as well to finish second in the Winton 300. So they are looking to go one step better here this weekend. Light blue headlights ablaze, but that's certainly a contender for sure, and a car that will get stronger and stronger as the race goes on.
They've been sharing driving duties in that car in improved production as well, so it's proven to be fast and it's also proven to be reliable. They would no doubt love to go one spot better tonight. Big part of the puzzle will be putting it together in qualifying. Last year they came from outside the top 20 to finish second outright. If they can start a little bit further up, then you feel that they're going to be a red-hot contender for outright victory. Now we're starting to see a bit more of the sorts of pace that our front-running cars are capable of, with Benny Tran punching out a 1 minute 38.5. Now that's only half a second away from what we call the cut-off time, which is the absolute fastest time you're allowed to do. If you go faster than a 1 minute 38, you only get 2 warnings. The third time you do it, you actually get disqualified from the race meeting, and that rule is in place to stop people turning up with cars that are too fast or not in the spirit of this event.
Here is the 44 Porsche 944 fittingly that we spoke about earlier, of Christopher Stannard and John O'Neill, that slowly plodded their way up the order late on last year, and currently they are on the circuit and lapping quite nicely in 15th at the moment, the top Division C entrant.
However, they have broken out of the Division C cut-off by 9/10 of a second, so at the moment the fastest car in terms of a legal Division C lap time is Alex Holtzell, who was third outright with his brother Dieter Holtzell in the BMW 1M last year. However, Dieter couldn't get out of work this weekend, unfortunately, which means that Alex will be driving the race solo in that car, getting a bit of pit crew assistance this evening from Cameron Shelley, one of the Shelley brothers who are involved with the One Raceway and Pheasant Wood circuits in the Southern Highlands of New South Wales.
Here we are focusing on one of the RX8 Cup cars out there on the course. Coming into the final sequence of corners. Through it goes. It's the number 8 car. That's the Rickshaw and Robert Scott machine. Both of them front runners in RX8 Cup. Of course, Rickshaw, the man behind the category, and Robert Scott, the reigning champion in the series. So there's no other way of saying it. They are very much stalwarts and front runners in RX8 Cup as they come across the line. Entered in Division C this weekend, and at the moment they're towards the tail of Division C. They are currently 13th in class. It's really stacked, particularly the lower divisions, C, D and E. Huge numbers entered in those classes.
And the advantage that they will have tonight is that they only have to do one compulsory pit stop, where as the cars in Division A and Division B will have to do 2 compulsory pit stops. We'll talk more about pit stop rules and pit strategy as we count down to the race. But Rickshaw, we call him the rotary renegade because he's had so much experience with rotary cars over a very, very long period of time. And he is a former 300 winner. He took victory in the 2011 Wakefield 300 alongside Steve Anslow in a V8 powered Mazda RX-7 that was running a Lightning McQueen livery, as we catch up with our Division D pole sitters who are down in the pits with Dave Stillwell.
Thank you, guys. So I'm down here with Jamie Martin and Ben Oldfield. Now, you thought the gap for Division E was small. You guys managed to sneak in just under 2/100ths of a second inside the appropriate lap time for Division D. Ben, that's as fast as you can go all night.
It was hard. Sneaking in there, just making it, having the relay from the pit crew, every lap telling me how close I am, crossing that line, just hoping that you haven't broken out and just getting that perfect lap. Yeah, it was stressful.
Thank you. Now, Jamie, this is your MX5, an NA model, 1.8 litre. You've done incredible work to get this level of speed out of the car. What's the strategy for tonight? Who's starting?
I'm going to start and then probably put the gun driver in to finish the race. So we'll decide how far I go in. We're playing with safety cars, but as soon as I can get Ben in the car, that's what I'm going to do.
Well, of course, for the Live and Learn group, Division D, you only have to do that single CPS. So once that's out of the way, whoever's still in the car, you've got a very long way to go.
I did the race all by myself last year. It was hard, but I just don't let Jamie down. It's given me a great opportunity and I really appreciate it. All the crew here that are helping us, and I just hope we can do our best and see where we end up.
Well, your best so far has earned you $500 from Lendrive Finance. Lisa, bring it in. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations to Jamie Martin and Ben Oldfield for taking pole position in a Live and Learn Group Division D. And that's a really good bounce back too, Dan, because that car got towed into the pits at the end of one of the practice sessions with a broken throttle body shaft, and they were scrambling to find spare parts to get that fixed. So they've done a really good job to get that issue resolved and get back out onto the track to get pole position for Division D.
Yeah, very much so. It's one of the great things about this event, isn't it? You know, we had teams here last night working through the night to get the car repaired for today's action. And there's a great family atmosphere amongst the paddock as well. Everyone willing to help each other out. It really is a brilliant grassroots racing event, and that's why everybody loves to come back to do the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. Sun very much setting now. We've got 2 minutes left on the clock in Q2. And already we've got 5A division cars at the top of the timesheets, and the only Division A class cars, I believe, yes they are. And then we've got B's and C's scattered throughout the rest of the list.
There's an interesting battle going on just on the bubble of the cars that are going to make it through to the final segment of qualifying. So Dimitri Agathos was in position 12, but he got bumped because Mark Saguna in the number 11 Honda Integra, one of the BYP cars, was able to improve. So Agathos now out, and it's Aaron Wemyss in the Lotus Exige, which is on screen at the moment, who's currently on the bubble in position 12 with a 1 minute 43.2. So for the cars that are on the outside looking in, a 1:43.2, that's the time that you're going to have to beat if you want to book yourself a spot in Q3.
It's only 200ths between them, so it's not only tight position-wise, but yeah, very, very tight on the timing as well. So they've really got to do it soon. There's a few cars out there. Agathos is out on the circuit, but there's several cars. LeBrock is not out there in the 111 machine. The Giantini car, which we mentioned earlier on, who finished second outright last year, once again looks set to be eliminated in Q2 as they are in the lane with just under half a minute remaining. The KISS car, the Evo, is also in the lane, and as well the 944 of Stannard.
Watch Dimitri Agathos here because he's on a lap and he's done a personal best time to the end of the second sector. He's only 200ths of a second away from position 12. So at the moment it's the battle between the Lotus Exige of Aaron Wemyss and the Subaru WRX of Dimitri Agathos for what looks to be the final spot in Q3. Here comes Agathos to the line and moves up into position 8, and a big problem for a car that we expected to be one of our outright contenders. A huge plume of smoke coming out of the back of car number 222, the Chemu Cell Ian Salteri car, and it has pulled up on the exit of the circuit at turn number 10. Goodness me, that's a major mechanical failure from that car, and the driver very quickly climbing out. Chemu Cell at the wheel, and they were scored down in position number 29. And that looks, look at the fluid leaking out of it. That looks like, I'd say, an engine failure.
Oh, for sure. With the amount of smoke and the fact he's going to the bonnet as well proves just that. But look at the oil all the way behind it. It's left an oil trail all the way from when we first saw it anyway, out of turn number 8 all the way to the run to turn 10. So there's going to need to be a bit of a clean-up here between Q2 and Q3. But that is a real shame, and unfortunately, I don't see that car making the start of this motor race. A former runner-up in the race is out before this one has even got underway. Drama already on this Saturday afternoon.
To his credit, Jemu Sell did a really good job there to get it off the racetrack as fast as he possibly could. But even so, if it is an engine failure, which it looks likely that it is, I think you're right, Dan. I very much doubt that they'd be able to do an engine change in the short time that we have between now and the start of the race, even if indeed they did have the spare engine here at the track.
Yeah.
And that probably just illustrates a point that I'd like to make, which is that out of all of the 300s that we do, whether it's here, Winton, or at One Raceway, this is one of the toughest because it is a single-day event. We've seen in the past that at the Wakefield 300 or at the Winton 300, people have had mechanical problems on the Saturday during qualifying, but they've been able to do a run back to Sydney in the case of the Wakefield 300, or down to Melbourne in the case of the Winton 300, to get spare parts that they've then been able to fit overnight. Because this is the single-day event and because it is such a tight turnaround between qualifying and the race, you don't have that luxury. If you have a mechanical problem, chances are there's not going to be time to get the parts and to get the problem fixed. So it just shortens the window of opportunity to get yourself back into the race if you do have a catastrophic mechanical problem. What a shame for Jemu Sell and Ian Salteri.
Last year we had 60 cars start the race. Incredibly, there were quite a few reserves last year that were able to fill in the slot, so we had 60 starters. This year, a few of the reserves dropped out, and we've had a couple over the course of the weekend, so 59 might very well become 58. I think it's going to be very hard to get 60, even with the full capacity of field entering, just with the way, as you say, practice and qualifying unfolds. You see it at the 6 hour as well, even before the start of the race. A few do fall by the wayside. Lovely evening here west of Sydney. It's a nice view there. Look at that. That is spectacular. And it just shows the weather that we're having in this part of the world at the moment. Yeah, okay, there was quite a bit of rain yesterday, but generally speaking, it's been dry, very, very dry in this part of the country, as it has been for much of the country as well. But Marshall's straight down there to put out any potential blaze underneath the bonnet of that car.
It's actually Ian Salteri there as well, so in qualifying, the timing doesn't always give us accurate information about who's in the car, and I have to say that considering the state of his car, Ian Salteri actually seems to be in pretty good spirits there, having a bit of a laugh with the officials. But while we do have this pause in proceedings while they get that car retrieved, let's have a look at the cars that are progressing through to qualifying part 3. So Benny Tran is through in car number 81. Him and Damon Ashton, they were fastest in Q2. Harrison Cooper and Ben Oldfield. Mental blank. Harrison Cooper's. Jackson Copeman is the name I'm looking for. Car number 86, they're through as well. Charlie Curry and Josh Buck and the Honda Civic, they're through into Q3. Jamie and Jason Miller, they're also through. David Vincent and Max Gagan will progress. Zach Wazier and Tom Shaw. Drew Hall and Matt McClellan. Dimitri Agathos punched out a fast lap time right at the death of that session to get himself through. Jet and Todd Herring are through. Mark Saguna and Jimmy Tran, they're also through. The number 78 Mazda MX5 of Tim and Brad Herring, they will progress. And the final car into Q3 will be another father and son combination of David and Zach Radat. So Aaron Wemmus And Glenn Townsend getting knocked out right at the death with that fast lap from Dimitri Agathos.
That's the Lotus Exige pairing that you would have seen around the circuit. We've also lost the 111 in the tribute livery to the Holden dealer team, or the HSV team, sorry, I should say, from the mid-noughties with LeBrock and Elliott behind the wheel of that machine. One of my notes there, the Giantini car, I mentioned it already, the Honda Civic being eliminated. They were the runners-up outright last year and are Division B winners. But as you said, Lockie, they came from further back last year to finish in second. So although they're not through, that's not a bad place to start.
No, it's not, particularly when we talk about the strategy and the fact that they'll be spending a bit less time in pit lane later on this evening. Just having a look at our Division C. So Chris Stannard and Ian Joyce, they both nominated Division C, but they have broken out. By my calculations, the highest placed Division C car that has done a legal lap time, not gone faster than the 1 minute 46 cutoff for Division C, will be Alex Holzel in the number 80 BMW 1M.
Our Division C winners, notably from last year. So that's good news. And also our pole sitters, our pole sitter, I think, as well, from last year. So, yeah, good news there for them. But not such good news for the 222 machine. Just going up onto the tray. And Dave, I believe you're down there with the co-driver.
Look, I never like coming to have these conversations this early in the night. Jem, the Mark 8 Golf has been incredible when it runs. Was there any warning? Did Ian call in anything? What's happened?
No warning. He said it just went bang, lots of smoke, and that's it. So we'll run a full diagnostic, work out what went wrong, possibly what failed, and make sure it doesn't happen again.
They say the fastest way to learn is to go race racing. You did so much work on the Mark 7, 7.5 platform, but this car is just so much more advanced, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a much more advanced car. It's a lot faster, so a lot of potential in it still. We'll come back next year, a lot faster, a lot more reliable.
And of course, we'll have another Bathurst 6 hour before then as well. So looking forward to seeing you guys do really, really well in Class A1 again as well.
Yeah, definitely can't wait for it.
Awesome. Thanks. Back to you, Lockie and Dan. Hopefully I'll have some more good news from the lane a little bit sooner.
What's encouraging there, Lockie, is the fact he says there's so much potential in this car. He said this car's so much faster than the last one. And we saw last year how fast that was. It was fighting for an outright podium with a puncture on the front wheel, for goodness sake. So that just shows how fast this car is. They've just got to work a bit of reliability out with it, but it really does clearly have potential.
Yeah, and I mean, typically when you debut a production car, particularly the Golf Mark 8R, they haven't... Like when you look around the world, there's not a whole lot of them that have done any sort of motor racing in production specs. So there's not a lot of other, I suppose, research and development or much of a knowledge base that you can tap into. It really is trial and error to work out how to make it reliable. So it may take a year or 18 months worth of doing motor racing events, having problems, having failures before you get it to run reliably. I mean, if you go back to, I'm not sure if you remember, but when Grant and Ian Sharon debuted their BMW M4 in the Bathurst 6 hour in 2017, it was fast, but it was also not particularly reliable. And it took them quite a while to get it to the point where it could run reliably, but once they got it to that point, it became a race-winning package. And since then, all of the other people who've gone and run BMWs in that specification have had a lot less pain on that front because of the Sharons paving the way and being the pioneers for that particular type of car.
We just saw the shots around the final couple of corners of just how much oil has gone down. They've put tons and tons and tons of cement dust down there on the back section of the circuit, and it's now being blown away. So hopefully we'll be able to get back up and running in the not too distant future. But this is the cause of the short delay before the start of Q3. Of course, Lockie, we can't send cars out there with oil and muck all over the race circuit. We've got to put the cement dust down, and then we've got to blow it away as well. So that's exactly what's going on now. But you can see the amount of dust that's been put down there and the amount that's been blown away. So the idea, Lockie, is that it soaks up the moisture and then gets blown off the racing circuit, creating a nice clean racetrack for the cars that are coming up in the not too distant future. But wow, that was pretty big, pretty substantial, hence the amount of stuff they've had to put down on the track. And they're even going for another run as well, which just proves the point, doesn't it? But that's a real shame to lose that car so early on in the weekend. Already a couple of cars at the end of pit lane ready to get things going for what will be a 10-minute segment, the final segment of qualifying.
The shootout for pole position. And there are a couple of former pole sitters in the field. The drivers who've had the most pole positions in the Sydney 300 have been Josh Buchan and Todd Herring. They've each had 2 poles. And speaking of poles, we do have the Division C pole sitter for exclusive switchboards down in the pits with Dave Stilwell.
That's correct, guys. I'm down here with what was meant to be a Holtzell Brothers team, but Alex, you've got the whole night to yourself because Dieter's off driving something else.
Yeah, Dieter's off driving a tugboat, the Savi. So, I'm driving the car, he's driving a tugboat.
Now, if I could just, Jason, if you can pan the camera to the right a bit, there's Dieter. He's in the middle of driving a tugboat. So he could have been here tonight to enjoy pole position for the exclusive switchboards Division C. Now, of course, C, the last of our divisions that only has to do a single CPS. What do you like for fuel range? At what point can you fuel up this magnificent BMW and get it home to the end?
I reckon I could probably do a 30-litre drop at any point and get to the end. So we've got heaps of fuel, lots.
So you've got plenty of margin, plenty of opportunities. You can wait for the safety car and then pull that trigger. We have seen some excellent performances from Division C cars, but as I've said to the winners of Division D and E, that is literally as fast as you can go all night. Put that number as a reference lap in the dash and don't run faster than it all night.
Nah, the reference lap is well saved. So we hopefully won't be running that close tonight. But it's obviously a lot harder with the lap traffic and jazz like that. So sometimes you've got to push quite hard to get back to that 46.07.
Well, hopefully you got plenty left in the tank and in the right foot. I'm sure Dieter will be cheering you on board. He might have to say, no, turn more to port. No, sorry, left. Turn harder left. Let's bring in the check as thanks to Exclusive Switchboards and Lendrive Finance, your Division C pole position winner. Well done.
Thank you, Dave. And now we turn to deciding our outright pole sitter, as well as the pole sitter for MJS Electrical Division B.
We certainly do, as they head out onto the circuit. They've just started their warm-up laps, so you haven't missed any hot laps during that interview, just the cars rolling out onto the circuit. But this is where we're going to see just how mucky and filthy this track is. So it's literally, as soon as they straighten up the wheel and get it in a dead straight line out of this corner, there it is, the oil slick. And they've done a great job. Look at that, all the dust has been cleaned up. So yeah, there's a little bit of dust down there, but they've done a great job of cleaning that up. That's a really professional job done by the volunteer marshals and officials, that is for sure. So we have out there 5 A division cars, and at this stage anyway, 7 division B class cars, as we say. We're breaking out and stuff. They can move up into Division A, but we've got a bit of a split between the two. So 81 of Benny Tran. We've got the 818 of Drew Hall. We've got Jamie Miller. We've got, I think that's Jet Herring behind the wheel of the 79. Copeman, Saguna, Vincent. The other Herring, that's Tim Herring, Kakuri, Agathos, Wazia, and Radats.
This session has been shortened to 8 minutes, and that will be to try and get back some of the time that would have been lost in the schedule as a result of that clean-up that had to take place at the end of the previous segment of qualifying. And Dimitri Agathos has come straight back into the pits. So he did one out lap and then he's come back into the pits without recording a time. They'll need to get on with solving any issue that might be happening with the number 66 Subaru WRX STI, because there's now less than 5 minutes remaining in the session. A couple of things to watch out for in this session. You don't want to go quicker than a minute 38 or you'll earn yourself a strike. And if you're in Division B, you don't want to go any faster than a minute 42.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good points that you've raised there. We expect, obviously, based on that Division A class to take pole position. Certainly be a shock if the Division B class car took pole position, that's for sure. But quite a few MX5s in the final segment of qualifying. That's no surprise. They've Mazda MX5 in the hands of Todd Herring has won no less than 3 editions of the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. So it's not a surprise to see that, and you're pointing at the screen.
Yeah, so Benny Tran fastest straight away, minute 38.3. Harrison Cooper second fastest, minute 39.0. Then it's Drew Hall, Tim Herring fourth, Jen Herring in position 5. Mark Saguna now comes up into position 3, but Josh Buchan's on a very quick lap in the number 31 car. He's gone fastest of all through sector number 2. Now he's got a 0.3 of a second window to squeeze into to go quicker than Benny Tran, but not quicker than the 1 minute 38 cut-off time. So it'll be interesting to see what this lap's like, and it's good enough for second fastest, 0.3 of a second slower than Benny Tran. So Tran, Buchan, Harrison Cooper, then Saguna, Hall, Herring, Miller, then Max Gagan in position number 9.
I know Benny Tran's gone fastest in sector 1 of anybody, and a PB, a very solid PB as well in sector number 2. So it looks like Tran might go a little bit faster still. As we look back at the Gagan and Vincent car, the 555, a very good first sector, a 29.7, but has lost a fair bit of time in the middle sector. It is a Division A class car, but it's nearly a second and a half off even. Oh, and off the road there at the penultimate corner, just running in too hot at the right-handed kink. A big twitch of oversteer and goes over the grass. So this lap very much gone out of the window now. So Vincent, I think it's Gagan behind the wheel, has thrown this one away, but still 2.5 minutes left. A good couple of laps can still be set.
And Benny Tran has improved to 1 minute 38.0982. So he's gone within 0.09 of a second of the Division A cut-off.
Here's the replay, Lockie. So this was the car turned in on the cement dust, and that's what unsettled the car. A huge slide through the gravel trap. That was more like rally spec, wasn't it, through there? All the way through, sliding the way around the corner. I didn't realise just quite how big it was until we saw the replay the second time through. That car was never under control, and that was all due to the cement dust from the engine failure in that last session.
Indeed it was, and it might take a bit of time for that cement dust and oil spill to be cleaned up. The good news is that we do have some other categories to run before we get to the start of the Sydney 300. As we see, that is Josh Buchan going quite slowly on the run down to turn number 2. He had just completed a lap. Dimitri Agathos, there he is, out on the circuit. So he got back out of the pits. He's back on the track. But this will be his final opportunity at a flying lap, because we've only got 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining on the clock.
Oh no, Lockie, the 31 is going slowly. Josh Buchan at the wheel. It started from the back last year. It made its way towards the front in just 10 laps before the engine let go. And they've got more mechanical dramas here this afternoon. What has happened? Hazard lights are on. It's quite an awkward part of the racetrack, right on the racing line. Out of turn number 3, you don't want to be parked there, that's for sure. Right on the brow of the hill. But this car, second position currently on the timing sheets. But this is not good going into qualifying.
Good news is that at least it hasn't happened during the race. So if there is an issue, which clearly there is, they will have some time to be able to potentially rectify it, and I wouldn't be surprised if this session gets declared, because that car's in a very dangerous position. Here comes Dimitri Agathos out of the last corner, currently sitting in position number 12, but with personal best sectors through sectors 1 and 2. Managed to squeak into Q3 in the very dying stages of the session. The checkered flag is out to end the session, and Agathos gets himself up to 6th on the final lap of the session, and also up to 2nd position within MJS Electrical Division B.
Yeah, great lap. And as you say, only just snuck in to Q3. So to do that, that is fantastic. Puts himself on the 3rd row of the grid. A great time, and only a couple of tenths less than a couple of tenths of a second away from the provisional pole sitter in Division B. Cars coming to the line on this final lap. Checker flag is waving. So this is everyone's final attempt, and Lockie, I'm not seeing any PBs at all on the timing, and that is because the 31 is still stationary on the brow of the hill out of turn 3. With the yellow flags, nobody can go any faster.
No, so I think it's fairly safe to call it that it's Benny Tran's pole position. It will be his 2nd pole position in the Sydney 300. The last time he took pole was actually the first running of the Sydney 300 back in 2019. So he will join Todd Herring and Josh Buchan as a 2-time pole sitter for this race.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, isn't it? That we've got so many on 2. However, the Josh Buchan car, Josh Buchan will not be thinking too much about his previous pole positions. He'll be more thinking, what on earth has gone wrong with his car? Stuck out there on the circuit. Provisionally position number 2, and I expect he will stay there. But as we say, that's drama going into the race. They've got less than 2 hours to get that fixed up and ready and raring to go before they head out onto the grid for the start of the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. A good recovery from the 86 MX5 of Copeman. It wasn't Copeman behind the wheel in that qualifying session. It was the co-driver,
Harrison Cooper.
Yes, but from the crash in practice earlier on out of pit lane exit, that's a good recovery to qualify in position number 3, just ahead of the yellow and orange Evo that we can see reversing back into the lane of Jamie Miller in 4th.
And really, really well done to BYP Racing, because they've taken pole position for both Lendrive Finance Division A with Benny Tran, but also MJS Electrical Division B with Mark Saguna. So an excellent effort all round for the BYP Racing squad, who have been big supporters of these 300k races for a number of years now.
Yeah, absolutely. Good point there, Lockie. And as well, we didn't mention all session really the Radatses, did we? Zach Radatz ending up at position 3 in Division B, ahead of Drew Hall, who, as we say, is a gun steerer. So that is a good performance if you can out-qualify him on any day.
Shaping up to be a fascinating race, isn't it? When you think about all of the strategies and the fact that the Division A cars all have to make 2 5-minute pit stops. The cars in Division B have to do a 5 and a 2.5 minute stop, and the cars in Division C and below only have to do the 1 stop. But it's now time to present some prize money to our pole sitters for Divisions B and A. They're both with Dave Stillwell down in pit lane.
Well, it's all smiles down here in the BYP Racing Garage. Of course, both MJS Electrical Division B and the outright Lendrive Finance Division A have both been taken out by Hondas, built and prepared out of the BYP Racing Garage. Jimmy Tran, don't walk away. I tell you what, I'll have a chat to your co-driver while you get half naked. Mark, you weren't in the car for that, but I imagine you were biting your fingernails in the garage watching the timesheets.
Yeah, I was. I mean, I knew that Jimmy could do it. I mean, he's a pretty experienced driver. That's why I sent him in the car, you know, in the third one. So, no, it's all good.
Now, I think you have to say a big thank you to the sponsor of Division B, MJS Electrical Products and Supplies. I've heard they're an excellent place that one can get electrical products and supplies from.
Yeah, look, I mean, MJS Electrical Supplies is a proud sponsor of the Sydney 300. This is the second year that we sponsor the Sydney 300, and I guess it's nice to win a little bit of money back, so it pays for the bills.
Now, of course, being in Division B, that means you'll have to do 2 CPSs, 1 5-minute and 1 2.5-minute stop. We've seen in the past when the safety cars come out, the BYP guys are pretty hard into, let's get all the stops out of the way, let's run the endurance all the way to the end. With the normally aspirated K-Series motor, you've got pretty good endurance in the car.
Yeah, look, well, we're carrying a lot of fuel in the car, over 100 litres, so hopefully we don't have to refuel at all and we can get it to the end of the race. That way it just avoids all those headaches with pit stops and things like that. So.
Well, great job by Benny. Benny, great job there. Sorry, Jimmy. Jimmy, Benny, 1 Tran, 2 Tran. It's a big all Tran family. Great job out there.
Thank you. Yeah, the car's great. I mean, we had a bit of a hiccup last night, and yeah, I mean, the team pulled through to the early morning hours, and here we are.
Well, we'll sneak the check in from MJS Electrical and Lendrive Finance for Division B. Great job. And then we'll go quickly to our Division A Lendrive Finance pole position winners. Outright pole for the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. Great to see you back up the front, brother.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, it's great to be back at the top.
Excellent. And of course, we look forward to seeing a great performance from the BYP cars all race. You guys have 2 CPSs to take care of. I take it a safety car, we might see double CPS taken care of?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
There we go. There's Damon with the cheat sheet on the strategy. Of course, Benny, we definitely want to see a great performance for you guys tonight. Have fun from pole position. The front row of the grid is all yours. Great performance by the entire team. We'll get Lisa to bring in the Lendrive Finance $500 Division A pole position check. And that is the field for the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300.
Thanks, Dave. Dave Stillwell covering all of the action for us down in pit lane as we continue the countdown to the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. But we've got some more support category races to get through in the meantime. The Alfa Romeo combined field with the BMW E30 6 Series gearing up for what will be their 3rd and final race of the evening. And I'm going to whack a headset on our guest commentator for this category, Richard McGee. Good evening, Richard.
Good evening. How are you, sir?
Very, very well, thank you. And so far, Mark Bagetto has been going very, very quickly, but hey, it looks like he's missing from pole position.
You know, today has been probably the worst attrition rate that we've had in 20 years. We've lost so many cars. We started off with 19 on that grid, and look what we have now.
So what happened to Mark's car? Do we have any idea why he's not?
I think he had cooling issues, but I can't be sure on that.
Yeah, what a shame for him. So that means that Simon Grierson will have the front row of the grid all to himself as we get ourselves set for a race start. Carmelo Mirabella in the Alfa 147 GTA lining up on row number 2 of the grid with Doug Selwood alongside him as we get the race underway. We've got just over 16 minutes on the clock for this one. And the combined field with the Alfa Romeos and also the BMW E36s. You might notice that a couple of those E36s are familiar because they're also running in the Sydney 300 as well. But Richard, Alfa Romeo racing, it always seems to attract a very loyal legion of competitors. It seems to be a tight-knit family down there in the Alfa Romeo community. How's the vibe down there so far this weekend?
Look, it's been great. We just 4 weeks ago we're down at One Raceway for our first outing at the revamped track, and it was 30 odd cars, and it's just a really good, strong basis of drivers that come along event by event by event.
Tell us about the different classes within the Alfa Romeos, because we've got Class A, we've got Class C, we've also got the TS or the Twin Spark class as well.
That's right. We've had no outright winner of our races since 2019 at the Shannons, and so what we have got is class winners. So within the field, as you see it there now, we've got Twin Sparks vying for the Twin Spark Cup. The variations in the Class A is a great example where today we've had 4 different types of Alphas in the Class A, from an old 116, a classic 116, through to a 1.4 Mito turbo, and the V6 of the Busso engine is out there in the front as well. So it's a great variety of various models across the range.
Yeah, it's been good to see that we do have some of the newer model Alphas coming into the category, and that's been something over the last 5 years or so, where we do have those newer 147s and 156s that have been built. Any plans to get into some of the even newer cars like Julia's, for example?
We, in terms of the Julia, we have got someone who is preparing. He's out there. I won't put his name to it because he's out there right now in a 147 twin spark. We do have a couple of Juliettas. We do have a Mito, and so they are bringing along the newer models.
Speaking of the Giulietta, there were actually some reports that Brodie Kostecki, the supercars driver, was building a Giulia to take on the Bathurst 6 Hour.
Yeah, that would have been awesome. He really wanted to take it up to the BMWs, and he was going to be campaigning a Giulia QV, a very, very potent automobile.
Would that be eligible for this class or too fast?
Look, it's probably one of those things that the classes are there, and really our regs are pretty tight to make sure that we don't have any really outlandish cars going out there. It's not as competitive for them anyway. There's no prize for being way out in front of anyone. It is about competitive, close racing, and it would be awesome to have 2 or 3 Giulia QVs fighting it out.
Good battle happening at the moment. So a couple of the BMW A30s dicing. We just saw Canberra driver Jeff Barnes getting past Aaron Lloyd for what was the battle for 5th position within the BMW A36 class. But we do also have the number 75 Alfa Romeo, 75 of Robert Panetta.
Been around a long time.
He sure has. That's a very familiar car, that one. And he's out there dicing with some of the BMWs as well. Another driver who's been around the Alfa scene for a very long time is Urs Muller in the number 64 twin spark car.
That's correct. Urs has been in a number of different cars over the time. He's had a BMW. He's had. He still has the Evo. So it's a very competitive driver, and is always at the front of the twin spark pack. So you can see even now we've got 4 twin sparks in a row, so they're actually vying for the cup there. Urs Muller's coming through there on turn 1, followed very closely by the classic of Rob Panetta in the 75.
And Rob Panetta has just got down the inside of Jeff Barnes there to pick up another spot as well. It's actually worked out quite well having the BMWs and the Alfa Romeos mixed in, because they're quite similar in terms of their lap times, so they race competitively against one another.
Yeah, well, it helps the BMWs because they can't field enough cars to have their own grid, so more than happy to help out. And MRA do a great job in doing what they need to do within the categories to be able to make sure that we've got competitive racing, and that's what I think we do have in it.
Rob Panetta on a bit of a charge at the moment, so he got ahead of Jeff Barnes, and now he's putting some pressure on Urs Muller. Coming up around the back part of the circuit, he'll have a look down the inside as they head up into turn number 6.
And a testament again to Urs out there, because the 156 that he's driving is very much series production 3E. It's got a lot of control in it in terms of suspension. We run a control tyre, whereas Rob Panetta in the 75, he's probably running on Yoka 50s in a semi-slick, so Urs is really doing well. But he's got past him.
Indeed he has. So Simon Grierson continuing to lead the way ahead of Carmelo Mirabella. Doug Selwood, that's another name that's been around Alphas for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, beautiful Grip S car. When you look at where Doug is on the grid usually, he's really taking it up to the turbos and the V6s. So well done. Hats off to Doug in his white 116.
Good to have a Group S car as part of the field this weekend. We've seen a number of the Group S Alfa Romeos running quite successfully within the Group S category. So we've got a big off-track excursion for Otter Sands there in the number 22 BMW A36 running wide at turn number 2. But those cars, they have been described as being quite neutral in their handling. So if you do make a mistake, fairly easy to recover from it, and Otter Sands not losing too much time with that little excursion at turn 2.
You mentioned the Group S cars, and we're down at the Winton Festival of Speed in the first weekend of August, and we should have around 32 Alphas on the grid, including probably around 8 or 9 of the Group S cars. So they'll come from South Australia, Victoria, New South Wales and Queensland for the Winton Festival of Speed.
And then I think, is it Spencer Rice who has a Group N? Alpha.
That's a rocket ship, and yeah, a very, very capable driver.
Indeed, yeah. Another person who's been around the historic racing scene for quite a long time in Alpha territory. As we have a look, there's only 7/10 of a second in the battle for the lead between Grierson and Mirabella. So Grierson in that older GTV, whereas Mirabella's in the newer 147 GTA. So front wheel drive versus rear wheel drive cars battling it out for the lead here.
Indeed, and it just shows you that the pedigree of Alphas continues through. So we've had cars. Colin Wilson Brown was back out with his 105 today. Unfortunately, he had an issue, and so you've got cars from the 60s right through to 2000, 2007, 2008. When we get to Winton, we will have 51 years between the oldest Alpha and the newest Alpha on the grid. And as I say, go and find another mark in the world where you can have 51 years between the oldest and newest on a grid.
That is absolutely fantastic. Battles continuing a bit further down the field. So we've got McGoffin there, battling it out with Aaron Lloyd in one of the BMWs. Now,
very close there between Rick McGoffin, Matthew Kukuza and Brad Wilson.
Rick McGoffin was actually a DNF in the previous race, but good to see that he's got his car sorted out and back out on the track for this one.
Yes, he was kicking himself. He knew he should have changed his brake pads. They weren't quite up to scratch. So, yeah, he changed the pads and he's out there again.
So where else does the Alfa Romeo series venture this year?
Most of the rounds are here.
Yep.
2 down at One Raceway this year and Festival of Speed. Last year we were over at the Bend, got an invitation over there, and we had a great number of our guys head across. Such as the passion, you go to the Bend for a weekend. That's very close racing. Well done to Rick. He's keeping Matthew at bay there.
And yeah, around the outside goes Matthew Kukuza in the 147 car. They'll run side by side heading up the hill, and just maintaining a watching brief there. Brad Wilson in the number 10 car sitting in just behind.
He may be the winner out of this little tussle, we'll see.
He switches back to the outside as they get to the hairpin at turn number 8, looking to do the over and under, but just runs a little bit wide on the exit. Artificial light taking over from the natural light here as the sun sets at Sydney Motorsport Park.
We couldn't have wished for a more beautiful day when you consider the weather that Sydney's experienced over the last week. So it's certainly, look at that sunset, what a beautiful place to be.
And even the weather forecast was looking a little bit dodgy in the lead up to today as well. So we've been blessed with beautiful weather conditions this afternoon, expected to remain fine into the evening for the Sydney 300. Battle continues here just on the fringe of the top 10.
He's certainly doing a good job keeping him out. Well done to Rick. This is Rick's second season. Son of Bill McGoffin, a long-time campaigner in Group S. And so forth.
Yes, I'm certainly familiar with Bill McGoffin. He's been around, another veteran of the Alfa Romeo racing community.
I think that the other thing is that when we look at the Twin Sparks, it is an extremely affordable car to get into. You should spend no more than 10 to 12 grand and have a very competitive car. We have very strict controls so as to make it equal and economic. We don't want people spending $30,000, $40,000 on specially built engines. We want to be try and make it as affordable as possible to encourage the younger guys and know that they can do it on a very good budget.
These days, that $10,000 to $12,000, that's about the least money that you can pay for any sort of race car. So that's extremely affordable. What are they like in terms of maintenance? Because I know that Alfa Romeo, no disrespect to the brand, but it has had a bit of a patchy reputation for reliability over the years.
I think that I think that's old school. It really had some early issues in terms of quality control.
Yep.
But when you look at the modern Alfa Romeos, they're doing high kilometres. We're taking these cars, which are basically road cars, and flogging the living daylights out. I'm doing 6,000 to 7,000 RPM, Over the last 5 years, we've only done a couple of engines. I mean, that shows you the strength of these road-going cars that have then been transformed into a race car. So overall, very, very reliable cars.
If people want to find out more information on this category, Richard, is there a website or some social media channels that you can direct people towards?
Yeah, you can log on to the twinsparkcup.com.au website or go to the Alfa Romeo Owners Club here in New South Wales. There are links all through there, and it'll give you all the contact details. We have our regulations published so that people know that they've got a roadmap. The aim of the Cup was very much aimed at the super sprint, so that people knew that they could buy a car and do minimal changes to it, go super sprinting, do that for a couple of years, get some experience under your belt, and then if you wish, you go into racing. So there's a very clear roadmap to go from super sprint to race.
Checkered flag has come out to finish this race, so Simon Grierson taking the win in the final Alfa Romeo race of the weekend, and in the end the margin was extremely tight, just 0.7 of a second between Grierson and Carmelo Mirabella, who came home in second position. Here comes Doug Selwood in that beautiful Group S car to complete the race in position number 3. Taking the win in the BMW E36 class, Rob Bowden. Otter Sands recovering very well after that off-track excursion at turn 2 to finish just 1.5 seconds behind Bowden. And really good drive from Robert Panetta. He certainly turned it on for us in that race, didn't he, Richard? Made up a number of positions, and he will finish up 6th outright and 4th best of the Alphas.
Yeah, it's been a solid performer over many years in his capable hands. He has a business manning motors down at Brookvale, and so he has a lot of experience in building engines and maintaining cars to a high level.
David Bailey coming home in 7th position, Jeff Barnes 8th. They are the 3rd and 4th best of the A36s.
With Urs Muller taking out the position 1 in the Twin Spark Cup.
Yeah, very well done to the veteran Urs Muller there. Aaron Lloyd home in position 11.
And Matthew has got past Rick McGoffin. He takes 2nd place. And I think Brad Wilson. Brad got Rick as well. So a good fight back from Brad Wilson.
And Ken McKay.
Ken McKay's come through in his beautiful little white Twin Spark.
And Shane McLaren rounding out the finishes. Just before I let you go, Richard, you talked about the Alfa Romeo Owners Club. I will say that having recently joined the BMW Drivers Club myself, I'm starting to appreciate the really important role that owners clubs take in bringing new people into motorsport, because it might start out as social drive days in your road car, then it will progress to track days and super sprints, and then into circuit racing. And it seems like the Alfa Romeo Club is very passionate about creating that pathway as well.
That's correct. I mean, the history of Alfa Romeo, of course, is racing. And when you look at the Alfa Club in New South Wales and Victoria, etc., very diverse. There's people that have never been to a racetrack. That's fine. They just have a love of their Alfa Romeo, and so they may do social drives. Today, we had, I think, nearly 70 cars in our parade lap, and then lined up on the grid. We had a drone taking footage. So that was an incredible event. With something like 90 to 100 people at lunch up in the suites here at Sydney Motorsport Park. So live and well, very diverse club, many different interests. One thing is common, and that is their love of the marque of Alfa Romeo, which is 115 years old this year.
We're looking forward to seeing Alfa Romeos on the track here, down at One Raceway and at other circuits around Australia throughout the remainder of 2025. Richard McGee, thanks very much for letting you jump out and bring Dan McCarthy back into the commentary box for the next race on the program. Cars are heading out onto the circuit right now to warm up for the MX5s and the MGs. Trackside here at Sydney Motorsport Park for the Sydney 300, presented by Viola Private Wealth.
Welcome back on the screens of Blendline TV. We have a couple of categories, a bit like the last one, combined together. And we have the MX5s and the MGs for something a little bit different. I'm Dan McCarthy, and joining me is somebody who knows the MGs really well. It's Elise Maynard. Elise, great to have you alongside me for this one.
No, thank you for having me. I'm really excited for this. Making my commentating debut. Let's see how I go.
Indeed, indeed. That should be a piece of cake. So we got the MX5s leading the way, and the 4 MGs that are making their way through, just as we can see on the screen at the tail of the field. It was a much bigger field when we started the day, but unfortunately a few have been whittled away.
Exactly, we've had a few drop off unfortunately along the way. We've had a head gasket, an engine, a gearbox, but hopefully they'll be running to run at a HSRCA meeting in a few weeks' time.
Absolutely. Here they come then to the grid. Pole position will be, well, there's a couple of herrings at the front of the field. It's B Herring that will start from pole. Brad Herring, and then alongside him will be Jet, who both of these two competing in the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300 in a couple of hours' time, and they're in their MX5 once again for this one. But we look for the lights as the final couple of cars come into position for this one. Should be an absolute cracker of a race. The MX5s always put on a show, and so as well do the MG. So look for both of the battle packs. They will go in separate groups, or they did earlier on today. I expect the same once again. So we'll wait the green flag at the back. There it is. And then we will get things underway with the MX5s at the front of the field. Brad Herring alongside Jet Herring, who's going to win on the run towards turn number 1. We're about to find out as they stall it further back down the field. Can't quite see which one that is, but up the front, the Herring is very, very equal jump, and it's the red machine that will lead them into the first corner. And that's Brad that holds on in the 21. Jet, though, going straight to the outside on the run towards turn number 2. The hairpin, bit of a rear brake chirp as he turned in there. Oh, and that's an even bigger one. Wow. Further back down the field, the 369 machine has looped it around. Too much rear brakes, and around she went. That's the 369 of Sarah Medley. So Sarah will have to get that back around the right way, and has done so with no issues there. So up at the front, it remains car number 21. It's Brad Herring ahead of the driver in second position. Just behind that, it's been a great three-way fight. Oh, the blue machine is slowing. The number 69 is slowing out of the turn. Tim Herring is pulling over to the side of the track. A problem there. There's been a couple of problems with that car so far today. That is not good news. Oh, bit of a reboot.
Here we
We're
go.
underway again. The MGs have got underway. You can see the top 3 have pulled away from car number 71. Here's a replay of what happened down towards turn number 2. Yeah, just too much rear brake lockup, and around the car went. There's no saving that one. That was a significant brake lockup on the run towards the second corner there. Fortunately, though, no harm done, and we've been able to stay under green flag, Elise.
We have. It looks like for the MG racing down the back, Lyle Moyes is doing well out in front. Just behind him, Braden Taylor. I'm sure he'll try and chase him down over the next lap or 2. He's been doing awesome today. Came from the back in race 1 all the way through to the front. Dave Bajan just behind him will also be chasing them down, and just behind, a little bit further behind, is Garth Seelig, who's doing awesome today.
I've watched both of the races so far. The racing has been absolutely awesome. There's been so many different race leaders and people fighting in that group.
Exactly.
There's only 3 now, but there's more earlier on, and there's changing positions almost corner after corner.
We had a really good group this morning. I think almost anyone in the top 5 in race 1 could have won it. Unfortunately, as we said, a few mechanical issues early on that meant a few dropped out in race 1 and race 2. I reckon if they were here tonight, we had a really, really, really good show.
Yeah, absolutely. Shame that we lost a few before we race under lights. But look at it further back. The 69 is now back up and running. Tim Herring and running well as they come back down the hill towards turn the 90-degree corners through the right and then back through to the left. Look at this pack. 6 of them, nose to tail, line astern, out of turn number 5. This is the 90-degree section of the track, but good overtaking opportunities as we're seeing proof of that pudding right here, right now, up the inside. Quite remarkable that car fell to the tail just a lap ago as a 61 runs wide and flicks sparks up into the air. That was pretty spectacular there. But I note that a couple of the MGs are on the tail of a couple of the MX5s there.
Looks like Braden Taylor's just chasing Lyle Moyes at the front. They're just catching the back of the MX5s. Hopefully they can get past those and they'll have a nice clear run out in front of them to have a bit of a race, which is nice. Dave Baden's just fallen a little bit further back, but I'm sure he'll try his best to catch that up.
Oh, it's tight here. 2 of people trying to give way, let the other one through. They've both gone through together in the end. The 57 ahead of the second, the 54 machine going through as well. So Ho is demoted down a position, and it's actually the 571 of Bautista that has moved through. They've changed positions a couple of times last time by, so it's back to the way it was as they go down the pit straight to complete lap number 2 of the race. Out in front, Brad Herring continues to lead from Lansley, but Fraser set the fastest lap of the race last time by and is actually now just taken second position. I can see Lansley falling down the timing as we focus on the MG battle.
Coming down the straight, looks like Lyle's still in front. He does have a little bit more horsepower. He's got that strength to get down the straight, but I'm sure Braden, he loves turn 2, will catch him up. We'll have a quick look here. Right on his tail, let's hope. There we go. See if he sticks it. Awesome job, Brado. Nicely done through turn 2, heading out to turn 3.
Cocking up a front wheel as well through there, such is the load. But yeah, really far back, really late under brakes, able to take it up the inside. That was a lovely move down there.
Yeah, he does love turn 2 there.
But great heads-up driving from both to see each other and leave each other ample racing room.
Absolutely. Beautiful racing by these two, very respectful always. The MG racing group is really good for that. We do have really respectful racing, always leaving gaps if we need to. Let's see if we can. No, won't quite catch up. Braden is really good through those corners. Unfortunately, Lyle is a little bit faster through the straights, which is great for him. Try and carry him round there.
So what you're saying is if Lyle can stay close, we might see a change in place
down
once
the
again.
straight, it might be a nice battle there.
Here we are then around the final sequence of corners. Oh, Lyle making a bit of a mistake there. I think pushing hard to try and stay within touching distance. Missed the apex, lost a couple of car lengths at least there. But is honing back in again as we head into the final couple of corners. Turn
Dave
number 10
Bajan's
and
not
11.
too far behind as well. Here, here comes Brado onto the straight. Looks like he's nice and far enough ahead that maybe Lyle won't be able to catch him.
Yeah, you posed the question, 8/10 as they enter the pit straight. Let's see before what it is as they get down towards turn number 1. We turn our attention though back to the MX5s because we've got some side-by-side racing action. The 85 looking up the inside. Room was given there, a bit like we saw in the MGs, and probably could have slotted the nose up the inside, and as a result is coming under threat from Ho directly behind. Down the hill once again, it's a bit hard to see with the lights over the brow of the hill who it is, but Ho slings it up the inside again. Lots and lots of racing room being given. Maybe a little bit too much because look at the ground that they've both lost in just a couple of corners to the car ahead. That's Silvestro in the 85, I think. It is, the car ahead of Lyle that's been able to pull away significantly as we see a switch once again. Back through, back up the inside and taking the positions. Got a couple of categories with either roofless or soft tops. The MGs not running roofs out there, and same in the MX5s as well. So pretty brisk evening as well.
It will be a little bit brisk. I think the MGs will enjoy the cold air, but I'm sure they're nice and rugged up in their suits and they'll be running on adrenaline, and they'll be pretty happy out there, I think.
Oh, I'm sure they will. Any time on a racetrack's a good time, isn't it?
Exactly, that's the way.
Talk me through the MG sort of calendar, what events you visit, etc.
We have an MG New South Wales group, which you're seeing here. We've also got an MG Racing Victoria, which also has a lot of events on the calendar. We see a few of our competitors, such as David Bajan, the Hots, sometimes run in the Victorian Series. In 3 weeks' time, we've got the HSRCA round here out at Sydney Motorsport Park, which will be great to see a whole bunch of our MG racing New South Wales and a few from Victoria coming up. We've got a few invited British cars that aren't MGs, such as Garth out here in his Dart, which is great to see.
Absolutely, yeah, that's one of the great things about the category, that it does open us up to British cars, not only MGs, and it really does produce a variety of cars and makes up the front of the field, and the racing goes in tow with that. So swing it through the track school machine. That's the 25 of Herrick, who's right behind Prolosis, who is the P-plater just ahead. So relative newcomer to MX5 competition, but doing pretty well at the moment inside the top 10. A field of 15 still with us in MX5s. We've lost a couple of those as well over the course of the day. And just looking further forward, the 69 is now recovered all the way up inside the top 5. So a great recovery, overtaking Lanham, who himself was inside the top 5 in the last race before an issue dropped him down the order late on in the race. But Herring has not been able to pull away out front. The margin less than a second now. Fraser, PB lap last time by 7/10 faster than the race leader. In the MGs, Taylor's leading the way at the moment.
Looks like he's pulled out a fair way. He might be trying to chase down some of those MX5s, have a bit of fun in the middle of the MX5 pack. What do you think?
Absolutely, yeah, not too far behind at all. Only 5 seconds, so let's have a look at their respective lap times last time by, or we'll have a look in the middle sector when they come on through. Oh yeah, just only around 3 or 4 seconds difference. So yeah, it's a very good performance considering the age of some of those MGs. Really,
yeah,
really
they do
fast.
really well. Really competitive car out here. I'm sure they would love giving the MX5s a run for their money, I reckon.
Power to weight ratio in the MGs, you know, we say they're old and maybe a bit underpowered, but power to weight ratio is still pretty good in by modern standards.
100%. I think it's an amazing little car, packs the punch. You don't expect it from them, but they get out there and they get it done really well.
You can see Fraser has closed in the midsection of this lap. Just as they get to the straights, a 21 is able to pull away. Brad Herring in the Herring Racing Heavy Smash towing sponsored machine, coming under pressure in the middle sector. But look again, the margin on that little straight. It's only a short shoot between turn 8 and turn number 9, but the margin is pulled. But again, closes back in once more. The gold wheels look good under lights.
I do think so. They shine nice out there.
I'd always say you can never go wrong with orange on a racing car, as they're going to approach the first of the MG lapped runners potentially in the next few moments.
It's looking like David Bajan's got himself ahead of Lyle Moyes and starting to pull away, and Brado's up in front of one of those MX5s, so he's caught the back of them. I'm sure he's happy to keep running further and further away.
Absolutely. The 69 machine, another Herring machine. Tim Herring has made his way now up into 3rd position, getting past Lansley there on pit straight just before the start-finish line. Only 5 seconds behind the race leader. Let's not forget, midway through lap 1, that car was stopped on the side of the road.
It was, but up and going again, which we're happy to see. Nice and running back up in the field.
Bit of a control, alt, delete, and away we go again.
Yeah, let's forget about that moment. How about that?
That's right. We do see that a bit with production cars. We'll see it, of course, in the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300 as well. In the next couple of hours, electronic issues are a thing with modern racing cars. Not such a problem with MGs. They're a bit more old-fashioned and more mechanical, shall we say, not so computer-orientated.
I think the computers are a little bit out of the stretch of the MGs, but mechanical problems are a little bit of an issue, but plenty of parts, some awesome mechanics. Looks like we've got an MX5 stopped on the side there.
Yeah, I saw him falling down the screen. That's Sam Ho falling down the timing and stopped on the side of the road. He was running comfortably inside
looks
the
like we've got a yellow
top
flag.
10. I think that's only there. I think that's only we see on the timing, just that sector. So we are able to remain under green flag around the rest of the circuit. So local yellows being waved there, which is good news and good thinking by the race officials. It allows us to continue under green, although I can see the checkered flag has been prepared and has gone the way of Herring in the number 21, Brad Herring, taking the win. So I think because the car was stopped, they've called the race a little bit early. Fraser in the end just 8/10 behind. And what about the 69? What a recovery from Tim Herring, back up into position number 3 ahead of Stephen Head, who will be out in the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300 very shortly. Lansley fell to 5th late on, as did Lanham, and then beyond that we had Spinks, Barney, Preliosis and Herrick. But we look for the first of the MG runners, who continues to mix it in and amongst the Mazda MX-5s.
He is. He's just following one down the back now. Hopefully he'll come up on the straight and he'll be nice and far ahead. Braden Taylor will come in first. Looks like we'll have David Bajan in second behind him. Lyle Moyes following him in third, and Garth down the back in fourth. I think Braden's done an awesome job today. 3 from 3, first in all 3 races, which is an amazing effort, especially coming from the back in race 1. Dave Bajan's done an awesome job today as well, pretty competitive in all 3 sessions.
But Taylor taking it to the MX-5s, takes a comfortable MG class victory. Look at the next MG. We can't even see it as he goes into turn number 1. The next couple of cars are just coming around the final corner now.
Here comes David Bajan just to finish off his race, with Lyle Moyes not too far behind him. Just coming down to take the checkered flag in just a moment here. Awesome weekend for MG racing, and I hope we can see some of these cars out in a few weeks' time. Anyone who's interested in MG racing, come down to the HSRCA event in 3 weeks, and we'd love to see you out here.
Well said, very well said, absolutely. Make sure you head down here to Sydney Motorsport Park. That was a good little race, particularly in the MX-5s, but the MG showed us a bit of racing as well, and there'll be plenty more MGs in the next couple of weeks. But it was a bit of a herring fest all weekend, or all day I should say, in the MX-5. In the end it goes the way of the 21, Brad Herring, in the final race, ahead of Fraser, and the 69 of Tim Herring rounding out the top 3. Set the fastest lap of the race on the final lap. Thanks very much, Elise, for joining me for that one.
Thank you so much for having me. I hope I didn't do too bad.
No, not too bad at all for your debut. We're going to take a quick break here on Blendline TV, and we'll be back on the other side of this with Legend Cars. Action-packed racing is what we come to expect in Legend Cars Australia. Good field as always this weekend, and they are racing now under lights, as you can see here at Sydney Motorsport Park. The sun's been setting over the last couple of support categories, but we are now very much under the floodlights here in Western Sydney. Dan McCarthy being joined once again by Lockie Mansell for this one. Lockie, it's a category that always delivers.
Indeed it is, and it certainly has so far this evening. Cody Brzezinski has won 2 out of the 2 races that we've had so far. Riding a wave of confidence is Cody after taking his first race victory in the V8 Super Ute category down at Symmons Plains last weekend. He slotted into the number 18 Legend car tonight. Joining him on the front row of the grid for this race will be Robert Hogan. And then we've got the very experienced Dylan Thomas starting out of 3rd on the grid, ahead of our reigning series champion for the Legend cars, Ryan Pring, in 4th. Then it's Aidan Williams out of position 5. Shane Tate in 6th, back to Scott Melville. Josh Benno out of 8th position. Riley Skinner and Scott Morgan completing at the top 10. Outside at the top 10, we've got Maverick Kemeniveri out of 11th. Asker Sendall in 12th position, back to Timothy Reid. Hardy Martin, Ben Goodridge, Jack Boynton, and then Blake Hayne, Robert Coulthard, Blake Simpson and Seth Morgan rounding out the top 10. John Holder in position 21, back to Matthew Bond. Jack Charles, who we saw overtaking multiple cars before a safety car restart in the previous race. He was penalised 30 seconds for that indiscretion and will start 23rd on the grid ahead of our non-finishers from race 2, Nathan Preddo, Chris Spicer and Jack Love.
Rolling starts in Legend Cars Australia, something a little bit different, something we haven't seen in any of the other categories so far. Of course, the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300 will also be a rolling start. So we go into 2x2 formation ahead of the start of this race. Oh, somebody doesn't know which side they're on. They're making a third middle lane themselves there, a little bit further back down the field, unsure which side to be on. Hopefully they'll sort that out before we go around the final couple of corners. How good does the reigning champs car look? A few green LED lights on the front and underneath the side skirts. That looks absolutely fantastic, doesn't it? Under the lights here in Sydney. It looks like the grey machine is slotted into 8th position. That's the car of Benno, I believe. So found his place and we are set to go green here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Race number 3 of Legend Cars here today. The lights are on. When they go out, we will be underway. Who's going to get the best jump of the white machines? Is it going to be Brzezinski or is it going to be Hogan? Two guys at the top of their game at the moment. Look at them jinking out a little bit further back. There's some smoke, a lot of smoke coming out of one Legend. But up the front, there's no such problems. It's an equal jump, but I think Hogan has got the better of the starts and is able to close the door just. I think there might have even been a bit of rubbing there towards turn number 1. Pring's going to dart out to the outside towards the second corner. And even Brzezinski having looked back up the inside and does so. So Hogan with a little bit of a running wide moment has allowed and opened the door for Brzezinski to reclaim the top spot, and Dylan Thomas trying to go around the outside of Pring as well.
And Shane Tate to the inside as they head down towards turn number 4. They're still side by side with that battle for third position, eventually resolving itself in favour of Ryan Pring. Shane Tate now coming up on the outside of Dylan Thomas as they head through turn number 5, and will carry the bit of momentum out of the corner. So Dylan Thomas getting relegated back a few spots, and he's going to find himself under some more pressure from Aidan Williams as well. So not an ideal start there for Dylan Thomas, who's been hung out to dry on this opening lap, but Cody Brzezinski doing what he did in the previous race. His pace on cold tyres so far today has been dynamite, and he's already opened up a substantial margin over his rivals.
Huge lock-up for Dylan Thomas. All 4 wheels, I think, locked up there. Runs wide at the hairpin as a result, and loses at least 1 position to Aidan Williams and may lose another here to the 300 machine of Benno. But they were side by side a little bit further forwards with the 147 moving through. Tate on Pring. Pring certainly not had things his own way like he has the last few rounds in this category. Sydney Motorsport Park, a bit of a leveller, and he's got a poor run onto pit straight as well. I think he might be losing more positions here. Aidan Williams up the inside towards the fast, notorious turn number 1. We've already seen why in the Excels. Williams has the door closed in his face, and that allows the 68 with the momentum to go around the outside, but he's too far to the outside. It's the former TA2 champ who has to take to the wet and muddy grass and falls to the back of the queue. Williams slides up the inside of Pring, but he's on the outside for the turn 3 kink. Who's going to emerge ahead as they come over the brow of the hill? The answer is Williams.
That was great car control from Dylan Thomas at turn number 1. He had both wheels off the edge of the racetrack, and he had to apply an armful of opposite lock to avoid sliding out into the gravel trap, that managed to gather it up without losing too much time or too many positions. And what we're seeing is a graphic illustration as well of just how powerful that slipstream is on the main straight. You really can get a big benefit by the tow from the car in front, helping you gain more top-end speed as you head down that long front straight. Cody Brzezinski continues to build his margin at the front. It's now out to a 2.5 seconds over Robert Hogan, who is just over a second ahead of third place Shane Tate, as we look at some more battles that are happening a little bit further back in the pack. Reid there battling it out with Hardy Martin, and Nathan Preddo, who started this race at the back of the grid after a DNF in race number 2, has already worked his way up into 14th position. So Preddo charging forward.
Yeah, very good spot there. I note Goodrich as well on the opening lap has come to a stop on the exit of turn number 8, so that's not good for somebody who's always in and around the front of this field. Not at the greatest day so far, and it's going to end even worse at the end of this one. Here we are, Benno looking up the inside of Pring and moves on through. Maybe those LED lights, Lockie, are a bit of added weight, slowing the car down potentially. It's always at the front, and the LED lights may be a bit of a bad omen for him.
They look cool though,
Oh,
and they certainly
do.
make the car stand out. I reckon that some Sydney 300 competitors will have similar LED lights that will make their cars stand out on the track, as that's Hardy Martin getting down the inside of the number 6 car there of Timothy Reid. So Reid's lost a couple of spots. Just up ahead of those two is Sendel.
Brzezinski has bolted 2.5 seconds up the road. That's unheard of in Legend Cars competition. You just can't do that. The slipstream, the toe, just means it's so hard to break away. And to pull a 2.5 second lead in 2 laps is something quite remarkable.
His fastest lap is a second quicker than anybody else on the racetrack at the moment. So Brzezinski with pace to burn. This is the battle between Asker Sendel, the number 55 car, holding off Nathan Preddo, who continues his charge forward. Once again, we see Ryan Pring on the defensive. This time it's Scott Melville who's tucked in behind him as they exit turn 8.
Well, already this sector he's fallen behind Dylan Thomas, so he is going backwards at a reasonably fast rate of knots, unfortunately, which is just not what we have become used to seeing. So Melville, the next person in his mirrors, and don't rule out Scott Morgan as well. He's in a red machine this weekend. Traditionally has run the plain white, but in the bright red machine this weekend. Here we are. Tate pulls out of the draft and moves up the inside of Hogan for second place into turn 1, but can he hold it? Hogan, you can see, trying to look to the inside already on the exit of the corner. Is he feinting a move? Well, he certainly made the 147 of Tate think about it and force the budget car to defend into turn 2. Such a great passing opportunity, that second hairpin, or the second corner, sorry, I should say.
Let's have a think about round results, because this is the final race of the weekend. Unsurprisingly, if positions stay as they are at the moment, Cody Brzezinski will win the round with a perfect score of 300 points, ahead of Robert Hogan on 279 and Dylan Thomas on 277. They will round out the podium if positions stay as they are. I say if positions stay as they are, which you and I both know, Dan, that's highly unlikely, given that we've still got 5 minutes remaining in this race.
And particularly unlikely seeing as Legend Cars Australia.
Yeah.
Class known for running 4, even 5 wide at certain tracks such as the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in South Australia. These guys don't mind a bit of wheel-to-wheel racing. We've already seen that in this one, so yeah, this can all change. Dylan Thomas dropped back a little bit, didn't he, when he ran 2 wheels or 4 wheels even through the grass on the outside of turn 1, but he's reset and he's retaliating up the inside of Benno into the turn 9 kink. You need to have heads-up driving from the driver ahead to see that move, because it's traditionally not a real overtaking opportunity unless you have all your car up the inside.
And Dylan Thomas, he got his ears boxed in the opening lap, but since then I think he's regathered his rhythm and he's now starting to punch out the sorts of lap times that we would expect. And look at this, they're all chasing each other across the racetrack on the main straight as they try and break one another's slipstream. Thomas to the inside, Benno looking around the outside, and Ryan Pring tucking in behind the two of them. Thomas manages to hold on to that position. And that's a key move there for Dylan Thomas, because by gaining that spot, he's earned himself another 2 points, and that would elevate him up to second position overall for the round.
Yes, good pickup once again, Lockie, as we see them swing it round turn 3. Such a European-style circuit, this one. Fast, flowing in nature. Yes, there's a couple of hairpins, but they are great overtaking opportunities, particularly turn number 2. But I said it in a race earlier on today, every corner on this circuit is an overtaking opportunity. You see passes everywhere around this track. Some better than others, let's not deny that. But this track is very rare in that you can overtake pretty much anywhere if you set the car up in front.
Especially in a category like Legend Cars, where the cars themselves don't take up a huge amount of physical space on the racetrack, and there are different lines that you can take through a lot of the constant radius corners that we have here at this venue. So overtaking opportunities in abundance for the legend cars. This battle for second place is still not over yet either, because Robert Hogan is staying right with Shane Tate. Less than 3 minutes remaining on the clock, so only a handful of laps remaining in this final race of the weekend for the Legend Cars Australia Series.
This is absolutely bonkers. Brzezinski's gaining half a second a sector at the moment.
And in fact, the checkered flag's out, so the race has been called at this point. Cody Brzezinski will take the race and the round ahead of Shane Tate. Robert Hogan third, back to Ada Williams in fourth position. Thomas fifth, Benno back to Ryan Pring in position 7, Scott Melville, Scott Morgan, Ryan Skinner making up the top 10. Riley Skinner, and then Nathan Preto worked his way from the back of the field up into 11th. Cody Brzezinski will be your overall round winner. Robert Hogan and Dylan Thomas end up tied on points, 279 points apiece. So I think the second place result will go the way of Robert Hogan by virtue of the count back of who finishes higher in the final race of the weekend. But a dominant performance for Cody Brzezinski in his guest appearance in the Legend Car Series.
I note there that it's saying the gap is only 1 second. It's just changed again. So I thought for a second he had a 5-second penalty, but it's changed back to 6.1. So something a little weird there in timing. But what a margin. 5 laps, Lockie, 6.1 seconds. You just don't see that in this category. All the rest, the next, how many are separated by 6 seconds? The next 8 cars separated by 6 seconds, and that's how much he won by. What a remarkable performance from Cody Brzezinski. Fastest lap of the race by half a second over Tate. A 1:46.2 plays a 1:46.7. But the number 18 driver in a league of his own in that one.
Indeed he was, and the Legend Cars will be back with the High-Tech Oils Super Series in a couple of weeks here at Sydney Motorsport Park. For the rest of the night, that's all endurance racing here at round number 3 of the Motor Racing Australia Series, because we've got the Hyundai Excels, their second race over 1 hour coming up shortly, and then we will get ourselves set for the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300, the race scheduled to start at 7:25 p.m. I'm going to jump out of the commentary box for this one, because you will have a guest commentator joining you, Dan, for the Excels. I'm going to go and catch up with our pit reporter, Dave Stilwell, and do some final bits of research for the Sydney 300. Look forward to joining you very soon here on Blendline TV. We'll grab a quick break in commentary. We'll be back with race 2 of the Excels very shortly.
So in the background, that's the 1 minute signal being issued to our Hyundai Excel field for the second of two Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup races. A standing start will be taking place just to my right, your left. And we've got David, our starter here, who is going to be busier than a one-armed paper hanger up here in the starter's box. He's got all the different flags that our volunteer motorsport officials use to communicate to the field. That's also where we'll show bad sportsmanship flags, any sort of penalties will be displayed to the field through here. David also has his control panel here where he'll start the race from, and we'll get to show you that shortly. But before we do, let's find out a little bit more about the man who the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup is named after.
Everybody loved Jeremy and his old man and his whole family. They have a great attitude, they're great racers, and it's really sad to see him not here with us today, Jeremy, of course.
Jeremy was always had a smile on his face, always, willing to help everyone, and at the end of the day, we're just here to, run around, have a bit of fun, remembrance for Jeremy.
Jeremy was one of our first real friends on the track. I'm pretty sure Preston would say the same. So
Jeremy was such a great bloke and a real good competitor, real close competitor for me and Lockie for a lot of years. And yeah, just a nice kid, always willing to help out. And yeah, just an all-round great bloke.
Jeremy, yeah, we shared the racetrack a lot together. We also, hung out a lot. So he was an awesome bloke and just always smiling. So yeah, it's good to race for him.
He was a great bloke, absolute legend. Drove the wheels off that 1111, and it's just good to be here this weekend and just pay homage to a young fella that was an absolute legend, and hopefully with Mon we can be up the front and see if we can take this thing out just for Jezza.
Such a loved member of the New South Wales Hyundai Excel community was Jeremy, and we raced with heavy hearts once again this year, having passed away just over 12 months ago. So many of his good mates have come back into the series this weekend, and we can see the cars coming to the grid now. As we see them coming up onto the grid. I think Dave's actually in the starters tower.
So this is where we see the front row left vacant in memory of their departed friend. What a great tribute from the Hyundai Excel community. We've got David on the starters box ready to give us the start, and we'll hand over to you guys to commentate what will be an epic 1 hour conclusion to the Hyundai Excel racing this day.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely. Leaving the front row vacant in honour of Jeremy, and we're about to go racing in honour of him. 5-second board is displayed. The lights are about to go out, and they have equal jump on the front row. Great images provided to us from the starting gantry. A change straight away, though, for position number 3. Straight away, that's the 490 machine of Jones straight up there, but side by side around turn 1. Monique Shibaris and is that Adam Roberts? No, that's Bruce alongside down towards turn 1. The 25, what a start from Colin Breiter all the way around the outside. Thank you very much from well down the field. 5th position up to 1st by the 2nd corner. That was a fantastic move around the outside. I'm Dan McCarthy, Todd Ford alongside me. What a start.
Another fantastic Excel start. Excel's in prime time, Dan, so we'd love this nighttime action.
Yes, certainly do. Side by side down towards turn 4. That corner really does fall away from you. It's Bruce behind the wheel alongside another fast starter, Billy Britton, who is right up the pointy end in the first segment of the race earlier on today. So those two back up towards the pointy end once again. Shibaris has fallen down to 4th position, Jones 5th, and then Harradine in position number 6 as they rise over Corporate Hill. The fast left-hander as the road continues to decline down towards and through the turn 8 hairpin for the first time of asking. Colin Breiter has pulled out a half-second margin already on Bruce. Look at that. That's a good couple of car lengths. The next two, nose to tail, Bruce and Britton. And then a little bit of a gap back to Monique Shibaris, Hyridine and Wayne Jones, as well as, look at that, the 115 machine of Roberts as well, who's looking up the inside into the final corner. Oh, there's a little bit of panel rubbing there. Jones is forced to make way and open up the steering wheel to let the fast-starting Roberts up the inside.
Adam will be on a mission here. He was due to start out a second position, but I believe word in the paddock was a technical infringement, so that's why we saw Adam start from the rear of the grid.
That's what threw me as well at the start of the race, because he was written as second on time, and I'm thinking that's not a blue machine down towards turn 2. That was the reason then, as Britain makes up a place there, up into second position, but a bit of a lock-up to follow suit. Shibaris is, dearie me, we've lost a wheel. And it's gone around spectacularly down at turn number 1. It's the number 5 machine of Martin, who missed race number 1. A lot of work to get that car back out, but unfortunately it's ended after just 4 kilometres of racing. That was a big, big moment.
Just as I was about to bring you all up to speed, a non-starter unfortunately just missed getting out for race 1 after suffering brake problems in qualifying. So I fear maybe wheel nut issue in finishing that repair to race out for race 1 has caused the trouble there.
That's a real shame. And we have gone to safety car as a result of that. No surprises there at all. That car stuck in the gravel trap and with no forward motion. Just 3 wheels on his wagon, or in this case 3 wheels on his Excel. But that's a real shame. A lot of hours work gone into get that car back out, and for it to come unstuck the way it did is not good news. But we saw earlier on, didn't we, Williams went through the gravel trap sideways and dug into the ground, and we had a slow rollover in the race earlier on today. Very lucky Martin not to have the same.
Exactly, I guess, it's slowing at a greater rate, I guess, the benefit of maybe losing a wheel. But, we feel for Nathan, obviously not getting to race earlier today, and just starting out into his, I guess, mature back return to racing. And it's been great to have him join us for the first couple of rounds of the series, but a shame for today. Our other non-starter from race 1, Connor Cooper, it's great to see him out there. Again, one of our very front-running trophy competitors, so he'll quickly make his way through the field as we see Martin's car there being recovered, which might take a little bit of time. A couple of other instances from race 1 as we see the replay.
Yeah, look to the back of the screen. You just see it entering backwards, as it appears to me that the wheel went just as he turned into the apex of the corner, and it flicked the car immediately around 180 degrees. So as soon as he put any load into that rear wheel, that's when the tyre decided to part company. That was a fast spin down there. What speed are you doing in an Excel?
I could be doing up to 170 kilometres per hour if you get the right run onto the straight. So obviously we're small capacity cars, obviously our little Excel, front wheel drive Excels, but certainly generate and carry that speed through that corner. That's the key. There's no braking involved in turn 1 for an Excel. It's, again, for these fast drivers, it's flat throttle through that turn 1.
Let's talk people through who may not have seen race number 1 earlier on today. This is an Excel race, but it's an enduro. Many drivers electing to have a co-driver. You don't have to. There's some single drivers, but a majority of the field have taken on a co-driver. Pit window opens at the 15-minute mark and closes with 15 minutes to go. So that gives drivers a half-an-hour window in which they have to complete a 3-minute compulsory pit stop. Now, the pit stop time commences when they enter the pit lane and finishes when they exit the pit lane. So they have a 3 minutes, 180-second time that they have to be inside the pit lane. And Dave, I think you're down there with an update.
I am, guys. Thanks for the opportunity to showcase some of the technology that's going to be in use for this evening's Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. Of course, anytime any of the cars stop during the 300-kilometre race to take on fuel, whether it's a CPS or not, they do have to take a minimum of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And, of course, all the cars have to complete at least one 5-minute compulsory pit stop. there's a lot of freedom within the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300 regulations as far as refueling is concerned. Some teams are running, if I just exit into shot here, some teams are running the full Siamese dry brake couplings like you see here. So this is about 180, 200 litres of fuel suspended up to just over 2 metres of height. Plenty of gravity, feeds down through a feed tube, through a Siamese coupling, into the cars that are set up like you might have seen at the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. One of the more simpler versions of the refueling apparatus we see being fueled up here in pit lane. Of course, all the proper fireproof gear on as they fill up their rotary pump. They've actually got a hand-operated rotary pump here into a 50 or 60 litre fuel drum with a normal hand pump nozzle with a trigger on it that goes into the normal fuel door like we'd normally see at your local everyday fuel service station. There's a couple of other refueling apparatus we've seen up and down the lane. You can also run a barrel right up to the back end of the car, plug in via dry brake couplings and put it in directly via the pump. That's one of the things that we really appreciate about the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300 is the variety of cars, but also the variety of technical solutions. The challenge of getting a car from the start of the race all the way to the end of lap 77 and completing all those compulsory pit stop, not only in a quick time, but also as safely and as effectively as possible. And we'll bring you more updates from the lane as this race continues.
Thanks very much, Dave. The update on the racetrack is that the Hyundai is on the back of the tilt tray, which would not be too easy seeing it's got 3 wheels, but they have done so. And is the back of the car a little bit damaged, or have they just put a body panel in the boot, I think?
Yeah, I think maybe when the wheel parted ways with the car, it might have ripped at the rear bumper bar a bit, I think. So should be fairly superficial damage, but obviously would have given Nathan a hell of a fright.
It certainly would have. So yeah, that's what has happened there. I did see that it was a bit loose, so I think they've just ripped it off and put it in the back of the car. So here we are then, underneath the control of the Hyundai safety car, the electric Hyundai safety car, we must add. Out at the front of the field is Tim Colombrita. Now, last year, led the race early on. A badly timed safety car meant that unfortunately fell towards the tail of the field, and was really playing catch-up from there across the race of the weekend. And we saw a similar thing again in race number 1, didn't we? We did the pit stop sequence. It was right at the front, but just didn't have the pit stop go the right way and got jumped by many, many cars. So this car has potential to win the race, but is yet to win a race in the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup.
Yeah, and a couple of fancy runners together with them that are in the same boat. So yeah, the leaders, as we sort of alluded to before it happened in race 1, those leaders need to cross that line after 15 minutes before the pit lane opens. So yeah, we had some really savvy crews in pit lane that alerted. We saw the Scott Ford Reese Harradine car take full advantage of that, most advantage, followed by, we see Matthew Hansford-Taylor there, another car that took advantage to get in. Others a little bit unsure, that extra lap, and that really cost them in track position.
Yeah, absolutely. Cars weaving as they come down pit straight, all of them anyway, except for Colombrita, who's continuing to stay on the racing line. But beyond that, Billy Britton was another fast starter. Both of those two coming from outside the front 2 rows to make their way to the pointy end of the field. Bruce is in 3rd ahead of Monique Shibaris. Of course, racing for Jeremy Hodges, but herself, Monique, she's got her father on the bonnet of the car.
She does, yeah. We very sadly lost Brian Skibaris last year as well. A stalwart of the series, a legend, you can safely say, of Series X3 New South Wales. Masters champion, Club Spirit Award winner multiple times, and now we named that award annually in Brian's honour. And as you said, Monique, in a freshly liveried car, carries a very beautiful tribute to both the father and Jeremy as well on the bonnet of that car.
Yeah, absolutely. And we must say as well, a 3-time winner. She won both races last year alongside Will Longmore, and she won the race earlier on today alongside Will once again. Will, an absolute gun peddler in his own right. Monique, she's always in and around the top 5, top 3, even taking race victories and round victories. So she's a real front runner in her own right. Add in Will Longmore, a 4-time champion in the trophy class, as well as racing now in Toyota 86 competition and doing a very good job of it, we may add, as well.
Yeah,
it's a fantastic combination, those two.
It is, yeah. We'll certainly we claim him as Series X3 New South Wales' own. Although, as you said, moved on to and doing great things in the scholarship series of Toyota 86. But yeah, Monique was on the podium for the championship last year. Continues to fight on and race in her dad's memory and do a tremendous job of it. So again, and they seem untouchable in this format of racing. We only do this endurance style, a 1 hour endurance type racing twice a year. We'll do the same again at one raceway in November, but obviously this particular race, the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup, holds the most special place in our calendar. But a nice opportunity. We don't race too often under lights, so nice prime time again as a lead into the Sydney 300 is a spectacular vibe and opportunity for the drivers.
Yeah, there's racing in Excel in Victoria and in Queensland this weekend, but the fact that we've got so many here this weekend shows how much it means to race for the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup.
Particularly in that quality field, as you said, Will Longmore, Preston Bruce come back, a contemporary and a good friend of Jeremy. Unfortunately, we won't see Max Gagan on track, Super 2 Supercars driver, because unfortunately he was scheduled to co-drive with Shannon Williams, who had that accident and wasn't able to return for race 2. But yeah, the quality is outstanding.
Absolutely. Here we go then. We're about to go back to green flag, and we are just 2 minutes away from the pit window opening. So are we going to see some pit stops next lap by? We could very well see that occurring. We're about to go racing though. Colin Breiter's leaving it as late as possible. He doesn't want to give any slipstream to those cars behind on the run towards turn number 1. When's he going to go? Is he going to leave it right to the line, or is he going to try and catch them out and go a little bit earlier? Headlights are ablaze from Billy Britton behind. He is signalling his intent, and here we go. Just before they get to the line, a very nice restart from Colin Breiter, and also from the 132 is already snuck past Monique, and she might lose another one as well as Harradine looks up the inside, Roberts looks up the inside on the run towards the first corner and has got through as well. So Monique caught off guard there.
That's his pace we expected to see from Reece Harradine in race 1. He's certainly got that car sorted for race 2. So Adam Roberts, a different challenge again. One of our front runners that had to start from the rear field, already up to 6th position.
Monique's now fallen behind Jones as well. So I hope there's no issue with that car. We haven't put the mockers on her, but she's dropped back 3 positions already in the first couple of corners. Actually, it's the 191, of Cooper, who's made his way past Jones and Shibaris on the opening couple of corners. 2 white machines, they're getting them modelled up there, but it is definitely the 191. Brilliant restart from Cooper, who, let's not forget, has not driven the car since qualifying.
Yeah, Connor's tremendous talent, doing very well in our sprint series, fighting it out with Billy. Ace Buckley from Victoria as well has joined us for this year's championship. So he's a very fast driver that we expect to see at the front. But I sort of feel Monique's playing. She's a very sensible racer, very fast, but also great head on her shoulders. And she knows she's got Will Longmore up her sleeve for the second part of the race. So she'll be staying clean, staying amongst the fight, and putting that car in the best possible position for Will to bring it home.
Absolutely. We can see the little track map showing just how close everybody is on this safety car restart. The 15 minutes has elapsed. So I believe that the pit window is open. Is anybody going to take it on the first lap here? Who's going to dart to the pit lane? Is anybody going to dart to the pit lane? Nope, it doesn't look like anybody at the front anyway. They're going to continue to go around for another lap at least.
Yeah, I think we've got some pretty prime drivers, I think, in the field at the moment. Tim Colin-Brett, although under pressure here from Billy Britton to the outside. And that's a brave move.
No! Losing the rear end on the dirty stuff. Could save. Has he?
Tremendous.
No, we're continuing all the way down the straight. Has caught it. What a save. That was the biggest moment I've seen in Excel in quite some time. Yes, he's lost a handful of places, but how he gathered that up is well beyond me. What a save.
Tremendous car control from Billy Britton. I was calling it as a brave move around the outside of turn 1, and that it certainly is, as he looks to regain one spot. But he'll get his head, I guess, back together to get his head down and challenge those front runners again. But tremendous car control to save that. I tend to agree, Dan, that probably the most frantic Excel action I've seen without making contact in our series.
He was at a 45-degree angle or beyond at one point there, and to bring that back facing in the right direction was the catch of the year. Here's a replay of it, everybody. In towards turn number 1, around the outside. Oh my goodness, he made contact with the leader as well. Incredible. That was well beyond 45-degree angle. They say in Excels and front-wheel drive, if in doubt, power out. And he very much did that. Incredible. And he's still in 4th.
Unbelievable. I was just going to add, I said that's the anti-intuitive thing, I guess, that I'm sure many of you could appreciate, that you do have to keep your foot into it and just try to gain that car under control. You step off the accelerator and you're round and round and round.
I can't quite believe what we just saw. That was incredible. But we continue on, and we're going to see the first of the pit stops here about to take place. It's the blue machine of Roberts that's coming in first, and followed behind by Monique Shibaris as well. So they're the first two to come in from 5th and 7th respectively. But going back to the moment here, 1 lap ago, around the outside at turn 1, in the dirty stuff, it's certainly not clean out there. You don't see cars run side by side, and I think that was the contributing factor.
Yeah, obviously you'll see a lot of overtaking on moving to the inside of turn 1, obviously, which, as we see that...
we're going to see it one more time from a different angle. Here we go then, around the outside.
You'll see the right, yeah.
And contact in the right rear of the race leader, and there was a save all the way down towards turn 2. Other cars having to take evasive action.
Yeah, very lucky for Reece Harradine not to make contact there, but as we said, you could see that lock on the wheel, and again, Billy would still be with all that energy going through. Again, we're talking speeds there, over 150, 160 kilometres per hour on that exit of turn 1, so that's quite amazing. As I thought, Will Longmore was getting in the car quite quickly for Monique. And Adam Roberts, not unsurprising as well. The solo drivers obviously have, I guess, a bit more flexibility.
We're just hearing reports from some of the cameramen around the racetrack that it is beginning to rain. We spoke about this potentially being an issue in the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300 later on today. We did not expect that it could potentially play a factor in this one. How heavy is the rain? It's always hard to tell at night, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Great facility, obviously, with the lights here, but that's where the rain and the amount of rain gets a bit tricky for the drivers already, obviously, well into their race. Obviously, they'll have a lot of tyre temperature, but it might just mean they just 1 or 2 hold off a little longer for their pit stop. There's not much, obviously, they can do in 3 minutes, but they can adjust tyre pressures that may just help a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the first time we've seen green flag pit stops today. All of them in the race earlier on were completed under yellow flags, and that meant that when they pitted, they would re-emerge still on the lead lap. That's not going to be the case here in this one. As we green, the 2 that are in the lane have only been in for 2 minutes, and they've already gone down a lap. So this could play a factor, as up the inside comes young Cooper on Harradine. Up inside, is there racing room just about and ahead? Look, somebody running wide, and I can see as well for the first time some grooves, some wet grooves there through turn number 2, so it's certainly coming down. Let's look at the lap times. They're similar-ish to what they were doing earlier on when it was dry, so I think at the moment it's just a sprinkling at certain corners.
Yeah, we're probably only a second or 2 off so far, but we'll keep an eye on that as it progresses. But that certainly contributes to that movement. We see the wipers activating now on the leader, so he's obviously the guinea pig, if you like. Obviously extreme talent and experience with Tim Collenbretta, so no doubt he'll go through it fine, but obviously finding the limit before anyone else.
Billy Britton in the black machine, the one that we saw make the save of the season. I'm calling it already. I know it's only May, but I don't think we'll see anything better than that. Has lost a bit of time on this lap, was a bit wide at turn 2, but it even can catch out the rain. The best in the business. He was second in the trophy category last year, but in these conditions, he doesn't really have a reference point. Bruce is that bit too far down the road, and it means that he's being the pioneer to those behind who are gaining corner after corner, seeing how he's taking it, and as a result are closing in. Lights ablaze around the final couple of corners, Our two have emerged out of the lane. Both Will Longmore now behind the wheel of the Monique Shibarus machine, and Roberts as well. Notably, those two have changed around. The 68 is now ahead of the 115.
And we'll see how heavy that rain does get if they start to change their line from a traditional racing line. That'll be a guide, and obviously make overtaking a little bit more difficult.
No, that's the race leader off the road. It just shows how wet it is down there at turn number 1. That margin of 3.5 seconds is going to be eradicated. We can see it's almost completely gone, and that first sector to me looks particularly wet. So the margin has come down. We'll see the margin as they go over the brow of the hill at the end of the first sector. Was 3.2 seconds, now 1.1. 2.1 seconds has gone in the blink of an eyelid.
And that'll give Bruce a little bit of extra motivation. Again, lots and lots of experience in Excels. Tim, we don't see as regularly. So again, as we said earlier, the guinea pig in these situations, and obviously that has unfortunately brought him undone there. But he maintains that lead, just the strength of the pace of that car.
Yeah, absolutely. But did well to keep it facing in the right direction. We commented earlier how wet, muddy and damp it is off the racetrack, and when you go off at speeds with any sort of steering lock in wet conditions like that, it's hard to keep it facing in the right direction.
Exactly, and then unsure of the tyre condition getting back on, so to actually re-enter the circuit and maintain that lead was a great effort from Tim.
The eagle-eyed viewers may have spotted that Billy Britton came into the pits at the end of the last lap. That's why the black machine is missing from third position in the shot, and also as well Hansford Taylor has come in as well, so two cars in the lane. For those joining us for the first time today, the yellow or the gold numbered cars on the side of the screen are the trophy class cars. The blue ones are for Masters, the over 45 class, the elderly statesman of the series, shall we politely say.
We do politely say it often. And again, this for this endurance, it's great to see some of our Masters, traditionally racing obviously in Sprint Series on their own, teaming up with some of our trophy drivers. So whilst that makes them ineligible for the Masters category today, it's great that they're fighting for outright honours and combining with some of our younger drivers.
I think these four are definitely getting closer and closer. Let's look. Colin Breiter obviously made the mistake last lap. 2:01.3 behind. A 1:58.9 for Bruce. A 1:58.9 as well for Harradine, and Cooper about half a second slower that time by, but as we can see through turn 3, right back on the tail of Harradine once again, certainly closer than the second it was as they crossed the line last time by. So this is already turning into a fascinating affair. A quartet of cars, nose to tail at the front. But let's not forget the black machine in the lane at the moment was also in contention as well. But I saw some shrugged shoulders down there. It's because he's got 5 seconds and he won't be out. It's a minimum time of 3 minutes, and that car should have been well down the lane to make it out at around 3 minutes 1 or 2. Oh no, just coming out now, 3 minutes 3. So hasn't lost too much time actually there.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a hold up or concern with the tyres maybe after that. That's significant. It is possible to flat spot these tyres like any race tyre. So maybe after that enormous moment that there's maybe something extra they wanted to check.
Enormous moments is understatement of the decade, I think, as Hansford Taylor also heads out onto the track. 3 minutes 8 in the lane, so 8 seconds lost there. But you don't want to go under it. It's better to be 2 seconds that side than 2 seconds or 8 seconds the other side. You get a 5-lap penalty if you are underneath the mandatory minimum pit stop time.
Yeah, it's certainly not worth even being close because that's obviously day over with 5-lap penalty. I was just noticing the Marwick car, obviously in the spirit of our first night race this season, with a bit of neon or LED below the car, getting in the night spirit. So it's good to see.
I was going to say that. We saw Ryan Pring in the Legend cars earlier on, just before this, had the green LEDs going. We've got a bit of blue LEDs out there now.
There's a couple more cars make their pit stops. So that's again John Marwick, and it looks like Gary Hodges as well, making their way into pit lane.
Marwick was going to share the car, wasn't he, with somebody in a late change?
That's right, yes. He was actually due to share with Dion Scott, who's gone solo now, another one of our front-running Masters drivers. So he's currently in position 9. And another driver, Nick huff in John's car, but he was unable to race at the last minute, so John's taken back his car. And great to see both cars still out there for today.
Closing in for the lead. I think Colin Breiter's confidence was knocked, because since Colin Breiter's rejoined the track after the Turn 1 excursion, the margin has closed in and continued to close in, almost sector upon sector even. Colin Breiter a couple of tenths faster, or not even 1 tenth faster in the middle sector, but general rule is at the moment Bruce is closing in behind. Harradine's fallen a little bit further back now, 3.7 seconds in arrears, but not too far back, and same with Cooper as well. 5 seconds off the race lead. We've seen already that 3 or 4 seconds can easily be lost in this pit stop sequence, so all of those are very much in contention and could emerge out in front. Scott has also come into the lane, car number 49, Dion Scott, so both Scott and Marwick as well as Drain in the lane. Look at the rain now.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's very hard to judge the weather. Will Longmore actually did a 1:58.5 in the last lap. So I was about to say that conditions can't be too bad. Obviously only a few seconds off the pace, but now that rain is coming down.
It certainly is lashing down at the middle sector anyway. Of that we can tell you, we can report that to you. But as we said, it's a bit hard to tell under lights, isn't it, around here? That was timid through there. That was definitely a lot more timid through turns 1 and 2. And we can hear a big lockup, and it's the 64 machine who's running far too deep. The rain is increasing. Look at the wheel marks. We can see it now. The rain is lashing down here at Sydney Motorsport Park. This race at the halfway point is flipping on its head. Who's going to be the bravest of the drivers in these conditions? The 191 looks pretty confident. Cooper has ranged in, honed in on the back of Harradine out there and is applying the blowtorch, looking left, looking right, and based on, we've got another sideways moment. Good catch again. This time it's the Harradine 132 has to take to the runoff road on the outside of turn number 5. That was a pretty lucky escape there considering, but has relinquished the position to Cooper. So the youngster up into the top 3 now, but let's not forget a couple of the front runners have already pitted. We're going to find out in the next 15 minutes how this is all going to play out, but it's changing almost by the corner.
Yeah, I was going to say Connor doesn't lack any confidence in the rain. He's dominated here previously in our sprint events when we've had wet weather, so even with an underpowered or older car, but now he's full up and running with a newer car, and again showing tremendous pace. But yeah, he's one to watch in the wet conditions. So we probably now start to see some different lines through corners as it gets quite wet. Obviously, particularly in XLs, but generally in racing, you'll stay off the traditional racing lines. You see they're wider of a traditional apex there. As you stay off that sort of greasy where the rubber marks are, it gets quite greasy in the wet. So you'll start to see them take different lines now. It's quite wet.
As the race leaders come across the line, the lead margin is just 3/4 of a second, and they are now well in the 2-minute lap times. 2-minute 2.8 for Bruce, a 2-minute 3.1 for the race leader, so they are well off the times now that they were doing in dry conditions. The windscreen wipers continue to wave their arms around the screen, and a little bit of a correction mid-corner there for Colin Breiter. They are treading carefully. These conditions are treacherous. Let's talk about the tyres for the XLs. They don't have slicks and wets necessarily. They're sort of all-weather tyres, aren't they?
Correct, yeah, like a semi-slick tyre. So a Dunlop Dureza tyre, same type of tyre they have on the 286 control tyre as well. So a great all-weather tyre. But again, these cars, they're all control suspension components, but obviously there is different elements of settings and tyre pressures that they can be made for dry or wet condition. But of course these drivers started a dry race with no real expectation of wet weather, so obviously unable to make those particularly that have already stopped any significant change to the car. So makes them that little bit more tricky to drive in wet conditions, because obviously you normally set them up very stiff in the rear. You want lots of turn in the dry, so those cars turn the corner as best they can, but add wet weather and they turn a bit too easily.
What do they say? If you want action, just add water. And we were already having plenty of action before the rain came thundering down here west of Sydney. But certainly to me, Cooper looking very comfortable out there, taking the go-kart wet line running wide around most of the corners. You can see a few cars spinning on the infield. Don't worry, they're not on the racetrack. We do have the little skid pan, don't we, in the middle of the circuit. So that was why you were seeing headlights spin around and around. Don't let that distract you from the racing action if you do see it from that camera angle. But yeah, what I was saying, yeah, Cooper looking really comfortable in these conditions. He is quickly catching, I think, Bruce. We'll see, though. I think he's lost a bit of time in the final sector, just as I was giving him a little bit of a wrap. At 2:06 now. They're continuing to get slower and slower. This is 3 seconds slower than what they were last lap, so conditions are deteriorating. Look at the constant corrections and wheel work from young Cooper in the Autobahn Carenbar sponsored Hyundai Excel, having to really work the wheel through there. And now I think the 132 of Harradine has seen what Cooper's done ahead, and now he is having a go at the conventional go-kart wet weather lines.
Exactly. You quickly find that's a much quicker way round when it is properly wet like it is now.
You down there in the lane, Dave?
Actually, here near the race, Race Fuels fuel compound, where the Clark Motorsport safety team has deposited the number 5 Hyundai Excel of Nathaniel Martin. I just thought I'd take a moment just to show just how basic some of the rear end of this car is, but just how much stuff can get damaged when you lose a wheel like that. It's actually torn away the entirety of the rear drum, and it's damaged the wheel cylinder here, which is why it's leaking hydraulic fluid down here on the ground. But just look how much debris has got caught up underneath the car here. Just shows just how hard the Hyundai Excel racers are pushing, trying to win that Jeremy Hodges Cup.
Oh, thanks for that, Dave. Yeah, that's pretty spectacular, isn't it? And it shows the ferocity at which the car left the circuit to do pretty significant damage under there.
Yeah, it's taken that whole rear hub assembly off the rear of the car there. So, yeah, significant damage. Obviously not too much Nathan could do in that situation, but thankfully he's okay, and that car is quite easily repairable.
Absolutely. Look at how timid they are now. Down into turn number 2, visibly, notably slower around there. These guys using the more conventional dry racing line. We're looking at car number 28 out there. That's Marwick behind the wheel. John Marwick in the TPS Motorsports and Auto Parts Central car, heading down the hill. As we said, we commented on those blue LEDs. They look fantastic under the lights here. We've got both the side panels, and I think there's a little one underneath the rear as well.
It's lighting up the whole, like an under tray of the car. It looks great. So great to be in the spirit of the race tonight. And again, this opportunity for the guys and girls to race under lights and have an endurance event.
Neve has come into the lane now, so that's the latest pit stopper. Has been in for nearly 3 minutes, so won't be too long until it's back out onto the circuit. A note of interest in this race, they seem to just go until as long as possible. I think because it's green, you might as well stay out there, and if there's a safety car, that's the opportune time to come in. If you pit under green and then there's a safety car in 5 minutes, you'll be absolutely slaughtered in the field. I think that's the logic behind it.
Yeah, definitely, particularly in these conditions. Obviously a little bit more likely for something an incident to occur. So strong drivers in the car, leaving those cars until maybe the last possible opportunity. A lot easier for the single driver cars. We see Conor Cooper, I guess, has that advantage, so to speak. But again, these front two will be trying to maximise that effort. And I think it's now our top 5 cars now, the only ones that haven't stopped.
Into turn 2, they're well now into the mid 2-minute time, so they're continuing to fall away. It's 16 and the 115 that we're looking at. These two are around about 2nd or 3rd position of the pit stoppers. We'll just see there. I think they'll move ahead of Neve, and they do, who's just exited the lane. So Will Longmore's the first of those that has made the compulsory pit stop. And then it is these two on the screen. It's now Patterson behind the wheel of the 16 car, and with Roberts right on the tail. So where are they going to come out? Well, we'll get a good indication because Bruce has just entered the lane from second position in the motor race, who was just ahead of these two on the road. So in 3 minutes time, we're going to get the answers.
Yeah, definitely be great to see the early versus the late stoppers here, but looking at their position on the track, I think they may be well in front.
Through they go, down towards the hairpin.
See them taking that line much wider through the hairpin than they normally would.
Yeah, good pick up there. Yeah, normally they run quite a shallow line into the hairpin. Because it's such a long hairpin, they run a shallow line and then use all the road on the exit.
Yeah, lots of road
corner.
on the exit. So yeah, and then the run, and to have that line on the outside moving through this complex here. It actually gets very tricky through that turn 9, 10 in the wet, because you obviously a change of direction as that curve of a corner, but then you're braking for the last complex. So very easy to lose the rear of the car there in the wet. Nothing. As we see Adam Roberts go wide onto the straight, that'll slow him down, of course, and he might take that opportunity, it looks like, for a pit stop.
No, I think I heard something fail on the car as it dropped off the side of the road and he got on the power. I heard something break in the drive line. So I think,
of course, he's already stopped as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it spun the wheels up, and on the wet grass, and as a result, the increased revs, something snapped there in the drive shaft. I just heard it in my ears.
Well
so straight into the lane as a result. No drive, coasts back in. So I think that will be race done for Roberts. I don't see them repairing that in 22 minutes.
Yeah, it's a shame. Adam was doing so well in that race, coming from the rear of the field, as we saw. Still waiting on our front drivers to stop. We still have about 7 minutes of time before the pit window closes, so I'm sure their crews will be closely monitoring that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, not too long to go. Bruce, where will he emerge? That is the question. We'll be in for another around about 50 seconds, so keep an eye on the map on your screen. In the top right corner, we expect around about Will Longmore, or somewhere in between the 68 and the number 16 on the timing. So Will Longmore or Patterson. And I heard another little lock-up down there into turn 2. And I'm not sure which one it was. I think it was the car ahead. So I think it was the Cooper car, who has been so good in these conditions. He's pulled away from Harradine at a vast rate of knots.
You can just see what the different almost driving on a different track in these conditions. Like we saw Harradine there having to apply the brakes into turn 3 that you'd normally be flat into the throttle, and obviously the different lines we spoke about as well. Just changes the whole way you go about taking a lap in different conditions.
Through then comes the number 16 machine. Well, wasn't it a moment earlier on for Patterson's co-driver, Billy Britton? But the ACT AutoWorks car, despite that, is looking relatively clean and panel beaten free, which is very good news. Here we are then. Bruce has rejoined the racing circuit and is rejoined just behind the 68 car. Look at them around turns 2 and 3 on the map. They are nose to tail, and there we can see that Heffron now behind the wheel has slotted in just behind Will Longmore, who in clear air by himself has set great lap times in these wet weather conditions and has really brought himself right into race winning contention.
Yeah, we certainly expect that from Will. It'd be great to see Caleb have his turn. Obviously, his co-driver, Preston Bruce, brought home the car in race 1 with great effect to a podium position. So Caleb, again, as we've touched on, another 86 Scholarship Series competitor together with Will Longmore. So he'll be relishing these opportunities, both to be racing against Will back in their Excels.
Lap times have come back down a little bit again. We're back into the low 2 minutes. Not what we were pre-rain in the low 57s, or in the case of Tim Colombreza, a high 56, but we're heading back in the right direction. So the rain seems to have dispersed a little bit anyway at this point in time. And our race leader is in. Colombreza has come into the lane, and so as well has the 490, our Masters class leader, Jones. So both the trophy and the Masters class leader coming into the lane at the end of lap number 18.
So we see Connor Cooper leads the race now. So Cooper and Harradine appear to be our only last two yet to take their compulsory pit stop. So they're pushing it right to the end of the race, or end of the pit window, I must say, to make that pit stop. So again, the flexibility of Connor Cooper being a solo driver, I guess maximising time in case of a yellow safety car, whereas I think Harradine, as opposed to maybe just that little bit extra pace over his co-driver Scott Ford, again maximising the pace of that car for their choice of pit stop.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we are, a good gaggle of cars. I think that's Cooper from Harradine. So Cooper's lost a fair bit of time in the last lap or so. That margin was well over 2 seconds. I was saying how much he'd driven down the road, and that has absolutely gone.
Well, the rain stopped now, the track's drying up, so maybe it's brought the field back to him, but again, obviously still with tremendous speed. So that'll be interesting. Again, the two drivers that still need to take their pit stop.
It looks like already the leader of that group, Cooper, is coming in the lane this time by. Those two directly behind have got to come in soon, or Harradine does anyway. Who's directly behind Harradine? It's the 28 who's already completed the stop of Markwick. But further back down the field, we've got Hensford Taylor and Neve, those two changing positions for 8th position currently, but that is subject to change.
Yeah, they found themselves together in race one, so despite one being our Masters Sprint Series leader and the other a new to the series trophy, young trophy driver, they find themselves together as they did in race one. So again, some great experience for young Matt in car 7, and again, the experience of Jeff Neve, our Masters Series leader, to show him the way around.
Wayne Jones, very slow pit stop, 3 minutes and 18 seconds. So that is, 18 seconds just thrown away there. And as a result, he's dropped behind those two cars that we can see on the circuit. Should have come out ahead of both, but as a result has come out behind both by about 15 seconds. So should have been a three-way fight on this particular lap, but it's not the case for Wayne Jones in the Parks towing machine. Jones is actually the stepdad of Nathan LeBrock, who is competing in the Sydney 300, the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300, in the old livery of the Holden dealer team, or Holden HSV team, I should say, from years gone by. So that car entered in the Sydney 300 and qualified around about the mid-pack.
Oh, fantastic. A couple of our drivers in the race now, also competing in the Sydney 300, and also some of our series regulars. We just saw Max Gagan on screen, who's in the 300, as well as Hayden Auld. Tim Collenbritter will double up for the Sydney 300 as well.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? We've seen that throughout all of the categories, a lot coming from MX5 that's also competing in the series. Of course, there's so many herrings in MX5s, and there will be again in the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300, which is the next race on the bill. So we are not too far away at all from getting that one underway, scheduled to take place at, directly after this race at 7:25. So, probably pretty much as soon as this race finishes, they'll be rolling out onto the grid to start that one off. Will weather play a factor? It's played a factor in this one. It's been a fantastic race.
And there's our final car yet to pit, has now done so. So that's Reece Harradine getting out, Scott Ford getting in. So they were our race leader, naturally being the last car to stop. So as we see Adam Roberts' car being towed away, unfortunately. So obviously a mechanical drama there. We saw him pit earlier on. So we'll see also Connor Cooper in the pit lane. We'll see him further towards the front of pit lane, towards pit exit. So last two cars to stop. We'll eagerly wait to see where our next in line, Will Longmore, comes out on track.
See our pit lane reporter Dave Stillwell is going down there to see the final pit stop being completed. Oh, lovely stop from Cooper, 3 minutes 1.5. Oh. That is very well judged from his crew down there in the lane. The Autobahn Karen Bar sponsored machine heading into turn 2. Where has he emerged? The answer is just ahead of Collenbritter by the ex-Collenbritter car, now in the hands of Bulliger. So that is a good stop from them to emerge ahead. And as a result is in position number 3, potentially position number 2. It all depends on Harradine. Of course, they were separated by less than a second when Cooper came into the pits, and currently Harradine is in the lane. So we wait to see who is going to take potentially second position. Oh, Longmore. Oh dear, Longmore's coming to the lane. A good spot from you. So the 68, who looked like victory was almost in their hands. He had done such a good job during the pit stop sequence, and with clean air had made his way to the provisional race lead. But there it is in the lane. What a shame for Will Longmore and Monique Shibaris. They'd won both races last year. They won the race earlier on today, but it looks like it is a real problem for them. A second unscheduled stop for that car.
Yeah, it's really shaping up to be another tremendous battle as we saw at the end of race 1, but that's, devastating for Will Longmore and Monique Shibaris to be stranded in pit lane. So that obviously potentially it looks like will put them out of the overall honours to make it back-to-back Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup winners.
So that means this car, Caleb Heffron and Preston Bruce, will take the lead of the motor race. The Smart Fix Auto Electrics car has taken up the running at the head of the field. And we are about to see Harradine head out onto the racetrack as well. And will come out definitely in position at number 2. In fact, Harradine's been in there a little bit too long and remains in there. It's been 3 minutes 8. Oh dear, that's a costly pit stop, a little bit slow. And as a result, will come out outside of the top 3 positions on the road, behind Cooper and behind Boulagar as well, and should have been at least in and amongst those two and fighting for a top 3 finish.
Yeah, that's a shame. It looks like, just a little bit too long in that stop, and those seconds are costly. It's just that, obviously, that nerves of not incurring that 5-lap penalty, I think, makes a few drivers err on the side of caution, but that has cost track position. So he's got to be doing his best to have his head down and get the best result possible.
8 seconds was lost, and what's the margin to this car in position number 3? Exactly 8 seconds. So he would have been right behind in the final stages of this one. That's a real shame for Scott Ford, who's just taken the wheel of the STC Motorsport car, but nevertheless it's a solid performance from that team.
It is, certainly, yeah. So he'll relish that opportunity to be amongst the top runners as we see. That's Lewis Bahaja, full commitment out of the Corporate Hill area there and down to the hairpin. So he'll relish to be in amongst those top runners and do his best there. So Caleb Heffron leading the race. So with a 5-second lead, we'll have to see if Connor Cooper can close that margin. But maybe going one early, but that might put Caleb and Preston in prime position to take overall honours tonight.
Absolutely. So with 11 minutes to go, everybody has completed their compulsory pit stop. Heffron leads the way. The margin as he comes across the line, does Cooper right now, is 5.7 seconds. Further back, just behind Boulaga, was faster on that lap by 2 seconds. 2 seconds faster than Cooper. So the margin has been cut from 4 seconds down to 2 seconds. So I was sort of saying it looked pretty comfortable there for Cooper, but I'm not sure it is yet. 10 minutes to go, 2 seconds the margin. I think we could still be on in the closing stages of this race. Ford is now 13 seconds back, so on cold tyres has lost a bit more ground compared to those a little bit further ahead. So slid down to 4th position and falling back. Look at Boulaga, fastest PB sector of the race for that car. In that sector alone, nearly half a second faster than Cooper ahead. He is catching him hand over fist, visibly corner after corner. As we look further back at the 490 and the 28 machine as they come on to the pit straight. This is for second in the Masters class.
Yeah, so a tight battle for podium position in Masters, and obviously we've seen Jeff Neve move to the front of Masters, so obviously a great pit stop strategy to move ahead of this battle in that we haven't seen at the time. But yeah, great for Jeff Neve. But again, closely forward positions here for second and third. There'll be no love lost here as they battle for that higher position.
Up the inside or lock up. Oh, I thought for a second there was going to be contact. You heard the lock up like I did, and you were wincing. I could see out the corner of my eye. But
so often is the case. But we see the track conditions obviously improving as times again continuing to improve. So they'll be getting racier, particularly knowing less than 10 minutes to go.
Good racing though between these two in the Masters competition. So it's on for second outright and on for second in class for the over 45s as they swing it through the left-hander and up the rise towards turn number 6. That camera angle really shows the elevation out of there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a great flowing circuit and really challenging, particularly down then into turn 6 here, because you're really trying to pick the right braking mark, but also just to get that right to maximise your speed around Corporate Hill.
I did ask you earlier on, you've come prepared this time, to talk us through the next round for this series.
Yeah, so great practice today, as we've said, plenty of track time with 2 1-hour Enduro. So we're back here at Sydney Motorsport Park on the 14th of June. So we look for round 3 here, again on the GP circuit on the 14th of June. But interestingly, our round 4 back at 20th of July is a State of Origin event we're trying for the first time. So I mentioned in race 1, one of our valued sponsors, I Do Car Loans, the Faulkners, Gavin and Jackson Faulkner from Queensland. They've initiated this concept for a State of Origin in Excel racing. So a big contingent of Queensland drivers will come down and join our round 4 here on the 20th of July, and we'll start an annual State of Origin, and we'll return favour and travel to Queensland next year. So we're really looking forward to welcoming Gavin and Jackson and all of their Queensland compatriots for a State of Origin. So a couple of exciting events to look forward to again here at Sydney Motorsport Park in June and July.
Very much, yeah, looking forward to that. There's been a bit of a theme throughout motorsport recently of a few categories doing State of Origin. Let's turn our attention though to this move up the inside. That's Mark Wick on Jones, and that is the position made. So that is for 8th outright and 2nd in the Masters class. A clinical move there up the inside, no problems at all. That is what you call a textbook pass down there at turn number 2. Later on the brakes, up the inside, block pass makes the move.
Yeah, they seem to be back at racing pace now. The weather is cleared up for them, which is good to see, so they can go on maximum attack as we see our race leader cross the line. So that gap is closing despite the battle. I was curious to see if these two would hold each other up as Lewis Bahaja goes to the inside and doesn't quite get it done as Connor Cooper closes off that exit of turn 1. So we start again for
lights
2.
flashing. I don't think he was too pleased with that one. He felt he was probably entitled to a bit more room. I think that's what the light flashing was indicating there as the 111 moves out the way. Just leaving a little bit of racing room there is Hodges, Gary Hodges, racing in his son's machine. But this fight is very much on for second position.
Lewis will be on a mission. He incurred a 5-second penalty for contact with Reece Harradine in race 1, so that cost him the podium in race 1, because as we saw, they were so close crossing the line, so that cost him 2 positions for that 5 seconds. So he'll be all out to maximise the result in race 2.
Longmore is not happy. Back out on the racetrack. Fastest lap last lap and fastest lap again. That's 2 laps in a row, and that is comfortably faster than even what these guys are doing out there at the moment. He is 7/10 faster than anybody else at any stage of this race. That is incredible from Will Longmore. Oh, huge lockup from Bulliger. He's going to run well wide here at the hairpin. He's just losing a little bit of touch on Cooper, and then makes the unforced error. Rather than forcing Cooper into it, it was he that makes the mistake first. And look at that. That's a good few car lengths and a bit of breathing room for young Cooper.
Definitely. That's let Connor off the hook for a time, and that takes time to regain that, particularly in Excel racing with cars being so evenly matched. So with 5.5 minutes to go, that's going to be another challenge for Lewis to try and get back on the tail of Connor.
Heffron, this margin is continuing to come down. Last time through it was a PB for Cooper, so both Cooper and Bulliger, PBs for Cooper, PBs for Bulliger, they are coming like a train at the moment. Was 3.5 seconds, another few tenths taken out, now down to 3.2 seconds, so they are closing. With 5 minutes to go though, are they closing at a fast enough rate? It depends on the lap at the moment. I think as an average it'll be pretty close, but sometimes they're gaining 3/4 of a second, other time just a 1/10 or 2, so it's fluctuating.
Yeah, it's a tremendous effort when normally we see cars hold each other up and lose distance to the car in front, but they're managing to do both to battle that out position and still gain. As we see here, Blake Patterson has made his way past Scott Ford, so that's a change for 4th and 5th position.
Bulliger purple in Sector 1, fastest Sector 1 of the entire motor race. The blue machine in 3rd position. is coming at them.
And there's our top three.
Yeah,
all in
there
one
they
shot.
are. Absolutely.
He's still flashing the lights, Lewis, so he's really trying to distract Connor in front of him. I don't think those games work too often, but he's doing everything he can to get back onto the back of Connor and take that second position.
It's under 3 seconds for the first time as well. 2.7 seconds. They've gained almost half a second already on this lap alone. In fact, Bulliger's gained more than half of that in sector 1. So they are coming quickly here. This is set for a grandstand finish. I'm on the edge of my seat here in the commentary box. We're set for a thriller. And they are quickly catching the Toyota 86 graduate who's moved on to 86 competition in recent times and back in the car again this weekend like many of the competitors out there. So Heffron's got experience in these machines, but at the moment it's the regulars in the class that are catching him. And look again, the lights flashing. Got to do it manually in these things, and he is doing just that. Look at the run he's got out the final corner. Swings it to the inside. He's got all of the car length alongside and will take the track position as the lead is now under 2 seconds. And he's got past the 191, who him himself was catching the race leader. However, these two can't fight each other, and that's what's happening here. Bulliger's forced to go defensive into turn 2. If these two fight, it's going to let Heffron off the hook and able to take the race victory.
Yeah.
But if these two work together, they might both stand a chance at getting the 64 in the race lead at the moment. This is tantalising, gripping stuff in the evening here under lights at Sydney Motorsport Park.
It's great to see it. Lewis Bahadur in car 25 is our 2023 Outright Series champion. So great to see Lewis. He hasn't driven an Excel since that day he crossed the line to take that championship in the end of 2023. So tremendous to see Lewis back in an Excel, and again that talent shining through. They're just having tremendous battle with one of our current talents in Connor Cooper.
Absolutely. Oh, look at that, using all the road and more on the outside of the 90-degree left-hander, and now a sideways moment as well. So Bulliger has gone from attacking early on in the lap to very much defending, and a big lock-up. That's the second one we've seen down there, but this time he's able to at least make it semi-close to the apex, running a little bit wide on the exit and allowing Cooper to hone back onto the tail once again and hound the tail of the bright blue XL. Despite the fight, these two have got the margin down to 1.1 seconds.
It's going against the what we'd normally expect, as you said, Dan. It's tremendous racing. I think we could have started these cars at opposite ends of the track and we'd still end up with this close finish. It's just the way it has to be in XL racing.
I'm looking for a last lap board and I don't see one, so we might be getting two more. I'm not quite sure. We'll keep you abreast of that. But look, Bulliger's now flashing the lights at the race leader. The margin is under a second now. It's 0.8 of a second in the closing stages of this Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup race.
And again, whilst not for sprint points, again, our endurance event, this race is for keeps. Caleb would desperately want to win this race. I don't think the overall results will be playing on his mind. He wants to win this race, and so it'll be fight to the end.
I was going to ask that provisionally on points, if it stays the way it is, will take the round honours. Would you step aside and take the round honours or not? The answer from you is no. I think you go for individual glory.
I think so. That's what they're real racers. They want to win every time they're in the car. So I think Caleb be doing everything he can to keep that lead, but all three, and we've seen it before many times in Series X3 New South Wales, this could come down to literally crossing the line.
Oh, flashing lights continuing down towards turn 6. I'm sure with Heffron's experience that will not be playing any factor at all. He can see the cars coming. He doesn't need the lights to show it. And again, out the corner as well. He can see the lights lighting up the back of the white XL. And Heffron running a little bit wide there at Corporate Hill. And here we go. The top three now. Nose to tail. Heffron runs a little bit wide, opening the door for the 25 of Bulliger. But the 64 with that wide line has got the momentum out of the corner. Here we go into the final sequence of corners. Can Bulliger find a way through? Up the inside potentially at the first part of the corner. No, maybe the second part. Turn 11, step sideways. Did Heffron?
That's the opportunity.
It has opened the door, hasn't it? Up the inside comes Bulliger. They are side by side on the exit of the final corner. Bulliger's got the run. Here they come towards the checkered flag. It's going to be a photo finish here. Who's going to win the drag race? They are side by side coming to the line. I think it's going to be Heffron by a nose. No,
it's
by
Bahaja.
13 thousandths. It's the number 25 of Balaga. What an incredible finish. I couldn't judge that from the camera angle. It was that tight across the line. 13 thousandths of a second. What an incredible finish to the race. Bulaga punching the air in delight, and rightfully so.
Amazing. After an hours of racing, it's like we said earlier, it could be our 15-minute sprint race for an hour endurance race. Excel Racing turns it on every time. Tremendous result. Lewis Bahaja ahead of Caleb Heffron and Connor Cooper, again from the rear of the grid after not starting race one. Tremendous effort from those three drivers.
Cooper, PB lap on the final lap as well, of 57.1, meant that he only finished a 10th and a half behind the race winner as well. So less than an Excel length between all three of our podium finishers in that Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup race. And on points as well, the change has changed the overall points as well. It's 177 now the way of Bulgaria, and Heffron 175. I didn't think there'd be that much weighting change, but there has been.
Yeah.
So the change for the lead has resulted in the round switch around as well.
Yeah, going on the points, yeah, it's amazing results. So just that 10th of a second.
Dave, you're down there in the lane with Charlie Viola, I believe.
I am, and of course, what a great opportune moment while we're celebrating the end of the Jeremy Hodges Enduro Cup races to talk with the man behind the naming rights partner for this year's edition of the Sydney 300. Of course, we've been known by former names. Charlie, thank you so much for coming on board. Tell us a little bit about what Viola Private Wealth can do for people.
Oh, mate, trying to do it through a helmet here. So we're a high net wealth private client business. We manage about $2.5 billion for about 200 private clients and private families. So our sort of target market are our client base of clients with sort of 5 to about 100 mil of investable monies. We're boutique, bespoke. We put together portfolios and hopefully generate good outcomes for them and good investment returns. So yeah.
Well, thank you so much for taking a little bit of time out of your pre-race prep. We wish you all the best as you do the Viola Private Wealth 300 tonight solo. And once again, thank you so much for coming on board.
Thanks, mate. And thanks for the pronunciation. I know you've been working on that all day. So well done.
I had it drilled into me this morning. Great job. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Dave. Great to have a chat with Charlie just before he jumps into his car. Yeah, do get solo again this year. Well, if that Hyundai Excel race did not get you excited for what is to come, I don't know what will. What a precursor to the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. Lockie, I believe you're down there in the lane with our Excel race winners.
Down here with Lewis Bugia. Unfortunately, Tim Collin-Breiter's not going to be able to join me for an interview because he's had to dash off to get into the car that he's just about to race in the Sydney 300. But Lewis, what a finish. You saved it till the very dying stages. You got there by the tiniest of margins. What's going through your mind at the moment?
I'm absolutely rapt to win it. Good mates with Jeremy, so I'm just so thrilled. That was such a great finish. And the rain as well threw a bit of spanner in the works, but I'm shocked.
What was going through your head in that final stint? You could obviously see the cars in front getting closer and closer and closer. How did you manage to set up that move coming out of the last corner?
I was on the high beams trying to distract him, and he just messed up the last corner, and I didn't even know it was the last lap, if I'm honest. Just tried my best.
Well, congratulations, because you and Tim Collin-Breiter are the winners of the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Trophy. And we'll very quickly present it to you now. And I think we'll head back down to Dave Stillwell, who's got some more chats with our Sydney 300 competitors.
Thanks for that, Lockie. Dave's making his way down the lane at the moment. So, yeah, what a fantastic race that was. The Hyundai Excels putting on a real show for Jeremy Hodges. Thanks very much to Todd Ford. Thank you for joining me for that one. What a thriller.
Oh, it was. Thank you for having me, Dan. It's been an awesome experience. A great racing from our drivers, as we'd expect. Great to see Eric there, the car owner of the car that Lewis and Tim were driving. So giving the young guys a chance to, again, celebrate Lewis in particular, his past friend, and give them an opportunity to have a race and have such a great result.
Thanks very much, Todd. Yeah, you can see just how much that meant to him. As all of the cars are lining up at a 45-degree angle, that means we are not too far away from the start of the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300, here live on the screens of Blendline TV, wherever you're watching around the nation or indeed around the world as well. This is going to be an absolutely cracking race. We got 5 divisions, from Division A all the way down to Division E, with prize money on the line as well. There's lots of strategy, lots of talking points throughout this race. And Dave, you're down there, mate.
Well, I'm down here with event director Terry Denovan from MRA. Terry, it's been an amazing Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300 as part of round 3 of the MRA Championship. Tell us a little about what this event means to you and what it takes to bring it together.
Oh, mate, well, there's a massive, massive team behind that make these things happen. This is the pinnacle event for MRA, I would say, over the year, and it's really great to have Viola Private Wealth on board with it. So it's an awesome event, and here we are about to start the race. So I'm so excited, looking forward to it.
Now, you've been a competitor in multiple different versions of a 300k race before. Tell us, what does it take to put a car on the grid for this event? How can more people get involved?
Well, it's actually quite simple. You know, this type of category and this type of racing is really quite affordable and open to anybody, really. You know, a couple of teammates, a good car, you know, some good fuel strategies and whatnot, and you can come racing too.
And you've brought a little present to the end of pit lane. This is the big trophy that people are fighting out for tonight. It could come from Division A, it could come from Division B, it could come from Division C. Shall we start proceedings and send the field out on the track?
Let's send the field out.
Send them out, folks.
There you go. The man in charge, Terry Denovan, gets the privilege of waving the cars away to start this one. He does so much work. Does Terry. This is the flagship of the MRA calendar, this race, and we can see that is what they are all competing for. Over 140 competitors in the race this year, and we're looking forward to seeing who's going to come out on top in the end of this one. It's going to be around about 2.5 hours in length. That's about the average time to do the 300k race. We're expecting quite a few safety cars throughout the race distance, particularly because of how many cars we have, but also as well because of the amount of cars we have, but also the potential inclement weather as well. As we saw in the Excels, even just off the line, the track is filthy dirty and very, very challenging. As the cars continue to head out, and will be doing so for quite some time. Whole host of Mazda MX5, the most popular car in the race this year. We got Evos, we've got good old-fashioned Aussie muscle, we've got a couple of Holden Commodores as well, and then we've got some hatchbacks, Scirocco's, Golfs. There's a little Fiesta look as well, and then we've got the best that Germany has to offer. There really is something for everybody, and prizes, as we say, to be won in every division. Every division, top 3 will get a prize, so $1,000 on the line for our Division A winners. I'm Dan McCarthy, and he's made his way from the pits after interviewing our Hyundai Excel winner down there in the lane, Lockie Mansell. This is going to be a classic Sydney 300.
It always is, Dan, and super excited to be back in the commentary box for another edition of a 300-kilometre endurance race. There's what they'll all be fighting for at the end of the night, the big outright champion trophy. Now, a few things to cover off, starting with the weather, because I think I've jinxed it by saying a bit earlier on that I didn't think we were going to get any rain tonight. I might jinx it again, because I'm going to say that I don't think we'll actually get any rain during the race. We had that shower during the Hyundai Excels, which ended up being quite a brief shower. Just having a look at the weather radar at the moment, around Sydney, there's a fair bit of rain activity to the northwest of us, just coming over the Blue Mountains, and also around Richmond and Windsor up towards Glenorrhea. But around the area where we are, which is sort of just north of Horsley Park, or between Horsley Park and Parramatta, not a lot of weather activity, and there's nothing immediately to the west of us. So I think we might be okay. if we do get rain, everybody can feel free to blame me afterwards.
100%. We all heard it here. Lockie Mensa will be the man to blame as we see the cars rolling out onto the circuit. A couple of E-Division Mazdas. So these are the Division E cars towards the tail of the field. Notable addition this year is the Maserati. And there we can see the Sydney 300 trophy. There's the Thornton and Titani Toyota 86. Lockie, the cars just keep on coming through.
It's a massive field. There is one of the last cars to leave pit lane, the Brad and Will Harris Commodore, which they actually had to change a tail shaft after qualifying with that car. They had a tail shaft problem, but fortunately they've been able to get that changed and get out to start the race. You were talking about safety cars as well before, Dan. Every Sydney 300 since 2019 has had either 2 or 7 safety cars. The average is 4, but we've never actually had a race with 4 safety cars. And we've got an issue for one of the Toyota 86s. That's the 711 car.
That's the Stinson and Shields car. They ran out of fuel at the end of practice. They were trying to see just how lean they could get it. But that looks a little bit more significant than that.
So, one of the unique characteristics of those 300-kilometre races is the time-based division structure.
The Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300 is a grassroots racing enduro open to a wide variety of vehicles. Throughout the race, we will often refer to class divisions. But what does it all mean, and how will it affect the race? Well, there are 5 divisions within the Sydney 300, from Division A all the way down to Division E. Each division has a mandated fastest lap time. 1 minute 38 for Division A, 1 minute 42 in B, 1 minute 46 in C, 1 minute 50 in D, and 1 minute 54 in Division E. If you break out of your division on more than 2 occasions at any stage during the weekend, you'll automatically be moved into the division above. If a Class A car does the same thing, setting a time faster than 1 minute 38 more than 2 times during the weekend, they will be excluded from the entire race meeting. Mandatory time pit stops have to be completed during the 300-kilometre race, with the high divisions forced to stay in the pits for longer periods. Division A must complete 2 5-minute pit stops. Division B must complete a 5-minute pit stop and a 2.5-minute pit stop, while all other divisions only need to serve a solitary 5-minute stop. The compulsory pit stop window opens when the leader crosses the line to commence lap number 10 and closes when the leader starts lap 70. Notably, the compulsory pit stops can be completed under safety car periods, and a 5-lap penalty will be handed to any car that does not complete the mandatory stop or stops correctly within this window. Strategy will play a factor in this race and means that a Division B or even C class car can take victory outright in the Sydney 300.
And all of the cars working their way down onto the grid for the Sydney 300. They'll line up in their grid positions, then we'll get underway for a couple of formational laps before we get the race underway. A total of, we believe there to be 58 starters. We unfortunately lost the VW Golf of Jem Ucell and Ian Salteri with a blown engine in qualifying earlier on. So a few other things to talk about, and very nicely explained there by Dan McCarthy as to how the compulsory pit stop system works, with the cars in the faster divisions having to spend some extra time in pit lane over the course of the race. You are allowed to pit under safety car conditions. The pit window opens on lap 10 and closes on lap 70. Now, Todd Herring teaming up with his son Jet Herring tonight. He's aiming for a bit of history because at the moment he's the equal most successful driver in the history of the 300s at every circuit. He and Nathan Jess both have 5 wins in 300k races across the Winton, Queensland Raceway, Wakefield Park and Sydney Motorsport Park circuits, but nobody has ever won more than 3 300s at a single circuit. So Todd Herring, if he could take Sydney 300 win at number 4 tonight, would make a bit of history in that department. Field looking resplendent in behind the Hyundai Ioniq 5 safety car. We're still waiting for our second place car to line up on the grid at the moment, so that would be the Charlie Curry and Josh Buchan car. And I'm a bit concerned about that because we saw that late in qualifying that car had a problem and was very, very slow at the end of that session. So I wonder if that car is actually going to make the start of this race.
I'm looking, there's only two more cars to come through. The Thornton Totani car and the Harrison Harris Commodore. So I think that we could have an early race absentee here. That is a big news story before the race has started. Sadly, that car only did 10 laps last year, and now it is, a real disaster. It's not even going to see the start of this race by the looks of it, unless it's going to be a start from pit lane.
No confirmation from down in pit lane that car has had a broken gearbox input shaft and will be a non-starter in this race, unfortunately. A big thank you to Andre Nader from the DNA Autosport team for filling our pit report, and Dave Stillwell in on that information. So, for one of the fastest cars at the Sydney 300 the last couple of years, it's not been very satisfactory in terms of results for Charlie Curry and Josh Buchan, has it? Because they had the blown engine last year, and now that gearbox failure that's not even going to get them to the start line this year.
To finish first you must finish. It doesn't matter how fast your car is. If you're only going to do 10 laps with it, it's not good. So we can see the cars all lined up, a good bit of variety on the first few rows, isn't there? We've got some Evos, we've got an MX5 and quite a few different cars further behind that as well. So we've got some real variety. All of the headlights are ablaze and all of the cars are in position now. If you can hear some tyre screeching, that's not a car doing spinning around on the formation lap or anything like that. The skid pan is being used in operation here today, so that's the reason for that. But we can see all of the cars, Lockie, in line. This is what we have been waiting for, the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300.
So that takes us down to 57 cars with the withdrawal of that second place car. What it also means is that Damon Ashton, who is sharing the BYP Honda Integra with Benny Tran, will have the front row of the grid all to himself for this rolling start as the field sets off behind the safety car to get ready for what will be a rolling start for the 77 lap Sydney 300 presented by Viola Private Wealth.
Look at the field, look at the crowd watching on as well from the top of the pit building all the way along Pit Straight. You can see the amount of people that are down there. Look at that, that is a sight to behold, isn't it? A lot of people out here to watch the action here this evening.
Let's take a look at the circuit, Sydney Motorsport Park in Western Sydney. That is the venue for the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. A total of 11 corners on the racetrack and key overtaking opportunities at turn 2, turn number 6, turn number 8. The hairpin is a good spot, and also if you can get a good run out of the final corner as well. 3.93 Ks, and the race record set by Todd Herring, 2 hours and 25 minutes. That was set back in 2021. Plenty of action zones around this circuit. Turn number 2, the hard stop for the left-hand hairpin. Turn number 6, as I mentioned, another key overtaking opportunity. It's become much more of an overtaking opportunity since that corner was reprofiled. And also, here's the hairpin, turn number 8. At the end of last year's race, we had some ripping action, didn't we, with cars squabbling hard for the final spots on the podium. And a bit of debris on the track there as well, caused by an incident that happened in that final sprint to the checkered flag.
Really was a thriller to the line here last year after a late race safety car. We were set for a pretty interesting one, and then it got turned on its head in the closing stages. So we will have Ashton start from pole position and a vacant spot alongside of him. Behind that we have Harrison Cooper and Jamie Miller, an MX5 and an Evo on row 2. Saguna, look for that car, number 11, not only the the B-class leader, or the Division B leader, but he'll be sharing that Honda Integra with Jimmy Trent. So look for those two alongside the Subaru WRX of Dimitri Agathos. There's lots to talk about over the duration of this race. Safety car lights are out, and they've spread quite a bit here, Lockie, haven't they, on the start of this race?
They sure have. So lights are out on the safety car. I'm a bit interested that the field isn't making a little bit more of an effort to get themselves in double file formation.
Well, it's going to be a unique start here to the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. The field has been spread dramatically at the start of the race. We are underway, and what a start it is from the race leader. He's dragged a couple of cars along with him, but the rest of the field have been left well and truly behind. Normally we have a real formation start side by side, but what field spread. We're still hearing cars go past us now as Dimitri Agathos is already in the lane, and look at this for the race lead. Already pressure being applied. Cooper on the tail of Ashton around turns 2 and 3. And they're already pulling away from the Evo, but look at this, Lockie. The cars are still only just coming across the line.
Yeah, I'm amazed that they didn't do a better job of bunching up a bit more tightly for the start there, because it's a huge spread of cars, so much so that it's actually caused a bit of a timing error at the front of the field, with the Brendan Scott car being scored in position number 1 at the moment. Our ever hard-working timing officials will have to correct that one. Damon Ashton, your race leader. Look at these battles a bit further back in the pack with some of the BMW E36s, and we've already had a lead change as Harrison Cooper relieves Damon Ashton of position number 1 on the racetrack. So it's Cooper followed by Ashton. Jamie Miller, the Mitsubishi Evo, sitting in position number 3 at the moment, and then Zach Radatz in the Mazda MX5 up into 4th position. He's managed to get ahead of Mark Saguna there in at the second of the BYP Honda Integras.
Look at the Evo all over the tail of Ashton as well. So this is a Division A Evo out there on the circuit. Jamie Miller, a great little peddler, but look, he's being joined by Radatz as Dimitri Agathos. I said he came into the lane at the start of lap number 1. Well, to start lap number 1, he's now only just joining the racetrack. He is pretty much 1 lap down exactly as Cooper comes across the line in the race lead with a significant margin, 3.7 seconds, and he only took the lead halfway through the lap. So he has marched ahead of Ashton, who's holding up a train of cars behind. Who's this up the inside? It's another MX5, of course. It's the 78 of Tim Herring.
And look at Radatz fighting hard with Herring on the outside there at turn number 2. They'll go side by side into turn 3. Radatz wants to make a fight out of this one, but the Herring MX5 has the turbocharged motor compared to the naturally aspirated engine in Radatz's car, and Herring pulls ahead. So a good start from Tim Herring. We know of the success that Todd Herring has had, but it's Tim Herring who's on an early charge in this race as he looks to the inside of Jamie Miller and will grab that spot, and we've got problems for the Dennis Panner machine. And it is Dennis Panner behind the wheel with the 188 car. They had some electrical problems in practice earlier in the weekend, and with that car in that position, that could be the cause of an early safety car intervention here.
Yeah, the fuse keeps tripping out and knocking out the electrics. However, having said that, the lights are still on, so that means that there's some power at least to the car. So not sure if this is a completely separate issue, but we've got that local yellow down there at the turn 8 hairpin, and we have now gone full safety car as we can see the lights illuminating on the little track map showing us that we are under the control of the safety car. Cooper had pulled out an 8-second lead at the start of this race as Blendline show us the different class battles. So the blue class cars you can see on the left hand side of the screen are competing for Land Drive Finance Division A. So Cooper leading the way of that, but we have gone under safety car and his 8-second lead has been eradicated.
Safety car came just a fraction of a lap too late for Dimitri Agathos because he had just been lapped by the race leader. Had that safety car come slightly earlier, he would have actually been able to stay on the lead lap, go around and join back onto the train, but it looks like some more problems for Dimitri Agathos. The Subaru WRX is back in the pits At least he made it to the start this year. You might recall last year he blew an engine in Friday night practice.
Yes, yeah.
And didn't even make any of the Saturday running, but unfortunately after such a great performance in qualifying, it looks like it might be night done for Dimitri Agathos because that car is back in the pits. And once again, it amazes me that we're under the safety car, but you need to press on and you need to catch up to the back of the queue behind the safety car. Like, look at this, Harrison Cooper, where's the rest of the field? They're only just now coming through turn number 4. So Damon Ashton in second position needs to press on and catch up to the back of our race leader, Harrison Cooper.
Holtzell has remained at the lead of Exclusive Switchboards Division C. So he's leading that one ahead of O'Neill. And we can see the cars coming through under safety car conditions. It's a good time for us to go down to the lane with Dave Stillwell.
Thank you, Dan. So already the electronic gremlins are starting to rear their head in the 2025 edition of the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. Of course, we've got the Dimitri Agathos number 66 full gas racing Subaru WRX STI back in the lane. Seems like they're having some issue with the accelerator pedal. There's some sort of stop that goes under the pedal. It's worn or it's not there, which means the pedal's going past 100% throttle, at which point the Motec engine management system is throwing an absolute fit and causing the car to go into limp mode. So an early end to the chances for a really good, strong performance from the Subaru this evening.
Wouldn't be a race of production cars without some electrical gremlins, would it?
Absolutely. We see it, don't we, in all the 300s. We see it in the Bathurst 6 Hour as well. Generally, though, a lot of them can be solved with a Control-Alt-Delete, and then they're back going again, and we can see another car in the lane. That's the 74 with the 2 Harrises driving that one.
And we know that they had a tail shaft problem in qualifying, so I'm wondering if it's a reoccurrence of that issue or if it's some other problem. No doubt we'll find out very, very soon on that one. This safety car has not really come at an ideal time for any of the Division A or the Division B cars because the pit window is not open yet, so it's too early for them to be able to get one of their extra compulsory pit stops out of the way. For those of you just joining us on Blendline TV, there are divisions that all of the cars slot into based on their qualifying performances earlier on, and the cars that are in the fastest division, which is Land Drive Finance Division A, are required to make 2 5-minute compulsory pit stops. The cars in MJS Electrical Division B have to do a 5-minute and a 2.5-minute compulsory pit stop. Cars in the other 3 divisions only have to make the single 5-minute compulsory pit stop. But one of the talking points as I wandered up and down the pit lane earlier today, Dan, is that fuel range is still a factor, because even if you only have to make 1 compulsory pit stop, it could be that your fuel range is not going to be good enough to get you through. And one of the challenges is that if you get late in the race and you discover that you don't have enough fuel to make it to the end, you can't just come in and do a quick splash and dash. Any pit stop that involves refueling the car, you must be in pit lane for a minimum of 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to elaborate a bit more on that point, the Toyota 86 competitors, I've been talking to a few of them and they've all said the same thing. Our pit window is so tight, we need a safety car or something, or we're going to have to pit under green around lap 37 to 40 effectively. It's such a tiny window for them. If there's any safety cars before or after, that does not play into their hands at all. And they even need multiple safety cars to even make it on 1 stop. So this is good news for them in one sense, but they need a safety car at the right time midway through this event as well.
And that's where a bit of fuel saving might come into it, because even if you have to drive a second slower on the track to save some fuel, it's still going to be better off than an extra 2.5 minutes in pit lane to do an extra fuel stop. And you are right, because depending on where safety cars fall, fuel range could be important. If a safety car comes out at, say, lap 33, you need to know whether you can make your final pit stop at that point and then get home. So lots of calculations will be going on up and down pit lane as the teams work to their fuel numbers, and will have fuel range parameters in mind.
Let's look at the order and let's talk about some of the movers and shakers, because there's been a few already. So Cooper is at the head of the field, ahead of Ashton, although it looks to me like we're going to go green this time by. So a late call to bring the safety car in, and we are back underway and it is going to be Cooper that leads the way as he comes across the line to complete lap number 4 of the race. Unfortunately, only the one under green at this point in time, but hopefully we can get a few green laps in now. Let's look at this further back. Giantini's on the outside. He's got young Jet Herring up the inside of him with the green-eyed monster down there in towards turn 2. But Giantini's going to try and go around the outside of the 818 of Hall behind the wheel of that machine. So jostling, changing for position in the early on this restart, but some big names up the pointy end, and it really does bode for an exciting race. Yes, we've lost a few already, but a large majority, in fact all of the race winning contenders are up the front of the field. Through goes the 24. That's the machine of Hull up the inside there, down into turn number 5. Further back, the Hodgers BMW is making good progress. Just behind now, the number 13 Honda Civic of Giantini, who, let's not forget, started this race from outside the top 10, but started from outside the top 20 last year and finished second. And already this car is up to position 8 and now attacking Hall for position number 7. A great start from Giantini.
He's looking racy, isn't he, Matthew Giantini, in that Honda Civic? This is where we'll start to see the strengths and weaknesses of the different cars coming into play. Just to cover off a couple of bits of news from down in pit lane. The reason that 711 Toyota 86, the Brock Stinson Aaron Shields car, was late getting to the start of the race was due to a faulty kill switch. And also the number 74 car of Brad and Will Harris with the vibration. That's why they're in pit lane at the moment as well.
On board with the Viola Private Wealth sponsored Charlie Viola down towards turn number 1. You can see the legs that the higher division class cars have in a straight line. He is left for dead down there, but look in the corners, the lightweight nimbleness of his machine brings him back into contention. In recent times, Charlie's not had much luck at this race, has he? He was on for a class victory in 2023 until last lap suspension failure saw him lose the place to the Harrises. And then last year in the dying stages had a big mechanical failure and failed to greet the finish.
Look at this, the drivers carving themselves up at the moment, so this is the battle for 5th position down. In fact, sorry, 3rd position down, because you've got Jamie Miller at the head of the queue, but he's under massive pressure from Mark Saguna. You've got Zach Radatz, Drew Hall, Matthew Giantini, Alex Holtzel. He's had a ripper start, best of the Division C cars, and up to 8th outright. Todd Herring in 9th and Glenn Townsend in 10th. Those cars all absolutely nose to tail as we look a bit further back and see our event sponsor Charlie Viola currently in position 17, just behind Scott Tidyman in the Commodore. More moves happening at turn number 8. Radatz on the inside of Holtzel. Here comes Todd Herring up the inside of Holtzel as well. So Holtzel, the BMW 1M, getting hung out to dry, losing a couple of spots at turn 8.
How frantic is this at the opening stages of this race? They qualified pretty ordered, A's, B's, C's, but they've all jostled around and changed positions, and I think a lot of it was to do with that weird start that we saw. So it's on this restart is basically the original start that we were expecting. Here comes the Lotus Exige, qualified outside the top 10, but Townsend is now in it. He's up to 9th and about to make it up to 8th as well. In fact, 7th. He's got 3 people in one straight. That Exige is not slow in a straight line.
Other thing I noticed is that Damon Ashton in the BYP Honda Integra came in for a pit stop, which was only 33.5 seconds. Was basically driving through the pits. I'm not sure what the story was there, whether it was a miscommunication or whether it was a drive-through penalty that we weren't aware of, but either way, that tour through pit lane has dropped that car all the way back to 40th position.
Could it be for the start of the race, not getting everybody in formation, because he took off straight away, didn't he? He almost followed the safety car around, so could it be the fact that he didn't bank everybody up? That's my potential theory there anyway. And you can see on the map the big group that we're looking at, and then there's a huge gap to the next gaggle of cars, a couple of corners behind. But look at this, it's the Evo that's at the head of the field at the moment, or head of this train anyway, Jamie Miller, but they're trying to file through on Saguna, who's been dropped down on this lap. This is the other group I was just talking about. Look at them, it's just a never-ending train of cars that continues to come on through. There's the 791 machine. Andy Boydell this weekend is with a different driver, somebody he's not driven with before. They have shared the car to Wakefield 300 before, but not here.
Sorry, David Vincent in that BMW E36 Series is losing positions hand over fist at the moment. Remember, that car qualified just outside the top 10, but he's fallen all the way back to 25th position. So the race pace for that 555 BMW not crash hot in the opening stanza of this race.
I've said all weekend that car I don't think has been running on song. They've spent so much time looking under the bonnet of that car. It did all right in qualifying, but I'm not surprised. It's had niggling issues all weekend long. Well, if you say weekend, of course, it was Friday night practice last night. So, fortunately, I think, that could be a potential mechanical issue for the Division A Class BMW. And we've got another car in the lane. It's a Herring prepared Mazda MX5 that's come into the lane. But going back to the previous points I was making about the 791 Mazda MX5, Andy Boydell this weekend, joined by Stephen Head. So look out for them. They always stay out of trouble, or Boydell does in the 791, stays out of trouble early on, and they always emerge towards the pointy end late on in these 300k races. As we go 3 wide nearly down into turn 2, the Lexus is just about at the head of that. That's Wayne Morvigati, who I believe made his debut in this race last year.
Not just in this race, but racing debut in the Sydney 300 last year. So threw himself right into the deep end. That MX5 that was in the garage, incidentally, that was the Richard Herring Stewart McFadden entry. They'll get to work on that car and hopefully get it back out there. Harrison Cooper, fastest lap of the race for our race leader, a minute 40.0, and he is driving away from the field. His lead's out to almost 17 seconds after just 8 laps, so Harrison Cooper is absolutely flying at the head of the race. Tim Herring second. Drew Hall now up to third, so Drew Hall has made the move on Jamie Miller. And it's Glenn Townsend, Mark Schooner, Matthew Giantini, Zach Radatz, Todd Herring and Alex Holsell completing your outright top 10 as we work lap number 9.
3 wide down into turn 1. Who's going to yield? I think it's going to be the 117 machine, the 111 of LeBrock Slots Racing. Actually, it's Elliott behind the wheel at the moment. They're just behind Kit. And there's the Parna car. It's back out on the racetrack and not running too flat, unfortunately, as Kiss goes in a bit deep in the Evo. Opens the door for the Commodore, but it cannot be filled. This is frenetic in the mid-pack, isn't it? You can't catch a break back there at the moment. The race leader out in front, 19 seconds down the road. I am reading that correctly, aren't I, Cooper? 19 seconds in the race lead at the moment, and just gone purple in Sector 1. He's got the part of the track all to himself. And then behind that we have Tim Herring, and then Andrew Hall, and then from there, Lockie, they are nose to tail all the way through the field.
Sure are. I just noticed as well that the Dennis Panner Helena Maris car still wasn't up to speed either, so whatever the issue was with that car, I'm not sure that they've fully resolved it. Also, an update coming through from pit lane that number 51, Richard Herring Stewart at an entry, raising that it's in the garage is because of a throttle body problem.
That makes sense. So, yeah, you can't go too fast with a throttle body problem, can you? So that is the reason for that car in the lane. We're looking now at the number 6, in fact, the 2 Fiestas together, including the 131, which is slotting up the inside. Shane Fowler and Gavin Reynolds sharing that car. And there's a puncture. There's a right front puncture, I think, on the 131. There's certainly sparks coming off it.
I don't think it was a puncture there, Dan. I think it's just a case that the brake disc was glowing absolutely red hot. And that's one of the things about night racing, isn't it, is that you can see.
In they come into turn number 8. You can see the MX5s lining up behind. Dave, you're down there with an update for us.
I am. I'm down here in the number 51 McFadden and Herring garage, and as much as we like to try to, speculate on what the issue might be with the car, I can certainly say that there's no red herrings in this case, because that's the throttle crank, that's the bell crank that goes on the throttle body of this MX5. You'll notice that it's in my hand, it is not attached to the car. That's because the shaft is literally snapped off. So without that, the car's basically limited to idle. They decided to park the car. That's a real shame for the number 51, one of the big contenders out of the Herring Performance Garage down at the pit exit end of pit lane.
And the worst joke of the race goes to Dave Stillwell there.
I knew that he would get something like that in sooner rather than later. I probably expected him to take maybe a bit more than 9 laps though. Now, speaking of laps, our race leader Harrison Cooper has just completed lap number 10, and that means that the pit window is open. So if we see safety cars from any time from now on, we can expect there to be a hive of activity in pit lane.
Cooper is very much in the lap traffic. Look at how they've spread out around Sydney Motorsport Park on the circuit graphic. We can see there he is. I can see him anyway, just going through turn 4 and towards turn number 5. He's right behind a lapped car, so he is right in the thick of that, and he's continuing to extend his margin. He's out to 24.8 seconds, and it is continuing to increase sector upon sector. Look at how close he was, though, to breaking out for the first time this weekend. A 40.07. That's as close as you want to get to breaking out. Of course,
it's still a couple of seconds away. 38, remember?
Yes.
Yep.
Sorry about that. Yes,
so actually, yeah, race pace in the 40s is not too bad for a Division A car, and the fact that he's building the margin by a few seconds each lap to his rivals, that bodes well for being able to get that extra 2.5 minutes out of the way that they'll have to stay in pit lane a bit later on. If they can get that extra pit stop done under safety car, it'll be even better for them.
And there he is, negotiating the traffic as we speak. Coming onto pit straight, blast past the very well illuminated Ford Fiesta down pit straight, and he'll get the other one as well. Gazumped in one big gulp, and I can see the first compulsory pit stop is being made just to the right hand side of the screen. And further forward though, the cars continue down into turn 1. The Lexus, the 152 machine of Vigali, just trying to overtake the Fiesta down into turn 2 now. His bonnet came up early in practice yesterday, almost entirely. The one pin, it was literally held on by just a solitary pin and was blowing in the breeze. Oh no, an issue for the i30N. It's a bit of a systems reset, trying to get the car refired, reversing lights on. This is not good for the Agar as we look at a replay. Down at turn number 2, this is the Thornton car up the inside, slides on by. A nice pass down there, but yeah, not sure. Oh, he has got it refired. That's the 787 machine of Nicholas Agar alongside former Winton 300 winner Jason Walsh this weekend. So Nicholas Agar jumping from the division-winning car from last year, the Veloster, now in the i30N sedan. His brother, Simon Agar, who he won the division with last year, has remained in the Veloster, and his co-driver Hayden Crosland is currently leading that division. So the Veloster at the head of the field out there at the moment. In Division E, and Lockie, you said about the 555 running slowly. It's being overtaken by Fiestas and MX5s, Division D MX5s, and all sorts of different cars. So that 555 and A division car is plummeting down the order.
All the way back to position number 33 after starting 12th on the grid. Also dramas for the number 55 car, Mark Jennings and Chris Sutton, the Mitsubishi Evo 10. Suspected turbo boost problem with that car, and the news from pit lane as they've elected to park that up for the night because they don't want to do any more damage to it. Also noticed that the 173 Lotus Exige, Glenn Townsend, remember that car was running in the top 10.
Oh, yeah.
It's down in the pits at the moment, but it had only completed 9 laps, so by my calculations, the pit window wasn't open when that car came into the pit, so I can only imagine that it's an unscheduled pit stop for that car.
Yeah, their argument will be it's the commencement. The leader commences lap 11. Is that correct? We'll have a look through the regulations to find the exact wording of that. But out there on the race circuit, lots and lots of blue flags waving as the marshals.
When the race leader crosses the start line to commence lap 10, so
they might be able to get away with that.
They might get away with it, but it just depends on what their strategy is. we'll know very soon, because we know that they have to do a 5-minute and a 2.5-minute stop. If they're in the pit lane much longer than 5 minutes, then we will know that it's most likely an unscheduled stop, as we see that the 555 Dave Vincent Max Gagan BMW E36, which lost all of those positions, is now in pit lane as well.
It's been a rotten day for Max Gagan. He was set to do 2 Enduros in the Hyundais and the 300, and he's not turned a single racing lap.
Actually, it's been a pretty rotten couple of weekends for Max Gagan, because if you think back to last weekend in the Dunlop Super 2 Series down in Tasmania, he was an innocent victim in a crash that caught up, of all people, his teammate Job Stewart as well. So 2 of the Image Racing Commodores sustaining pretty significant damage down in Tassie. That was last weekend. We'll turn our attention back to what's happening right now, and Zach Radatz in car number 2, currently in 7th position, just working his way through some of the laps traffic at turn 8.
I'm not sure the rear end of that Evo looked too good there on the 24 machine. Oh, we got a fire underneath the bonnet of the number 33 machine.
Ashton Dial, and that's one of the very early Generation 1 Mitsubishi Evos. With that car in that position, I wouldn't be surprised if that triggers another safety car.
Oh, for sure. There's definitely a little bit of flame or ignition of something underneath the car anyway. And he has brought that car to a rest on pit straight. But this could change the race, because a few cars, Lockie, we've seen have come into the lane under green flag. And if there is a safety car, I'm sure everybody else will be in, and that could potentially murder them. But that car is not moving out there at the moment. The number 33 machine, as we look inside the engine bay of yet another machine. It's a 555. What a race of attrition already, Lockie. We have lost multiple contenders from multiple divisions, and this is probably the biggest story yet, the 555.
Been a tough weekend for them so far, and the safety car has been called. So our second safety car intervention of the Sydney 300. The pit window is open, so this is where the strategic manoeuvring will start to play out.
Absolutely, we're going to see who is going to come in the lane. There have been a few that have made that compulsory pit stop. Townsend, you said, is it a compulsory pit stop, or is there a problem? The Lotus has been in the lane for 7.5 minutes, so I think that answers the question there. They had mechanical issues here last year. They're running well at the Winton 300 until the final few laps, when the wheel departed company with the Lotus Exige, and this one looks like it may very well have run its course already early in the evening here at Sydney Motorsport Park. But yeah, one of the key notable names in the lane is that 555 machine. And Dave, I believe you're down there with one of the drivers.
I am, as the sounds of a BMW straight 6-cylinder engine undergoing rapid diagnosis goes on in the background. I'm here with a fellow third-generation motorsport alumni in Maxi Gagan. Max, is this your first 300k endurance race?
No, we were here last year. Dave and I actually ended up on the podium. We broke out in qualifying to join Group A, and actually helped us a little bit. Actually, we had some issues last year, and it's starting to plague us a little bit now.
So you've had plenty of experience in another couple of different categories. Tell us, how does the experience at a 300 compare to some of the other stuff you've done?
Oh mate, the 300's awesome. Like, it's been really good for me to be able to go do this racing, but also jump into GT4, where there is a bit of a mix of pace through the category, and you have all different classes. So to be able to be in such a fast car like Dave's BMW and be able to sort of dice through the pack, it's something you don't really get much, I guess, experience at doing. So it's good for me to be able to come here and learn and enjoy the event and endurance racing. Who doesn't love enduros?
Well, again, you've got a box seat in the house if, providing this gets back underway. We're in a safety car window while the CPS window opens. You've got a box seat for one of the greatest spectacles in grassroots endurance racing. All the best for the rest of the night.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Dave Stillwell bringing us some updates from Max Gagan. It's been a tough couple of weekends for him now. Hearing as well from pit lane that the 173 Lotus, the Glenn Townsend, Aaron Wemmer's car, no fuel pressure, so that explains why that car is stuck in pit lane at the moment. And the compulsory pit stop cycle has started. So Tim Herring has come in, so too Mark Saguna, Matthew Giantini, Todd Herring, Scott Tidyman and Charlie Viola all down there in pit lane as well. So taking the opportunity under this safety car to clear one of their compulsory pit stops. Now, with the Division B cars, keep in mind that they have to do a 5-minute pit stop and a 2.5-minute pit stop. So the decision they have to make is which one do they choose to do now? The 2.5-minute or the 5-minute, as our race leader, Harrison Cooper, heads pit side as well.
Yep, same question is going to be posed. Well, I assume it's going to be a 5-minute because it's Group A, sorry, for Cooper. So 5-minute stop will be made. Not a bad time to complete it actually at this stage of the race, and he's going to be followed by a few others as well. Radats in the number 2 MX5 follows in suit as a few remain out. Drew Hall, Jamie Miller, Andrew Holtzel, they have remained on the circuit, but a few of the A and B class cars have come into the lane for their first 5-minute compulsory pit stop. Of course, it's very, very beneficial to do it in under safety car conditions as opposed to under green flag conditions. Gain a lot of time as the slick tyres go on, and we are changing onto slick rubber, I can see there. So yeah, the groove tyres came off and the slick tyres have gone on. So were they maybe predicting a bit of early race rain potentially, Lockie?
Well, they probably just took a precautionary option of starting on treaded tyres because we did have that shower of rain during the Excels that made the circuit a bit damp, and it's completely dry now. And I think that probably explains why the pace from Todd Herring has not maybe been quite as strong as we might have expected in the early stages of this race, but they'll get some slicks on it now, and I think we can probably expect that car to charge forward once this race resumes. So that now leaves Drew Hall in the lead of the race, ahead of Jamie Miller, Alex Holtzel, Graham Elliott and Tim Colombrita, the top 5. But we see it every year in the Sydney 300. You get this divergence of strategies early in the race, and once the pit stop shuffle starts, it actually takes quite a long time for the field to cleanse itself and for us to have a clear idea of whose strategy is going to work, because I'm sure there'll be more safety car interventions and, you know, a lot more strategic variation to play out throughout the rest of the night.
This seems very frantic down there. A lot of arm waving, a lot of shouting. It's not a cool, calm and collected pit stop down there in the Herring camp, that is for sure.
Well, the reason they're stressed is because they need to get the car out of pit lane before the safety car comes around again, or they're going to lose another lap. So that's why there's the stress at the moment. And just having a look, the problem that they've got is their pit time. So remember, if
they're having a rapid debate about what length of pit stop they do.
Yeah, I mean, they've been in the pits now for 4 minutes and 20 seconds. If I was them, I'd probably wait and clear the 5-minute pit stop now, because that'll save them a bit of pain later on.
Yes, they've gone down a lap, but they've done the big stop. That's the important thing. If they go out now in the next 30 seconds, they'll be fine. They've done their 5-minute pit stop. They'll only have 2.5 minutes to go in the remainder of the race. So I think you've gone down a lap, but you might as well take the pain now. There is a long way still to go in this motor race, and we, as you can see, are back underway at this with 50 laps to go. This first 17 laps have absolutely flown by. And these guys are waiting at the end of pit lane. They can't go back out on the track. They're waiting for the green light to go at the end of pit lane, which it now has done. So they are now able to rejoin the racetrack safely at the tail of the queue. But look at them. They are streamed out around the racetrack already. We can see with the circuit map in the top right-hand side of the screen. But out in front, a Class B car electing to stay out there. And there it is, the race leader of Drew Hall, leading the way at the moment, ahead of the yellow and orange Evo with Jamie Miller behind the wheel. We've seen that car on several occasions, and there it is up the inside of the Division E, leading Hyundai Veloster. This is the 81 car. That's effectively down a lap. So it appears to me, Lockie, that they picked up the original leader, but then the leader pitted.
Correct.
And as a result, we have a lot of lapped cars at the front of this group. So the train is led by a bunch of lap cars that are effectively an entire lap down. So that throws another curveball into an already quite convoluted strategy.
Correct. So the car that ended up being at the head of the queue was actually the James Hay, Paul Ansell, VW Sirocco, which is in 12th position. And a lot of these cars now going to have to fight to try and stay on the lead lap, which they'll find it hard to do because Drew Hall will just have pace over them, plain and simple. So officially at the moment there are still 20 cars left on the lead lap, but that will change quite quickly as Drew Hall rounds up some of those slower cars.
So Cooper has just gone out now. There he is, just exiting the lane. That's what I was keeping my eye on timing. The Mazda you just saw exiting the lane. Remember, the leader came in just before the safety car went in, so he's spent a whole lap, effectively 2 minutes in the lane under green flag conditions. So yes, he pulled out a huge margin at the start of the race by nearly half a minute, but that was maybe not the greatest strategic call. If you don't pit on lap 1 of a safety car, you do run that risk of being in the lane when the race goes back green. So yeah, okay, they have got a 5-minute stop done, but not all of it was under yellow flag safety car conditions.
Spot on there, and that's caused Cooper to drift all the way back to position number 43. So lots of work for them to do now. They're 2 laps behind the race leader to claw back some of that lost time. I think the reality is the reason that they didn't come in as soon as the safety car was deployed was just the position that they were in on the track. I think they might have been either coming up to or just past the pit entry when the safety car was called. And it's a smorgasbord of herrings for Dave Stillwell to chat with tonight. Let's find out which one of them he's got down there in pit lane.
Well, thank you, Lockie. I'm down here in the lane with the captain of the Herring Brigade. We can talk to Todd Herring in a couple of different capacities. The first would be congratulations on winning the Sydney 300 last year. Well done.
Right. Thank you, mate. Yeah, hope we can back it up. But we're fighting a bit of a harder fight this year.
So now you're running a brand new car, an NC specification MX5, between yourself and your son Jet, running with some great G-Lock brake pads on board we've seen. Now there was a robust discussion, shall we say, going on between the members of the Herring Performance crew about what length of stop you did that, because being in B, it has to either be a 2.5 or a 5.
Yeah, we decided at the start of the race when it started raining, all we had was 2 sets of slicks, so we had to go get some treaded tyres. So we put some 200 treadwear tyres on, and I started the race with that, which I was happy because I was keeping up with the slick guys, but they just started to go off then, and the safety car couldn't have come at a better time. We could bring them in, throw the slicks back on, and put the gun out there.
So we saw the team bolt a brand new set of Rubbercraft slicks on the car. I've noticed quite a few teams are running that slick tyre up and down the lane. I take it it's a tyre that's come on the market recently due to a lack of availability of some sizes from some other brands.
Mate, it's an unreal tyre. I can't believe it for the price of them and everything. Mate, they hang in there. I did 86 laps on a set, and they still had grip at the end. They were great. I can't say how good they are. Like they're top notch. They come at a good time because the other tyres are just too expensive for us grassroots guys. So, yeah, thanks Rubbercraft.
And of course, you're also helping racers keep some dollars in their pocket by providing a really great product in G-Lock brakes. And of course, you came on board to sponsor. Again, you're trying to win at the outright end of the lane, but of course, you came on board to sponsor Division E this year.
Yeah, I can't help Terry out enough too, because he puts on this event for us guys and makes us feel like we're in the main league. So to give something back, it's great. It feels good.
Well, we wish you and Jet and all the other Herrings a welcome night of performance here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Good luck.
Thank you, mate.
Back to you.
Thanks very much, Dave. We can see some fighting going on down towards turn number 2. That's the 47 going down a lap on the man in second position. And Jamie Miller needs to get a move on at the moment because he's got a train of cars behind him. Yes, a few are a lap down, but just the tail, the BMW, there it is, the red machine slinging up the inside. That is just one place behind. That's the Holtzell BMW, our Division C class winners from last year, and already a good start from that particular BMW. And in third, once again, the 111 elected not to pit as well under safety car. In fact, all of the ones really towards the pointy end of the field. The top 10 electing yet to pit. There's only one outlier in the top 23 at the moment, and that's the number 81 of Ashton. That was the race leader, particularly early on, our pole sitter who came in and did that 30-second penalty. So, yeah, I say it's a pit stop, but it wasn't. That was a penalty with no pit stop yet to be served. The first pit stopper is Todd Herring's car.
Tim Herring.
Oh, Tim Herring, yes, in position number 24.
Yeah, just ahead of Matthew Giantini, so 0.7 of a second separating those two cars, which are currently in 24th and 25th positions outright. We're also hearing from race control that the number 47 Honda Civic of Adam Foster and Patrick Navratil is under investigation for no working brake lights, which will become something that's fairly easy to spot given that we're doing a night race this evening. Now here is our race leader Drew Hall, just rounding up the Paul Ansell James Hay VW Sirocco, so that car now goes a lap down, which leaves 11 cars officially on the lead lap at this stage. Graham Elliott and Nathan LeBrock pit out of position 7 in the number 111 VE Commodore.
That's an odd time to pit, and there's a couple doing it because we've only just gone back to green flag conditions, and it's not really at the midway stage of the race. Elliott does have to do 2 pit stops in Division B, but a couple of others further back don't. They just need to do the solitary one, so I'm surprised that they haven't waited for another caution, or at least to get to the halfway distance. So Elliott has come in under green flag conditions, and this is another one, the 47 of Navaratali, as he heads back out onto the circuit, and that's a really short stop. He's only been in the lane for under a minute, so I'm very surprised that's heading down the lane.
I think that would be trying to resolve that issue with the brake lights. So it could have been that it was just a fairly quick and easy fix, and they've got it resolved and they're sending him back out there.
But again, we sort of said it last year, and I'll say it again, if you've come in to do a pit stop, is it just better off staying in at that point in time? Because by the time it goes back out, a minute and a half, 2 minutes will be done. I'd have thought that they'd have kept it in the lane for its full 5-minute service.
And then at least you've ticked off your compulsory pit stop box.
Yes,
yep.
Yeah. You read it the same as I do.
Only thing I could think of is their fuel range. They might not be able to get to the end of the race from this point, and our race leader is in as well. So Drew Hall pitting under green, and we've got a problem for the 131 Ford Fiesta. The Shane Fowler car has stopped on the side of the racetrack. This could be another safety car, and if it is, then it'd be perfect timing for Drew Hall, given that he's just come into the pits.
Absolutely, but is there some issue? Yeah, the front left is pointing at a 45-degree angle.
Yep.
Exactly right. Has he made contact with somebody, or is there just been a failure? That car is immaculately presented. The closer you are, the cooler that livery looks. His eyes poking out all over the place. It's a really nicely presented machine, and you don't want to see it stopped with a wheel hanging off like that. And we have gone safety car conditions here on lap 22 of the race. So another twist in the tail of the 2025 edition of the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. Who's going to stop now? I imagine a lot of the B-class cars will certainly take this opportunity, and maybe Miller as well at the front in Division A. So I expect quite a few to come in under this latest safety car, and we'll find out who's been the biggest winners and losers in the first 25 minutes. But it's been a lot of different strategy options. Last year there were a couple, but I think there's been even more different strategy plays early on in this one. But what a shame for the Fiesta is having a good battle with the other Fiesta, the number 6 machine out there on the circuit of Tim Weston and Joshua Anderson. But the 131 has come unstuck, unfortunately. Shane Fowler and Gavin Reynolds in Division B. Just before that safety car, Lockie, it was pointed to us that the splitter was very, very loose on the front of the number 86 machine. That was our runaway race leader at the start of the race, who was badly disadvantaged by the timing of that yellow flag. And yeah, now a splitter issue really vibrating there. He'll certainly be feeling that. But as we look into the pit lane, a large majority of the front runners have come in, most notably Jamie Miller in the A-Class Evo, as well as Ashton, the pole sitter and race leader early doors, has come in to serve his first mandatory pit stop, not just a drive-through, but the mandatory pit stop for the first time. So a couple of key contenders coming in on lap 22 of this race. As we look at the fight for the Class B honours, we can see that Kiss is at the head of that field at the moment, ahead of Wazir and Hall in the lane. So both Kiss and Wazir have elected to stay out on the circuit, and that's why they have been able to jump ahead of the 818 machine of Hall. As we can see, the exclusive switchboards Class B leader, Class C leader is Holtzel, ahead of Colin Breiter, who just a few moments ago won the Jeremy Hodges Memorial Cup in the Hyundai Excels in what was a thrilling photo finish. I couldn't believe the end of that race as we see the 59 A-Class car being serviced, fuel going in there. In Live and Learn Group D, Cruiser leads the way at the moment in the 17 car. So that is sharing the car is David with Marcus Rumler. That's the BMW 328i. They are regular competitors in 300 competition. But Lockie, this car was running really well. We were talking about it. The 111 was certainly towards the pointy end of the field, and we questioned why it had come in the lane. The answer, it was not a scheduled stop, being pushed back into the garage, and we can see the head shaking from Elliott behind the wheel.
Looks like some work going on for Ronan Lindenmayer's Mazda RX-8 as well. The bonnet on that car up in pit lane. While we're under safety car, let's just run you through the leaders of each class. So leading the way at the moment in Lendrive Finance Division A, Jamie Miller, sharing with his son Jason Miller the Mitsubishi Evo. They're in pit lane at the moment. In MJS Electrical Division B, Matthew Kiss, by virtue of staying out under this safety car, has taken over the lead in that class. In Exclusive Switchboards Division C, it's Alex Holtzel who leads the way. He's also first out right at the moment. Division D, presented by Live and Learn Group, David Cruiser, as you mentioned there, the BMW E36 that he's sharing with Marcus Rumler leads the way there. And in G-Lock Brakes Australia Division E, Hayden Crosland, the little Hyundai Veloster, leading the way there.
Yeah, that's the car that won this one last year, just ahead of the 61 machine now, nose to tail on the racetrack, and that's Martin Lyle at the wheel of the MX5 that he's sharing with David Grice. So very much on in Division E at the moment. Of course, many of the Division D and E class cars not electing to stop. They say it a lot, don't they, in Formula One and in V8 supercars, the critical lap number. When you can pit and put your last drop of fuel in and make it to the end, make it home without having to come in again. And I don't think the Division D and E class cars are at that stage yet. They've got to go a bit further in the race before they make that critical lap number.
Well, interestingly enough, Alex Holtzel has come in out of the outright lead. Now, he is a Division C runner, so that car only has to make the single 5-minute compulsory pit stop. We've still got 54 laps remaining in this race, so you would think that would be a big stretch on fuel, but maybe they're confident enough in the fuel range of that BMW that they believe that, yes, they can make it to the end of the race from this point.
Well, yeah, if they've pitted, they must think that they are safe. A lot of the cars wouldn't be, but maybe that small little BMW that always punches above its weight is going to be in contention as a result. And to be honest, that is often why we do see it towards the pointy end in these 300k races. It's a fuel flexibility that does give them a bit, but I don't think we've ever seen it come in this early in the race at the end of lap number 23. You can see the fuel going into this machine. In fact, all of them at the moment that are in the lane, there's a good handful of cars in at the moment, including the number 79 MX5 that's taking on a little bit of juice, Lockie.
So with Holtzel coming in, that hands the lead of the race to Tim Colabresa, who is sharing that BMW with Michael Osmond this weekend. We saw Tim Colabresa taking victory in the Excel endurance race a bit earlier on, so could he end up with 2 endurance race victories in the space of one night? Well, it is a possibility. We saw that car ran very strongly in the race at Bathurst 6 Hour as well, where they finished second in Class A1 and just outside the top 10 outright. We know that both Michael Osmond and Tim Colabresa are very talented drivers, and because they are in Division C, they only have to make one compulsory pit stop tonight. Good to see the Subaru WRX of Dimitri Agathos back out on the track. We saw that he was in for an unscheduled pit stop earlier on with some suspected electrical problems.
Looks like the KISS car's going to come in the lane, so that's another different strategy call. So KISS has come into the lane in the Mitsubishi Evo from an outright second position and lead in Division B. So he has come into the lane. And I also note, Lockie, significantly, car number 86 was allowed through by the safety car and will rejoin the back of the field. So he's already got one of his 2 laps back. And we can see the car coming back on the trailer. Do you remember earlier in the race, Lockie, I mentioned about sparks and stuff from the front wheel of this car?
Yep.
And yeah, that's interesting that it's that wheel that appears to have departed company.
That's actually a good pickup. So that could be related to the failure. It could be that if there was an issue with the brake getting stuck on, then that's caused some extra forces that wouldn't normally be generated to go through the CV joint, which has ultimately collapsed and failed. So that could explain why they've experienced that front left-hand failure on that car. But either way, the night is done for Shane Fowler and Gavin Reynolds.
Yeah, Trav Mason reminded me of that in my ear, that we saw that car with sparks coming out of it earlier on. Initially, I thought maybe there was an issue, a puncture, but it proved not to be the case. But clearly something was not right with that car early on, and it has finally parted company. And they're still continuing to recover that car down there on the backside of the circuit. We can see there's a few cars in the lane at the moment, and I believe Dave is down there as well with an update.
Thank you, guys. So a little bit of an update. Car 79, of course, has Jet Herring on board. They've now cleared their 2 compulsory pit stop requirements because they took care of that 5-minute stop with the earlier safety car and a 2.5-minute stop to do fuel that time. So fresh slick tyres and fuel on board. Of course, they're right at the limit of endurance for that number 79 MX5. So Jet's got a lot of work to do to make the end of the race. It was a textbook stop for the number 59 Miller and Miller Evo. That car running on Pirelli slicks should run till the end of the race. They've only got one of their 5-minute stops as a Division A car taken care of, so they'll have another one to do later in the race. And an update on car 86. So it's actually Jackson Copeman in the car now. Harrison Cooper is out, and he tells me there's no issue with the front splitter. The car's just generating that much downforce. It's actually deflecting into the ground and contacting the road in front of the front air dam. So plenty of aero being produced by our cars here at Sydney Motorsport Park tonight.
There you go. I suppose it's the philosophy of a lot of race cars is that you want to run them as low as possible, and sometimes that means pushing the very bounds of actually having the car bottoming out sometimes. And when it's a night race, the sparks do tend to be fairly obvious. So that's why we're seeing that car bottoming out and sending up some sparks as we see the Ford Fiesta getting towed back to the pits on at the back of the tilt tray. Tell you what, Dan, this is shaping up to be a fascinating strategy race. Like I said, it's the divergence of strategies. We've got the top 13 cars that are yet to make a pit stop. We've got some cars in the field that have managed to get one of their compulsory pit stops out of the way. We've got other cars that have managed to get 2 of their compulsory pit stops out of the way that are now buried well down the order, but will float up through the field as other people peel away.
Look at that, the livery on the side. Look, the guy holding the steering wheel, the eyes poking out. I think that sums up a few of the drivers out there in the first few laps of this race. Their eyes poking out of their sockets. Can't believe what they're seeing. We saw cars 4, 5 wide further back through the field. It was fast and frenetic back there. But already we've had many deployments of the Hyundai Ioniq N safety car, and this is the latest iteration. On lap number 22 it came out, and it's been out there for several laps. But as we saw, notably, the car is on the back of the tilt tray, and then that means we won't be too far away from getting things back underway. KISS pitted from second position outright in that Evo. 4 minutes and 30 or 4 minutes and 15 seconds in the lane. So all of that has been done so far under yellow flags. If we go green this lap, you might just emerge ahead of the lead. It's going to be pretty tight, but I think it wasn't maybe a bad call in the end to get that pit stop in.
So Benny Tran came back in as well, but he was only in the pits for 1 minute and 19.7 seconds. So that was an unscheduled stop for that car as well. which has now had 3 visits to pit lane, of which I believe only 1 has actually been a compulsory stop.
Yep,
So
yep.
another 5-minute stop still to come for car number 81.
Yeah, that's not good. That's already nearly 2 minutes of unscheduled pit stops. That's over a lap now. No matter what way you look at it, it's going to be a hard road back from here for our 2025 pole sitters. But I think we are set, Lockie, for a restart. No, lights are still on. I thought for a second there we were set for a restart, but yeah, the tilt tray not quite back. We were close to going green that time. We're just teasing you.
I think one of the things I really enjoy about this race, Dan, is the fact that with all the different strategies playing out, you will get different cars floating their way to the top of the order over the course of the night. So Tim Collin-Breiter currently leads the way. John O'Neill, that Porsche 944. Remember last year how by the end of the race they popped up in the top 10 and on the lead lap, and we sort of looked at each other and said, "Mate, where did that car come from?" Well, they've done it again. Right now they're sitting in second position outright. Zach Wazier currently in position 3. They're actually pretty well placed at the moment, but yet to do any of their compulsory pit stops. But they do have Tom Shaw to get on board that car a bit later on, and we know that he's very, very quick. So we see some more, looks like suspension work going on under the rear of the Commodore, I think it is,
yes,
down
it is.
in pit
It's
lane.
the 111 Commodore. We just saw a shot, Lockie, while you were looking at the timing of the suspension component, that is, well, one way to put it is worse for wear. So that's the reason why that car has been forced into the pit lane. And here is another one on the back of the tilt tray. The reason for the Hyundai safety car, the 131 machine, the Class D Fiesta of Shane Fowler and Gavin Reynolds, their race coming to an end. And that's a real shame, as I say. I'd give it the award for the best presented car here this weekend. Look at that livery. That is a good-looking racing car.
Beautifully presented, and not too much of a surprise when you consider that Shane Fowler's business is sign writing race cars.
You are right.
You would expect them to turn it out with a cool-looking livery, and they have certainly delivered on that expectation. Now, just thinking about strategy, so by my reckoning, the highest placed car that can get to the end now without having to do any more pit stops is Alex Holsall in car number 80, the BMW 1M, which is a Division C car and has completed its one and only compulsory pit stop. Question mark that I have over that car is, do they have the fuel range to get to the end from this point? If they do, they're probably in pretty good shape in that team.
Well, the fact that we've gone 5 laps under safety car is only going to help the cause. The number 24 Evo did rejoin just ahead of the lead group, so he's currently chasing the train down. He's only lost a couple of laps, I think, or maybe even 1 lap under those safety car conditions. That's the KISS Evo, so that's a notable story as well, our former Division B leader. But Lockie, we are shaping up for a restart in this one. This race is absolutely flying by. We're already over a third of the way through this motor race, and the cars come around the final corner. Collin-Breiter is leading the field ahead of O'Neill. O'Neill, a lot of cars back. There's at least 2 cars in between them, and the same as well for several cars further back. Wazier, look for the number 15 BMW, 3rd position on timing at the moment, certainly not in the queue, but look for the M model BMW, the number 15 car, to move forwards here on this restart. Oh, there's a bit of overlapping further back, Lockie. You cannot overlap or overtake before the restart line. The start and finish line is the important line that dictates whether or not you are able to overtake, and there was a lot of overlapping further back, I thought.
Dimitri Agathos very aggressive at that restart. He's looking to get back some of the laps that he lost in pit lane earlier with the electrical problem, but it's always one of the challenges at the restarts of these races. Because you've got such a wide variety in speed between all of the different cars, it can be very, very tempting to pull out and pass a slower car at a safety car restart, but like you say, if you do that before you get to the start-finish line, you will be penalised. Tim Collin-Breiter, your race leader. John O'Neill second in the Porsche. Zach Wazier, Daniel Smith, Tony Virag, we haven't spoken about him much tonight, but Tony Virag and his son Liam Evans, by virtue of staying out of trouble, and keeping it clean. They are now up inside the top 5 outright, the father and son-in-law team in their VE Commodore SSV red line.
Look at that side by side. That was the number 3 machine slotting up the inside of Ian Joyce and Scott Tidyman, going side by side there with an MX5, I think it was. But it is frantic once again on these restarts, isn't it? We saw it earlier on and we're seeing it once again. There's the Giantini machine, so we haven't mentioned too much about that car either. That pitted under the previous safety car, I believe. And yeah, that's running really nicely as well. So keep an eye on that Honda Civic as you see them running side by side on the pit straight. Dave, you got an update?
I am. I'm down here with the driver who was unfortunate enough to be behind the wheel of the number 131 Shane Science Fiesta. Gavin, I know it's your birthday. You meant to blow candles out, not blow the wheels off.
It's been a real celebration today, but after only 20 or so laps, it's a bit disappointing to be here.
So was there any warning, any vibration coming through the steering, or?
Yeah, so when the car got loaded up coming through 4, I did feel it a little bit, and then when I turned across the curbs for 5, it's obviously just finished those wheel studs off. I mean, when you think about it, it is just a production car after all. The studs have probably been over-tightened a few times, and, you know, this is what happens.
The lesson here, kids, is always be really careful to make sure your wheels are on tight, but not too tight. Again, always great to see a hugely well-presented car, well-turned-out driver, doing a really good job, such as yourself. Can we look forward to seeing you guys at some of the other 300s coming up in the year?
Absolutely. Well, Shane and I are actually the defending Class D champions from a couple of years ago, so we were always talking about coming back and doing it, and here we are. It's a fantastic event, and I'd recommend anybody to come and do it. It's just wonderful.
Well, it's great to see that you've still got a really good attitude and a smile on your face, even though you've had to be brought back by the Clark Motorsports safety team. Just a quick word from you from our volunteer officials.
I want to thank everybody. I mean, when the rain came out and all the officials were so stoic standing there and just allowing the event to go on, and they're here till late in the night. So thanks to all of you. It's my birthday, but all the love to you in the world.
Back to you in Central Commentary.
Thanks, Dave. Gavin Reynolds, we've seen that he's done racing in a few different categories over the years. Toyota 86 Series, the Pulsar Challenge, and now sharing with Shane Fowler in the Sydney 300, but unfortunately the race coming to a premature end. This gives you an appreciation of just how busy it is back in the pack after a safety car restart. Alex Holtzel, who we believe is on a pretty good strategy at the moment, working his way through some of the slower cars in the field and tucked up behind the Hyundai i30 N sedan with Nicholas Agar at the wheel.
Absolutely. So there's a couple of B-class cars that have done one stop, the longest stop, but still have a 2.5-minute stop to go. The question is, when can they time it nicely to vie back into contention? So there's a few cars that have done one stop, but the top car that have done both is that Holtzel BMW. I just saw Chiara Zabatakis' name come into the pit lane, and she is clearly having a lot of mechanical work done underneath that car, and this car's running slowly as well. The number 11 machine, one of our the B-class pole sitter, is tumbling down the field.
Yeah, not been an ideal evening for the BYP team so far, has it? And Mark Saguna, who's currently down in 42nd position, getting overtaken by several cars there, so you'd expect that car to be running a lot faster than it is at the moment. So,
Contact at the E36 there, got touched by the 96 of Lindenmayer, and it's found itself in the gravel trap. The rear wheels have been buried. Can he get out? Yes. A lot of throttle, and he is able to claw his way out. That could have been a fair bit worse there. They were just passing the Saguna car, and they came together midway through the corner, so unsighted and made contact. But that's exactly what we were just talking about, Lockie. In the traffic, anything can happen, and that is exactly what we just saw at turn 6, negotiating this slow-moving machine. Two cars tangle in a completely separate incident. Here's a replay of it. They both go around the outside. The E36 thought he was clear of Saguna. He was. However, he was unaware that there was another blue car on his inside, the Mazda RX-8 of Lindenmayer, who last week was competing in RX-8 Cup, and they're doing a pretty good job as well, but this week finds himself sharing the car with all different sorts of cars.
good news is that he managed to get out of that gravel trap without losing too much time and without any significant damage. So should be able to continue on. The David Bailey Matthews car, and
this car's looking a bit funny in the rear end. A big twitch there for the 86 Mazda MX5, and it looks a bit dirty as well at the rear of the car. So I'm not sure if there's been some sort of off-track excursion. The splitter's bouncing about at the front, and it doesn't look stable at the rear. Yes, that car is incredibly fast, possibly the fastest of the race, but it is looking very, very uncomfortable to drive at the moment. It's certainly looking a little bit loose in the rear as well. As soon as he turns in, it's twitchy under brakes, and that caught my eye into turn number 3. A big, huge snap of oversteer midway through the corner, and nearly threw him off the racing circuit. But that splitter, let's put it this way, it's not getting any better out there, Lockie.
no, however, that is still one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. Jackson Copeland currently at the wheel, and remember, they lost a whole lot of positions as a result of taking their 5-minute compulsory pit stop, but they've got a lot of those spots back. They're now up to 14th position. They are only just over a lap off the lead of the motor race, and with the raw speed that they've got in that car, they're still well and truly in contention for outright victory here this evening.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Certainly not ruling it out of contention, but yeah, that is... it's a fast car, but as I say, it looks on edge. It doesn't look that easy to drive at this point of the race anyway. But certainly the fastest car when it's got clear air anyway at this stage of the race. The number 86 MX5, it led a large portion of the race early on last year and did so again this year. It didn't end up well for that team in the end. Hopefully 2025 has a better result for that car. Last year, Jimmy Vernon was behind the wheel. Not the case this year, Lockie.
No, Harrison Cooper behind the wheel, and here is the Mark Schooner Honda Integra. So we suspected that there was a drama with that car. It's in pit lane with the bonnet up and a lot of steam pouring out of it. So you would suspect that that's potentially an overheating issue. You can see the pit crew pouring some water into it there just to try and cool it down. But you'd have to say that that car is well and truly out of contention for any sort of front-running result in tonight's race.
What a race of attrition it's been. Now, we said it this time last year, but last year we did end up having 41 finishes. We're already not too far away from losing a good 15 or 16. We're not too far away from already getting down to that number. Of course, a few cars will rejoin as this race goes on. But once again this year, a huge rate of attrition and a lot of early race safety cars. Safety cars that will only play into the hands of our Division A and Division B class competitors.
So, looking at the strategic situation at the moment, so Matthew Giantini, the highest placed of the cars that has done one compulsory pit stop. Jason Miller, he's looking pretty strong as well, because he's already done a 5-minute compulsory pit stop and he's a Division A runner. So those two cars, 8th and 9th position, they've only got one more stop to go. The top 7 cars all still have to do at least one stop, and they don't quite have the pace of the cars behind them, given that they're all in slower divisions. So I reckon that the likes of Giantini, Miller, even Zach and David Radat's still in the game, you would have to say, and also that Jackson Copeland and Harrison Cooper car. I've just noticed as well that in the last lap or so, the number 78 car of Tim Herring has lost spots, and it was slow through Sector 1, so I don't reckon all is going that rosily with car number 78 at the moment either.
That's not good news. As you say, that car's been running well all day, the leading Herring car for much of the day so far. But yeah, as you say, let's have a look at the second sector split. I'll let you keep an eye on that because there's action on the racetrack. O'Neill trying to put the 117 down a lap. So that 944 with the 2 different coloured headlights at the front of the car is second in the race at the moment, and they're trying to overtake the race leader. So it's Colin Breiter from O'Neill. This is the fight for the race lead. So yeah, you're not putting down a lap at all. It's very much on. It's just with all the lap cars around, it's hard to keep an eye on who is doing what. Wazia's not too far behind in the M-Class the M-Series BMW, and in fact, slides up the inside in towards turn number 1, does he? No, not quite, but he had a good look and might do so again down here at turn 2. This is great racing from the top 3 in the motor race. O'Neill went from attacking late last lap to now defending from Wazir behind. Let's not forget, Lockie, Colin Breeder and O'Neill are in Division C. Wazir is in Division B. So he has an extra stop to make. And he is in the faster car, though, and he's trying to make his way through. But the top 3 at the moment, yes, okay, they haven't pitted. But they are nose to tail on the racetrack at the moment. This car of Radat's is in position number 10. That's the number 2 MX5, one of the first that has made a compulsory stop.
And he's fighting hard to get back onto the lead lap at the moment. So the advantage here is if you can get back onto the lead lap and the safety car comes out, it immediately gives you a huge advantage if you've already done one of the compulsory pit stops. Just saying as well that the number 86 car is disappearing very rapidly down the timing screen. So I reckon that there's a problem for that Jackson Copeman Harrison Cooper car. Just a couple of minutes after I was talking about how fast that car was and how rapid its progress was through the field, it is plummeting outside of the top 20. It's not made it into the pits, and I reckon that that car might have actually stopped somewhere on the circuit.
We'll keep an eye on that anyway, as we can see. The big slide, huge slide from the number 3 machine out of the final corner. That's Ian Joyce and Scott Tidyman. I think it's Tidyman behind the wheel at the moment of the VF Commodore. The Townsend signed machine's got all sorts of sideways out of the final corner as he tries to hunt down fellow Commodore runner VRAG there in the number 42 machine, who is coming under pressure from not 1 but 2 machines. Oh, that's a big lockup and another incident down there at turn number 2, and it's the same team car involved again. Their day just keeps getting worse and worse. That was the number 77, wasn't it, up the inside down there? And there's big damage on the VRAG Commodore. Very, very bad damage, and that car will have to be brought into the lane. The left rear has got significant damage. But the point I was trying to make, the car that hit him, it's the same car as Benny Tran, the same car that is in the lane for repairs as well.
Oh, look at that, it's crabbing all over the road, so it's punched that car square in the rear axle, and that's why it's now not tracking straight. So you're right, that car's going to be headed back to the pits. What a shame. I don't think that Virag would have been expecting it was the Tom Vacečevic, Bob Papovac BYP Civic that was up the inside. And Zach Radatz was on the outside. He was extremely lucky not to get caught up in that incident.
Well, it was Radatz that was originally trying to get past this machine, and then all of a sudden the Civic came on the scene, tried to make a move up the inside, locked the front brakes, and ploughed into the side of the Commodore. Here we go, here's a replay. Up the inside, he went for one move on the MX5 and then hit the Commodore hard in the left rear. No wonder there is damage to the number 42 machine. VRAG sharing the car with Evans this weekend, as they have done the last couple of years, but that is not what they wanted, Lockie. VRAG, a veteran of these 300k races, he knows you got to stay out of trouble, but very much the innocent party there. He couldn't do anything about that.
Ronan Lindenmeyer back in the pits and back in the garage for some more attention to that Mazda RX-8. In fact, it looks like he's getting out of the car, so his night might be done, and that's the David Grice, Martin Lyle Mazda MX-5 and the Nathan LeBrock Graham Elliott Commodore have stopped on the circuit as well with a huge plume of smoke. Surely the safety car is going to be called now, with several cars stopped at various points around the track with mechanical problems, and it looks like some fluid and potentially some hot fuel leaking out of the back of that car.
Not hot fuel, scalding fuel. Look at it, it's orange. Crikey, that has gone up in a big way down on the exit of turn number 5, and we have gone safety car. And as well, Lockie, the machine that hit the VRAG Commodore is also in the lane with significant damage.
Tom Vacečevic and Bob Papovac's night comes to an early end as well, so it has not been the night for the BYP team.
Have they got any cars in contention now? They started with 4. I think Benny Tran might be the only car sort of in contention, but even that has made 2 minutes worth of unnecessary pit stops for various different reasons. The VRAG car is limped back into the lane and is going to be pushed back into the garage. No surprises there with the huge crabbing effect that we saw.
There's Corinne Virag, wife of Liam, daughter of Tony, on car controller duties tonight. Actually did the Sydney 300 a couple of years ago, but has since been banned by both her husband and her father because last time they raced together she was quicker than both of them and they didn't like that too much.
No, they said we've got rid of our fastest driver.
Okay, more pit stops taking place here, and this is key. So Matthew and Aaron Giantini, they are in for what will be their second compulsory pit stop.
Here's a replay, Lockie. So the Mazda went around all but lonesome by the looks of things.
Actually made contact with the tyre wall down there, the David Grice and Martin Lyle entry, and then it took a couple of seconds to get refired. And simultaneously, on the opposite side of the circuit, we saw the Nathan LeBrock Commodore detonating.
I thought originally on first look that maybe that car spun off on some oil or something, but no, that was the first car to spin. And then the LeBrock 111 had the huge engine failure just moments later. As we can see the moon, it's been shining bright all weekend and it's shining down on the racetrack for us. But Colin Breiter in, Wazir in, O'Neill in, Virag, Giantini, Ansel, so many of the top 10 in the lane. This is a good time for the drivers or the teams that only need to make one stop, the Division D and E class cars, and even C as well. If they've not pitted, this is an opportune moment. We're right at that point we spoke about early in the race. If you don't have fuel flexibility or not a lot of it, this is a great safety car for you.
It sure is. 41 laps remaining, and you would expect this safety car to be out for a while because there may be some fluid on the circuit up there at turn number 5 that they're going to have to soak up, as well as removing that Nathan LeBrock Graham Elliott car from the circuit. So pit lane, a hive of activity. There is the Tim and Brad Herring Mazda MX5, which we saw just losing a bit of time prior to that safety car intervention. Still a bit of a question mark for me over what has happened to the Jackson Copeman Harrison Cooper Mazda MX5 as well, because we saw that car tumbling down the timesheets and still a bit of a mystery as to where that car has disappeared to.
Yeah, we don't see it on the timing graphic in front of us. We can see where
I think it might have been a timing error, because it's actually just... So we're actually hearing from race control that there is a timing glitch with car number 86, so it has actually reappeared on our timing screen in position number 7. So that car still in outright contention here. It's done one of its compulsory pit stops, and with that timing error, I'm not sure if that car's in pit lane at the moment or not.
This is pretty important, this round of stops. We've got a lot of people serving their final pit stop, so notably this car on the screen in front of us. The A-Class Evo is serving its second and final 5-minute pit stop. The Giantini car is in the lane as well. So lots of cars serving their second and final stop. The 78 Tim Herring car, not Todd Herring, the Tim Herring MX5 is also in the lane serving its final stop. Of course, if you're in Division C, D and E, you only have one to stop. So Colin Breiter, who was in the lead of the race when the yellow flag was flown, he only has to do this one stop. So this is being checked off already. Wazir serving his first of 2, and O'Neill in the 944 serving his one and only stop in the Porsche 944.
A lot of teams taking the opportunity to change the load side tyres, which are the right-hand side tyres here at Sydney Motorsport Park, because you have quite a few long, constant radius left-hand corners that do put a lot of load through those right-hand side tyres. We know that the Evos in particular do have a history of being quite punishing on their tyres here at Sydney Motorsport Park, so a smart move by Jamie and Jason Miller to change tyres on that car.
I did notice just a second ago Division E, it came up on timing supplied by Glenline TV showing us our different classes, that 10 of, I think, 12 cars are, and here it is, they've just brought it up again for us. Look at how many are in the pits, Lockie. Notably though, Hayden Crosland, who's led all night long in Division E, is out there on the racetrack with a 41 just on his bumper. That's a Daniel Hay and Christopher Bautista Mazda MX5. They've elected to stay out under this safety car period. So a divergence in, a split in strategy for Division E, most notably affecting our leader, Hayden Crossland.
So I do believe that the 86 car is in pit lane right now, completing its second pit stop, but because they've got a timing issue with that car, it's not actually scoring as in pit lane, so probably worth just making a mental note that that car is clearing its second 5-minute compulsory pit stop. At the moment, no, it's not. I'll take that back because it's actually just re-emerged in position number 3 on the racetrack, being manually timed by our ever hard-working officials in race control.
We've got to make a mental note of that because that's going to be a hard car to track in the final stages of this race. And we are right about the halfway distance now, aren't we? We are just one lap away from going 150 Ks into this 300-kilometre race. The 2025 edition of the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300 has certainly turned on the action already, hasn't it? We've seen mechanical issues, a couple of incidents. We've seen runaway race leaders, penalties for infringements. The race has already had the lot, and we're only at the half-race stage. You can see one of the MX5s getting a fair bit of work done. Seatbelts going on. Great camera work there by Jay, showing us exactly what it goes into making a pit stop. Glasses have fogged up a little bit there on the 78 machine, so that means that Tim Herring has jumped out and Brad Herring has now jumped behind the wheel of the 78 MX5, and they've only just completed the pit stop and they're sending it out, Lockie. So a nicely timed pit stop, or are they potentially losing time? One person that's losing time, the number 15 BMW of Wazia, was right up the pointy end prior to that safety car coming out, and it's been in the lane for over 6 minutes. The number 15 BMW, he competed last week over at Winton Raceway and had a couple of reasonable results, but this is costly time in the pits for that car as the little Fiesta heads out into the fast lane. Then car number 6, we've got a car, the Mazda 3's come to a stop. I don't think you're allowed to do that, Lockie. You have to keep moving, don't you, if you're in the fast lane? I think he's trying to wait for 5 minutes.
The red light will be on, yes, because the safety car and the train behind the safety car are currently driving past pit exit, so he's actually doing the right thing and stopping at a red light. Dave, down to you.
So it's often said that tyres are black and round. Now that's correct, but of course for the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300, tyre choice is free when you change tyres, and particularly what type of tyres you run. There's no control tyre, there's no control tyre brand. You're not even limited to certain categories of tyres. There are 3 or 4 different types of tyres you'll see in use this evening at Sydney Motorsport Park. The first is what we're starting to see a little bit more of bleed over from budget endurance racing in the US. It's what we call the 200 Treadwear Club. This is the Yokohama 8009. As you'll see, it's got 2 circumferential bands, quite a lot of void in there, much better in the wet, not as good as our next category of tyre in the dry. That's the Yokohama Advan AO50. This is a semi-slick tyre. It's still road legal, but only just. You'll notice that there's no bands in it. There's a lot more bigger tread blocks, but we still have a means of dispersing water. As Jason is shooting this is also the control tyre for a number of categories around the country. Production touring cars, Yokohama also sponsors the Improved Production Racing Association. And when we get a chance, we'll have a look at the other types of tyres that are on some of the front-running cars. This is what you'll tend to see on people running on a budget, maybe in Division E, maybe Division D, whereas the semi-slicks we start to see more of in Divisions D, C and B.
Thank you very much, Dave. Down there in the lane, here's a tyre encyclopedia. He goes around, he asks everybody, oh, what are you running? And they tell him, and he's there taking it all in, and he remembers it as well. He really is a tyre encyclopedia, that man. I mentioned a couple of the Division E class front runners didn't pit under the safety car initially. They have now come in the lane now, and we can see Dimitri Agathos coming back in the lane once again, or back in the garage, I should say. But yes, Hayden Crossland has come in, as has the 41 directly behind him of Hay. So there it is, they've lost it in the pits. So will they potentially fall? I imagine they will, Lockie, fall behind all of those other Division E class cars that were on the same lap. They were able to come in a lap earlier, join the safety car queue. These guys will have to rejoin behind that queue and as a result lose crucial track position. So our remaining Division E class winners in that Veloster have been dealt a tough hand midway through this race.
They have, but strategically I still think they'll be in an okay position once it all shakes out. We have now completed half race distance in an hour and 23 minutes. Now the race record, which was set by Todd Herring back in 2021, is 2 hours and 25 minutes. So based on our current rate of completing laps, we're going to fall well short of that tonight, looking for a race time of over 2 hours and 40 minutes as things stand at the moment.
Well, yeah, we might be set for the longest. The longest was last year, 2 hours 44. So at that rate, it will be one of the longest, if not the, at the present rate of knots. So that just shows how many safety cars and interruptions that we have had so far in this race. As we look at the Land Drive Finance sponsored Hyundai Veloster in the lane, as we say, it was the Division E leaders, and Crosland will have jumped out and handed over to Simon Agar, and we'll see what he can do in the final segment of this motor race. Already halfway through this encounter. At the moment, it's Smith that leads the way in car number 88. I don't think we've mentioned that car at all in this one. A Division C class car out there, showing the car with Carl Kleiman. It's a Volkswagen GTI. It may be said a 40th anniversary edition of the machine. But we see a car slowing under safety car. It's that i30N again. We saw it have problems earlier on in the race. This car, at the Winton 300 last year, had a lot of electrical issues and mechanical issues. It constantly went into limp home mode, and to me, Lockie, it looks like it's done it once again.
Full credit to the driver of that car for putting the hazard lights on, waving cars behind through to make it very clear that it has a mechanical problem, because normally you're not allowed to pass under safety car, but if the car does have a clear issue, then that is one of the exceptions to that rule. So the driver just making it very clear to race control that yes, I've got a problem, so yes, people are allowed to pass me.
That's one of the things they spoke about in the driver's briefing, wasn't it? They said absolutely to pull out of the way and allow the cars to go through if you do have a problem under safety car. Make it be known, make it be apparent.
This is the Martin Lyle David Grice Mazda MX5 that we're looking at in pit lane at the moment. We saw them make light contact with the tyre wall with the rear of the car, and it looks like there is a bit of cosmetic damage around the boot lid of that car, but shouldn't be affecting the performance. We're hearing that the reason that Dimitri Agathos keeps coming into the pit lane is because that car keeps blowing fuses for the fuel pump, which is not going to be very helpful for that car's forward progress. And also for Ronan Lindenmeyer, the Mazda RX-8, we're hearing a blown engine for that car as well.
We're about to go back to green. Safety car lights are out. The car at the head of the field has not yet completed a compulsory pit stop, and neither notably has the 791 Mazda MX5 as well, a few positions further back. It's not the 79 directly behind it. I'm talking about the 791 that is in position number 2. I believe it's just behind the Evo. In fact, no, I think it's fallen now behind a couple more cars. Either way, there's a lot of cars in between Smith and Boydell. They're on the same lap. They're both in Division C, and they are leading the way at the moment. There it is, just behind the Mazda with the yellow stripe. So, yeah, there's a good half a dozen cars in between the two of them. We are about to get back going. When's Smith going to go? This car is ultra fast in a straight line. I couldn't believe it when I saw it earlier on in qualifying as he goes away. We are back to green here in the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. And there are a lot of lap cars in and amongst this field at the moment. There's a lot of strategy at play. In fact, Lockie, only 4 cars are currently on the lead lap.
Indeed, and the highest placed car that does not have to do another compulsory pit stop is Alex Holtzel in position 5. He is just on 1 lap down at the moment. And once again, this will be a nervous time, an anxious time as different cars with different speeds are all trying to pass one another down into turn number 2.
That was the same E36 that got spun after contact with the RX-8 that nearly got turned around again at turn number 2. So there it is, right in the middle of the pack. So people are darting left and right, don't know which way to go. It looks like our leading fight, or 2 of our leaders a few laps ago, have made their way by and continue their duel. One of them was the yellow and orange Mitsubishi Evo that's just coming into the shop once again. There it is, the 59 machine heading on through ahead of the 117. So Osman now behind the wheel of the 117 in position number 12. It's done its compulsory pit stop. That's in a good position as well at this point. There it is though, the Miller car heading on through right behind the Giantini Honda Civic, which did not get the drive out of the corner. The Evo with the all-wheel drive is able to slingshot its way out of the corner and ahead of the Honda Civic. And up the inside of more lap traffic. Look at this frantic stuff in the mid-pack. I'm running out of adjectives to describe exactly how congested and tight it is in that midfield. Here we are, the 86, back at the head of the train, or not quite anyway, but not at the head of the field, Lockie.
So this is the battle for what will be second position between Andy Boydell and Jackson Copeman. So Boydell putting pressure on the number 791 Mazda MX5, and we know that that orange 86 car has been very, very fast all night, and he dives to the inside at turn number 4. That car now up into position 2 outright. Still has 1 5-minute compulsory pit stop to tick off, but so too does the cars that he is racing on the track at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. A long way still to go in this race. Still 5 minutes stop to complete for that machine. That's why it's looking so pretty at the moment at the top, but we're trying to keep an eye on that at the moment with manual timing on that particular machine. It's moving up and down the order like a roller coaster at this point in the race. But there's the 79 machine down a couple of laps. That's the Herring machine. That's Jet Herring behind the wheel of that one at the moment, who of course is sharing with the reigning Sydney and Winton 300 or Viola there, nearly running into the side of the 81 machine. Lucky to get away with that there was the Honda Integra of Benny Tran and Damon Ashton. Benny Tran now behind the wheel of the BYP racing car, but yeah, very nearly coming into a significant contact with Charlie Viola, and we jump on board with the Viola Private Wealth car heading down the straight. Oh, it's got a bit of left-hand down, hasn't it? Quite significant left-hand down actually in that car. So probably a bit of contact at some points in the race. It's just tweaked the steering just a little bit, not affecting him too badly. Immaculately presented machine. And it must be said as well, the team, Lockie, we were commenting on it during lunch. We saw him in the cafeteria, and the whole team is kitted out in white and black, and it's a very professional looking outfit.
Sure is. I'll tell you what, the car 88 machine of Carl Kleiman and Daniel Smith has done a pretty good job at this race start to pull some margin over the MX5s that are running around behind.
Again, you can see on the timing, Cooper falls back down again and then pops back up once more as they manually time him. So that car continues to fluctuate. So just remember, that car is actually in second position at the moment and is catching our current race leader. Oh, lock up the inside. 2 contenders in this race. Giantini up the inside of Boydell there into turn number 6, and there was very nearly contact, a big front lock up, but no damage done. Evasive action taken there by Giantini. Pulled the nose out at the last possible moment.
Some of these cars trying to get back onto the lead lap after doing their compulsory pit stops. Now, I'm just a little bit confused here because timing is still showing Daniel Smith as leading the race, but we can actually see that he's fallen back behind Andy Boydell as timing now does correctly update to score Harrison Cooper at the front of the field.
So yeah, that car has lost the lead.
Yes,
anyway.
so Harrison Cooper is now your leader ahead of Daniel Smith, so that has now corrected itself on the timing. They are still manually timing that number 86 car, but the advantage that Harrison Cooper and Jackson Copeland have at the moment is clear track. They've been able to clear all of that traffic since the safety car restart, so there'll be a few laps at least when they won't have to worry about negotiating any traffic. It's more problems, unfortunately, for the number 81 car of Benny Tran. Been a troublesome night, hasn't it, for the BYP team? It looks like some more issues for that car, which does actually hold the fastest lap of the race at a 1:39.8 set on lap number 32, but buried all the way down in 29th position at the moment.
He had to serve a drive-through penalty early in the race. That was 30 seconds in the lane. It didn't need to be. And then as well served a short little stop that we still don't really understand why it was. So in total, 2 minutes have already been wasted, and now it's falling down the order as well, as Charlie Viola gets the elbows out and aggressively makes his way past Smith in the Golf. And here up the inside comes Viola, so that is a D-class car, is it not? Overtaking an A-class car. That shows significant issues for Benny Tran, who no doubt will bring the ailing Honda Integra in the lane at the end of this lap. And what a shame for the man that started on pole position. There's a bit of a curse, a pole curse in the Winton 300. No one's ever taken the victory from pole in that race. In the Sydney 300, we've had 2 pole sitters take victory in the past, but this is not going to be a third here today. Benny Tran, the pole sitter, brings the car in the lane with problems, and that is out of the race for the time being anyway. And there's a lot of debris flicking up down there at turn number 1. That's why the Wazir car is off the circuit. I'm sure a tyre's let go. There was debris flying all over the road, and it is a front right puncture for that BMW. As we panned the shot, I saw debris going absolutely everywhere. So the the BMW M4 has turned into the corner, and the front right has let go. Now this car, Lockie, is not pitted. It's done 45 laps on this set of tyres. Clearly, that's one too many.
And it was a problem for them at Bathurst as well. You might remember that when they had Anton De Pasquale on board that car at the 6 hour, it had some tyre failures which dropped it back down through the order as well. And because that's happened at turn number 1, the problem for Zach Wazir and Tom Shaw is that they now have to do pretty much a complete lap to get back into the pits to get that tyre changed.
Andrew Boydell has come into the lane. I'm surprised again, as it was only a few minutes ago that we were on the safety car, that they're doing it now. But again, maybe that fuel range isn't quite there. Nevertheless, Boydell in the lane from Division C. Let's not forget the reigning 2-time Winton 300 race winner. I spoke to him earlier on in the day, and he was saying to me, we made a few improvements, but this car doesn't really suit Sydney. A lot of the big horsepower cars have an advantage. The light, nimble MX5, very well suited to the tight, technical Winton Raceway, but not so well suited to the Sydney 300k race.
No, and we saw Todd Herring driving alongside him at Winton last year. They won that race together. Jason Walsh teamed up with Andy Boydell's win it the year before. Tonight he's got the very experienced Stephen Head as his co-driver, but they are now in to take their compulsory pit stop under green flag conditions. Boydell
did confirm to me earlier on that they're going to remain, he and Stephen Head are going to remain as a combination for Winton later on in the year. So a bit of stability they think will help them going forward for the rest of the year. This almost a trial round for them ahead of that race later on in the year. We're on lap 46 of the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. Hope you're enjoying the action. Boy, oh boy, has there been a lot of it in the first 46 laps of this race, and there's still 31 to go. I'm Dan McCarthy. Lockie Mansell is alongside me, and throughout this race, throughout the day, has been Dave Stillwell in the lane, bringing us so many updates. He's been a very busy man in the lane so far in this particular race. Up the inside comes the Thornton 86, although I imagine it's Tatani now behind the wheel. That 71 will have done its compulsory pit stop. Oh, a nice pass from Tatani as the Lexus decides to go drifting. Must be a drifting competition out there that I was unaware of. Ultra sideways out of turn number 2 for the Lexus as it rolls down the hill. We haven't seen too many Lexuses in this race. A unique car to the Sydney 300 this year. to have that machine out there on the racing circuit. And yeah, Boydell remains in the lane, and this is going to bury him far down the field. Out in front, it is Cooper. It's actually Copeman actually behind the wheel now, isn't it? And they lead by 35 seconds. The Ace Class car still has one pit stop to do, remember, as does the car behind of Smith.
So at the moment, the highest placed cars that do not have to stop again are in 5th, 6th and 7th positions. Alex Holzel, Chris Stannard and Michael Osmond. Holzel, the fastest of that trio of drivers last time around, and he's 10 seconds ahead of Stannard. That car's still looking pretty good strategically, I would say, considering that the cars ahead of him all have to pit again, especially if it runs green from here through until the checkered flag. Alex Holzel's in a very, very nice strategic position. Two E36s running side by side around the final corner, and there is the tyre of the Wazir and Shaw combination. In the Bathurst 6 Hour early in the year, they were teamed up, the two of them, with none other than Shell V-Power, former Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, Shell V-Power class car, now with Team 18. I'll get it out in a second, Lockie. Anton Di Pasquale is what I'm trying to say, raced with them earlier on in the year at the Bathurst 6 Hour. Just the two of them in this one, and they are in the lane for their compulsory pit stop. However, they have had to do a lap on ultra old tyres. Let's run through the classes, Lockie. Lendrive Finance at the moment being led by Cooper, but he has to serve another stop. Notably, Jason Miller in position number 2 in the Evo. Both compulsory pit stops done and out the way, but he is 2 laps down on that car at the moment. MJS Electrical Products and Supplies Division B sees Kiss leading the way in another Evo out there ahead of McLennan. The margin 25 seconds, but Kiss does have another stop to do, a 2.5-minute stop. So does McLellan, because they've had 2 visits to the pits, but one of those visits was, I believe, a drive-through.
Yes, good memory.
So the highest placed car in Division B that has done both of its compulsory pit stops is the Aridon Matthew Giantini, number 13 Honda Civic. So then we move on to Division C, presented by Exclusive Switchboards. Daniel Smith currently your leader there, but still has to pit. Alex Holzel, second in Division C, has got his compulsory pit stop out of the way. Live and Learn Group Division D is currently being led by Barney in the 151 machine, but again, yet to pit. Highest placed car that has done its compulsory pit stop will be the number 53 machine, which has Oldfield at the wheel. That's the MX5 of Ben Oldfield and Jamie Martin. It has completed its compulsory pit stop. And in Division E, presented this evening by G-Lock Brakes Australia, Hayden Crosland leading the way there, but again, yet to take his compulsory pit stop. Highest placed car that has stopped, Daniel Hay and Christopher Batista.
No, if you remember, Crosland did come in that last pit stop sequence, did come in under safety car, but later on. So I think that
might be a bit of a timing glitch there then, because it hasn't actually got a pit time for him. So yeah, okay. So that car, so all Division A cars
have pitted
at this point.
Yeah, so that is legitimate. So it's Agar now at the wheel of that machine leading the way. And I noticed as well the 141 machine of Parry Anastakis has moved up to position number 3. Parry Anastakis, a veteran of 300 races, isn't he? I think he's done more 300s than anybody else. Would I be right in saying that?
You would be right in saying that. I think tonight, he and Daniel Flanagan are the 2 drivers who've done the most 300s. It would not be a 300k endurance race without Parry Anastakis. Normally behind the wheel of the Peugeot 205 GTI. That car undergoing some upgrades at the moment, so he has slotted into a Nissan Pulsar this evening.
Tidyman and Stannard are in the lane at the moment. So they were inside the top 10, and in has come Smith as well in the last few seconds. So the Golf from, another sideways moment from Cooper. I can't quite get over how sideways that Mazda MX-5 is. Boy, oh boy, is it fast, but it is hard work out there as he goes on through to complete another lap. saving the final 5-minute stop until as late as possible, hoping for another safety car. Keep pushing the fuel, go as far as you can go on this fuel tank, and then hopefully a safety car will come out before you get to the bottom of your tank. The Wazir BMW is heading back out there, Lockie, onto the racetrack, but that has been in the lane for a long time. That's the number 15 machine that was in contention and had that spectacular tyre blowout down at turn number 1 a few laps ago. So that's been in the lane for just over 5 minutes. So actually they've been able to get that all done and actually not lose too much time. Only 15 or 16 seconds lost in the end for them. So a relatively good stop considering the amount of work that they've had to do on that car.
And what has been a dismal night is officially over now for the number 81 Honda Integra of our pole sitters, Benny Tran and Damon Ashton. News from pit lane as it's blown drive shaft for that car, so their night is done.
That's a real shame for a former Sydney 300 winner. Doing so several years ago in 2023. That is a real shame for him. But nevertheless, I'm sure he'll come back stronger than ever in 2026. But that's a real shame as we see the cars come on through. And that's the number 3 machine out there. It's had a troublesome day at times as Ian Joyston's got Podium car, but he's still out there running well in position number 23 at the moment. Here's the Golf I was referring to of Smith that's come into the lane to serve its sole pit stop from Division C. So this is the Golf that he shares with fellow Golf driver. That's Carl Kleiman that will jump behind the wheel of their 40th anniversary edition Golf GTI. We've got a few Golfs in the field. We've got a Scirocco as well. So if you like your hot hatches, there's a lot out there. There's Fiesta STs, there's Honda Civics. There's a good bunch of little hot hatches as we see the pit lane. Not too many cars in there at the moment. A lot, unfortunately, in the garages at this point in time. There's a new addition to the field this weekend, Lockie. A very welcome addition, the Maserati out there. Another car going slow. I think was that the 81, I thought. Going slow. Certainly
no,
the
the 81's still stuck in pit lane, I think you'll find, unless they manage to get it back out there. They did, yeah, it might be the 81. So, blown drive shaft, but they might have had a go at fixing it and tried to get it back out there.
There it is, just coming out the hairpin now.
Yep, so still not all is well with that car, unfortunately. Now, just thinking about the strategy of this race as we get into the final 27 laps, the bottom line is at this point our race leaders Harrison Cooper and Jackson Copeman, they will be praying for another safety car so they can do their second and final compulsory pit stop under safety car conditions. And a problem, unfortunately, for the Porsche 944. We had sung their praises earlier on, but Chris Stannard and John O'Neill, that car not up to pace at the moment. It's actually just come out of pit lane. It looks like they might have been trying to resolve an issue which is not quite cured either. Just to complete the point, whether or not there's another safety car in the pit window could be the difference for Harrison Cooper and Jackson Copeman between winning and losing this motor race, because if they can take their final pit stop under safety car conditions, they'll probably still be on the lead lap, and we know that with the pace that they've got in that car, that they'll be able to fight their way back to the head of the queue. However, if they have to take their stop under green, it'll be more like 2 laps that they'll lose to the rest of the field. That puts them back with the likes of Jason and Jamie Miller, and they'll still have to catch the cars that don't have any more pit stops to do. So whether or not there's another safety car is going to be critical in deciding the outcome of this race.
Absolutely. 25 laps to go, so we're over the 2/3 race distance now. And we're beginning to see who the contenders are at this point in the race. But as you say, a lot will come down to a potential safety car or not. The 944 that we saw slowing 7th outright last year and on the podium in Division C, but I don't think that's going to happen this year. We saw sparks and stuff coming out of the exhaust, and it was sounding as sick as a very, very poorly dog. So unfortunately, that is not looking good for the 944. Certainly no top 10 finish here today in the 2025 edition of this race, and it looks like a Mazda is darting for the pit lane a little bit further back. How many runners do we have at the moment, Lockie? This has been such an attritional race already, and I think we've only really got 40 that are in and circulating at the moment, there or thereabouts anyway.
Yeah, once again, it's been a race that's been punishing on the mechanical components in a lot of these cars, as these endurance races often are. The mechanical gremlins can strike because so many of these vehicles are very closely based on what are, for all intents and purposes, production-based cars. You do have to have a bit of what the late great Peter Brock called mechanical sympathy to make sure that you can get your car to the finish line. There is the Porsche 944, Chris Stannard, limping that car back into pit lane.
Holtzell's negotiating the lap traffic very quickly. He got the BMW E36, car number 39, and now goes through on the Lexus of Wayne once again. So a nice move there into the first corner. That car sits in third position, and as we say, the first one to do both of its stops, although I think Kiss has as well, just ahead. No, one stop, that's in Division B. So the Evo ahead doesn't have a 5-minute stop to do, but it does have a 2.5-minute stop to do. So 3 drivers on 3 different strategies in the top 3 at the moment. Dave, down to you.
Thank you, guys. So it's a very different circumstance down here in the BYP Racing Garage. It was all smiles at the end of qualifying when we handed out the checks from Lendrive for Division A, and of course the check from MJS Electrical for Division B. Our Division A pole sitter, the number 81 BYP Honda, has been in and out of the garage repeatedly. Issues with the front drive shafts on that car, obviously a huge amount of torque going through the front drive shafts on that car. Whereas the sister car that took pole in Division B for MJS Electrical with Mr. MJS himself on board, that car was experiencing an issue where it started getting hot and then it popped a coolant plug in the engine. They were able to get that back in and finish that, but unfortunately that's dropped them several laps and has taken quite a number of the front-running BYP cars out of contention. So what a turn of fortunes here in the Honda Focus garage at SMP.
Yeah, the sad side to the number 81 behind you. Started on pole for the inaugural Sydney 300, didn't finish that one. Second time today taking pole position, and again a DNF. That's a bad omen there for Benny Tran. Yeah, they'll be hoping for better later on in the year in the other 300s and next year as well for the next iteration of the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. The 944's back out there on the track, Lockie. I'll be interested to know if the Gremlins have been surpassed or whether they are still there, whether a Control-Alt-Delete made things work. Of course, a lot of the modern day production cars, a quick Control-Alt-Delete, and they seem to fix themselves with all the modern day electronics. However, a 944, a lot more old school, a lot more mechanical. Generally, if there's a problem with a car like that, it's not a Control-Alt-Delete.
No, it's a much more analogue solution, but the positive news is that car did seem to be travelling a lot more quickly when it exited the pit lane on that occasion. Jackson Copeman, our race leader, is absolutely flying at the moment. He's opened up a lead of 1.5 laps over our second place driver, Matthew Kiss. Keep in mind the difference in the pit stop times. Our race leader still has another 5-minute compulsory pit stop to go. Our second place car has a 2.5-minute stop to make. Our third, fourth and fifth place cars do not have to stop again, and neither does our sixth place car of Jason Miller, which is continuing to circulate at pretty much the same lap times as our race leader, Jackson Copeman. So Jason Miller, that car's been quick all night. We saw that they put fresh tyres on it at the pit stop. We know how talented Jason Miller is as a driver. That car is shaping up as an outright contender as we get into the back end of this motor race.
So it did short back-to-back stops under safety car. The first one on lap 22 and the second one on lap 35. I think, seeing it went so far in at lap 35, I think it should be safe on fuel.
Yep.
That's the question. Can it do 42 laps to the end of the race? I would think so in an Evo. I think they should be safe, but that is the only question mark over that car. But certainly in contention for this race win here this evening. Of that there is no doubt. That was the first car, or very close to pit the second time in a class, so that's very notable. Holtzell completed both its stops by lap number 22, so both of those two coming up with the same strategy, getting the pit stops done early and doing them all under safety car. You just throw away free lap time if you do it under green, and we've seen that it has buried a lot of the competitors that have done that today. It doesn't matter if you're the fastest car. If you're pitting under green, you are losing lap time, throwing it away.
So our race leading car has now been on the circuit for 40 laps since its last pit stop. That's going to be a real stretch as far as fuel range goes. The pit window, we know, closes on lap 70. I'm not sure that they'll be able to get another 15 laps out of the tank of fuel. The point that I'm getting towards is that they're really going to want a safety car very, very soon. Any sign of a safety car, they'll be in straight away to get that final pit stop completed.
The problem is for them as well, because it's been such an attritional race, the field is spread out quite a lot. And it means as well we don't have that many cars on the racetrack together. The chances of a safety car are less likely. And that plays into the hands of this car. Yes, it's another Division A class car, but this car is marching forwards at the moment at a vast rate of knots. Half a lap behind the race leader, but let's not forget, half a lap behind the second place car of KISS, but let's not forget it's able to lap a good few seconds a lap faster because it's in a higher division. I love 300-kilometre endurance races. Strategy is not just important, Lockie, it's crucial.
They never fail to excite, do they? And this has all of the makings of another classic 300k race where we're not going to know the outcome until we get right towards the end of the race. Once again, building up for a climactic finish.
Holtzell in third position, as we say. First one to do all of its mandatory pit stops, but it's being caught at the moment by a good few seconds a lap as our race leader comes into the lane. Copeman is going to bring that car in for its final pit stop. 5 minutes, but notably, Lockie, under green flag.
Yeah, they really needed another safety car to come now, didn't they? Or a little bit earlier to get that final stop out of the way. I'd say my suspicion is they're probably just out of fuel at this point, so they haven't had any choice but to pit.
The early pit stop has sort of done them a bit of a dirty, really. Coming in on lap 15, if they extended that first stint, they could have extended this one, and potentially a safety car could have come out, but you never know. It's all if, buts and maybes, and quite frankly, they don't mean anything. You can be the theoretical leader, you can be the theoretical winner, but unless you go out to actually do it, it means absolutely nothing. So
they'll have to manually time. So the way that the compulsory pit stop time works is it's measured off the pit lane transit from the timing loop at pit entry to the timing loop at pit exit. You have to spend a total of 5 minutes in pit lane, so it includes both the transit time and the stationary time. But because of this timing issue with the number 86 car, the officials are going to have to manually time that process to make sure that they don't breach by being too short on this compulsory pit stop.
So the car that we're looking at the moment should take the race lead. I don't think it'll be on this lap. He's still a lap and a half behind the car in the pits, but at some point soon he will take the race lead, as this one has to be in the lane for 5 minutes. But as you say, Lockie, we can't tell you how long this car's been in the lane because of the timing issues with it. And they are pumping the fuel, look, and otherwise, not too much being done, which is good. Fan going into the front of the car to cool the engine down a little bit. But other than that, it is a nice, cool, calm pit stop, which is what you want to see at this stage of the race.
Doesn't look like they're changing drivers either, so it looks like Jackson Copeman's going to stay behind the wheel of that car through to the checkered flag. That's interesting. I thought that Harrison Cooper might have got behind the wheel. We've seen some scorching pace from him this evening, but then again, Jackson Copeman, he's been in the car for a while now. He'll be familiar with how the car's performing and with the track conditions out on the circuit at the moment, so maybe they've decided that the best option is to leave him in through to the checkered flag.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see there. We see the MJS Electrical Products and Supplies Division B order with KISS just 6 seconds ahead of Giantini, but as we say, KISS still has a 2.5 minute stop to make.
I stand corrected. They are swapping drivers.
They heard you, Lockie. They thought, oh, maybe Lachlan Mensel's right. Maybe we should. They're taking your advice there. In exclusive switchboards, Division C, Holzel remains out in front as he has for pretty much the entirety of the motor race, if we're honest, ahead of the 117 of Osmond in another BMW. Hay in third position, that's the Scirocco in position number 3, ahead of Charlie Viola, who is actually in Division C. I thought that would be a Division D entry, but moved up late on into Division C and running really strongly as well.
So some fresh, slick Kumo tyres going on the right-hand side of this number 86 Mazda MX5 for Harrison Cooper for this final sprint to the checkered flag. And because the safety car timing didn't work for them, they're going to have to sprint hard now. Harrison Cooper is going to have to absolutely drive the wheels off this car to get it back into outright contention.
So he's already dropped down to 5th position, although it seems to me like he's not too far away from getting going. Fuel has gone in, tyres have been changed, driver swap as well, but it's about to go a lap down. So this is the theoretical race leader. As you say, this car also has to stop, but it's only 10 seconds ahead of the BMW of Holzel, which does not need to stop again. So look for the red or maroon BMW not too far behind, because that car will put it a legitimate 1 lap down, and that is a very different scenario if that is the case. So Cooper, they've got to send it soon, but he's still in the lane waiting. It must feel like an absolute age when it's green flag and cars are flying by. It must feel absolutely awful. Kiss is in the lead of the race now in the Evo, but as we say, still has another stop to make, 2.5 minutes. Holzel in the BMW behind is now the real theoretical leader of this race. 1 lap ahead of this Mazda MX5.
So Harrison Cooper gets back into the action, but look at that, he's going to be a lap behind his Division A rival now in Jason Miller. So having to take that final stop under green flag conditions has proven extremely costly for the number 86 car. And it's going to take some pretty special luck now, you would have to say, for that car to get itself back into outright contention.
Yeah, it's very much shaking out now, this race, isn't it? Kiss has to pit again. Holzel is leading by about 20 seconds over this car on the screen. However, Holzel is Division C. This class car is A, so it can go nearly 10 seconds a lap faster, 8 seconds a lap faster. So I expect the margin to come down at a rapid rate of knots. At the moment, it's looking good for the 59 Evo of Jason Miller,
who just overtook Michael Osmond for position number 3. We've seen father and son teams win these 300-kilometre endurance races over the years. Steve and Jake Shelley did it. Craig and Adam Burgess did it at Wakefield Park. We saw Trevin and John Spiteri do it. We saw Oars and Tom Muller do it in a Mitsubishi Evo as well. Could we add another father and son combination to our winners list tonight?
Yeah, there's a lot of siblings and father and son duos that did really well last year, but didn't take outright victory, with one man going solo. Todd Herring taking the honours, of course, last year. But yeah, this is shaking up to be a quite interesting finish to this race. I'm interested to know how high the Koopman and Cooper car can get, how high that MX5 can get. If it can get itself back on the lead lap, Lockie, it's not far behind Jason Miller, and then we have a late race safety car. I wouldn't rule it out of contention just yet. However, importantly, it does need to unlap itself.
It needs to unlap itself, and not only that, but even if we were to get a late race safety car, think about all of the traffic that they would have to negotiate between themselves and the race leader. So they've popped out after that compulsory pit stop in position 10 outright. Matthew Kiss continues to lead, but still with that final compulsory pit stop to go. Back in comes the number 79 car of Todd and Jet Herring, one of the other father and son teams. I'll tell you what, for a couple of the teams that have been front runners traditionally in this race, BYP Racing with their Hondas and also the Herring team with their Mazda MX5s, it's been a less than stellar evening for both of those outfits, hasn't it?
Absolutely. The last few 300s have been fought between those two race teams, but not this weekend, not at all. So there we see the car in the lane, and turn our attention back to the cars heading down into the tight turn 2 hairpin. We've seen a few moments down there, haven't we, in this race. Of course, the VRAG Commodore sadly taken out down there and has not rejoined the circuit. A retirement in this one. A real shame for he and Liam Evans, but out in front of the race is Kiss. When is he going to come in? His last pit stop was lap number 35. Lockie, I reckon he can make it all the way to the end of the compulsory pit stop window at lap 70. So he's got 10 more laps, hoping for a safety car that will keep him right in contention. However, if he also has to pit under green, he will go tumbling down the order as well. But what he has is that little bit more flexibility that the Mazda MX-5 didn't have.
So for Matthew Kiss, a safety car now, he'd probably be able to pit and stay on the lead lap, given that his final stop is only 2.5 minutes, but if he has to do it under green, he'll go a lap down. So another driver praying for a late race safety car to keep themselves in contention for an outright podium.
Absolutely. We've got 3 different classes, 3 different divisions in the top 3 at the moment. Huge variety, as we always see here. The Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. A lot of cars in the lane, but a lot of action on the racetrack. The number 5 Toyota 86, that's a car that stayed out of trouble all race long, isn't it? The number 5 86 of Flanagan. And I believe they're right at the pointy end of Division D with the 53 car, which has just moved on through on that lap, I think, or very recently anyway. So that is a good battle there on the racetrack. There's the 53 of Oldfield that we're looking at now. So he's pulled a bit of a margin now, but yeah, that was a recent change of position. But 2 D-class cars very much punching under the radar and doing a fantastic job. And let's not mention as well that Oldfield had to make a unforced pit stop as well. So it's actually done an additional stop in this race. That makes their performance even more impressive to be outright 11th in Division D and serving an extra pit stop.
Yeah, that's been a stellar performance from that car. We often see it, don't we, in these endurance races, that even the slower cars that are not in the outright classes, just by staying out of trouble, having good strategy and a reliable run, you can work yourself up into a very, very good outright result by the end of the race.
How far behind is Titani as well? 3rd in the division, around about half a lap. So there's a bit of a margin between the top 2 and Titani in 3rd. Titani running a Toyota 86 car that was raced even last weekend in the Scholarship Series by Thornton, his co-driver. So he's doing a nice job out there. And in fact, there it is on the screen, just been lapped by the 117 of Osmond in position number 4.
Jason Miller continues to close the margin to Alex Holtzell, so it's now just 4.7 seconds in what will be the battle for the effective outright lead of the motor race.
Oh no!
Oh no, the Maserati Super Trofeo has ground to a halt. Now, can they get that car mobile, or will this trigger safety car number 5?
We've gone safety car. Oh no, it all went lit up on the timing for a brief second there, and then it disappeared again. So no, it's just local yellows at the moment. But for a brief moment, it was showing safety car on our screen. It's rolling backwards. Headlights are still on, so it's got some form of power, but no forward movement, no propulsion in a forward direction. And that is a real shame. It's in a really nasty place as well, right on the apex of the penultimate corner. Does that play into the hands of Kiss? Yes, it certainly does from a division point of view, but it will fall
Here we
behind.
go.
Oh yes, here we are, Lockie. I'll let you call it.
This is for the effective lead of the motor race. Jason Miller down the inside of Alex Holtzell at turn 2, and that move easily done. The pace superiority of the number 59 Mitsubishi Evo, enough for him to squeak through very, very easily, as the safety car is now indeed called. And Matthew Kiss will be saying thank you very much.
Yes, he certainly will. That should keep him on the lead lap, I think. So that is very good news for Kiss. Not so good from an outright standpoint, but he will fall behind, of course, these guys who are only 20 seconds behind. But from a division point of view, it's not too shabby at all. Giantini is his nearest rival, 1 minute and 50 seconds behind, 2.5 minutes in the pits. So he will come out, I think, a little bit behind. However, under safety car, Giantini cannot go at full race pace. So this is good news for Kiss. He'll rejoin right in and around that fight. They're a lap ahead of Radats, who rounds out third in Division C at the moment. But we had a lot of laps there under green, Lockie. That was our biggest green flag period, I think, not only for this Sydney 300, but I think also the last Sydney 300 as well. A lot of green laps there, but it has come to a stop for one of our new entries into the race this year, the 770 machine of Hodges, Cartledge and Frisch, one of our 2-3 driver combinations. Here's a replay of the move for the theoretical race lead. A nice easy pass up the inside, clinical move past for the Evo, and Jason Miller will take the race lead. Yeah, the pass done just moments before the safety car was deployed, importantly there. And here is Kiss from the race lead in the lane, so Miller will take up the running. That was for theoretical race lead, and in a few moments time will overtake this car in the lane to take the outright, not just theoretical, but on the road as well, race lead.
Taking the opportunity to give Matthew Kiss's car a splash of fuel, and the recovery crews flat towing the Maserati Super Trofeo car back to pit lane. The 3 drivers of that car this weekend, all drivers who've been competing in the Ferrari Challenge Series, which has been a new addition to the Australian motorsport calendar in 2025. So not super experienced, those drivers, in terms of circuit racing, but they wanted to have a taste of endurance racing this evening, so they dug out the Maserati, entered it in the race.
Oh, this is...
what is going on here? A problem for the 4th place Michael Osmond, Tim Columbraser car. Is it a tyre issue?
Yeah,
because they're driving it along the grass to try and get it back to pit lane.
Definitely a problem, and I think Titani might be able to move on through. He's pulled over to the side of the road. I think Titani's waiting for official confirmation, doesn't want a penalty for overtaking under safety car. But the 117 Lockie from 4th outright has got a right front puncture under safety car conditions, and as a result will tumble down the order. There's a lot of cars on that lap, and it will fall to the tail of the queue. Look at that, riding around on the rim. That is a nasty sound. This is important, though, for Kiss, because there's so many cars clogged up behind this. Kiss might come out ahead of a couple of its rivals as a result. But the 117 of Osmond is going to bring it in the lane, and Titani does now move on through, and is followed by the 81 of Benny Tran. So even drama under safety car conditions, but that was the driver who was second in Division C, and more importantly, 4th outright.
Here comes Matthew Kiss now back onto the racetrack, and the pit exit is still open, so Matthew Kiss is going to get back out and still be, I think, inside the top 3. So the fact that Michael Osmond slowed down, bottled up the queue behind him, held up the field, has worked really, really well into Matthew Kiss's favour there.
100%, 100% Lockie, 100% out of turn final corner. We could see that developing. I called it, and it has come to reality. So Kiss is now in the lead of Class B. We thought he'd fall behind Giantini, but that is now not the case, thanks to Osmond's puncture. Well, there you go, drama in Division C. He was going to fall back behind Osmond and Giantini, and as a result, it's all just changed. It's all changed around. So Kiss has come out ahead, well ahead of Giantini, with a lot of lap cars in between them. As we can see, under the control of the safety car is our race leader now officially on the screen. Jason Miller ahead of Holtzel, the Division C class leader there. Nose to tail on the road and nose to tail in the race as well. Out goes the 117 machine. Only a short pit stop, Lockie. All the compulsory ones done and out the way. It will lose quite a few positions, but not as bad as it could have been. as we can see them head around turn number 4 and down the hill, but there's a lot of cars not on the tail of this train. There's only about 5 or 6 of them, and that's because they're all clogged up behind the Osman car with the puncture. So Tatani's only just coming across the line now, leading a huge snake of machines down into turn number 1. There we can see them now, so they've got a lot of catching up to do.
Yep, everybody just has to blaze on as fast as they can to catch up to the back of the queue behind the safety car, and once the timing sorts itself out, we'll have an accurate indication of just how many cars are left on the lead lap at this stage. I think it's going to be 6 cars that'll be remaining on the lead lap when we get this race back underway for the final sprint to the finish.
Going to be interesting to see how this all plays out with the division divides and the like. So yeah, absolutely agree with what you say there. There's only one Division A class car on the lead lap, and that's why we're saying it's certainly the favourite at this point in time. Although with the timing just resetting now, Copeman's moved up a few places, and I think he is on the same lap as Jason Miller now, importantly. There it is, right at the tail of the train. So our race leader's right at the front, and it is the second to last car in the train. We can see on the circuit graphic in front of us, which tracks every car live, we can see that they are on the lead lap together, but they are right at opposite ends of the snake.
Yeah, so they've got pace to burn. We know that Harrison Cooper has been super fast in that car tonight, but his challenge at the race start is going to be traffic. He'll have just about the entire field of cars to pass to get himself up to the race leader, Jason Miller. So outright race victory would be a tall order from here, but a podium finish, given the speed that he's got in that car, is well within reach.
Absolutely, absolutely. No doubt about that. The question, Lockie, what it's going to come down to is how quickly that car can make its way through the lap traffic. With 14 laps to go, it's going to be 13 when they cross the line. So laps continue to tick down under safety car. That's making its chances even harder. But I've no doubt it's in contention for the outright podium positions. And we're hearing reports in the lane of raindrops down there in the lane. Nothing too significant at this point in time, but it is raining. So, Lockie, just as we're beginning to say who's leading, who's looking good, another spanner is thrown in the works, another curveball. With 12 laps to go, it is raining around Sydney Motorsport Park.
I'm just having a look at the weather radar as well, and there are actually some quite heavy showers that are building up just to the northwest of the circuit. Could this be an extra sting in the tail for what has been an enthralling edition of the Sydney 300? Look at the radar now. It is pouring to the north of the circuit. And we've got
Giantini left a message to him, engine light stopped. Not quite sure what that means, to be honest, Lockie. Engine light stopped. Not entirely sure. Maybe Dave can find out for us. I can't quite work out what they're trying to communicate across there. Was there some sort of engine light issue? But surely Giantini can see that behind the wheel, whether the light is on or off. I'm not quite sure there at all, but clearly an urgent message going out via the pit board. But rain lashing down on the circuit here with just 12 laps to go. I recall, Lockie, at the start of the race, what did you say about the rain?
I said I don't think it'll rain during the race, because the radar didn't look like that there was actually going to be any rain coming, but it is swirling all around us at the moment. And if it gets heavier, that's going to create a debacle, because our leader, Jason Miller's on slicks. Our second place car of Alex Holtzell is on treaded tyres. Let's go down to Dave in the pits for an update.
Thank you, guys. So the team for Ian Joyce and Scott Podium and the Commodore VF is running a Motec system which is coming up with like an engine warning light. And the problem is this is complicated by the fact that they can hear the drivers, but the drivers can't hear the team. So they're running into a comms issue. So they're trying to get a message across to the driver using the older manual pit board, of course updated for 21st century using a whiteboard, not a chalkboard. They're trying to convey the instructions on how to clear the warning messages popping up on the dash. And of course, having been a driver in a car when there's comms issues, when you can't rely on the people in the pits or rely on the comms to give you the messages, It's incredibly frustrating, particularly when you're stuck in a safety car and it's like, do I pit, do I not pit? And as I look up and down the lane, I am staggered by the number of empty garages here tonight. I don't just mean because there's cars out on track, I mean the number of cars that have had to withdraw from this edition of the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300 is staggering. So many cars packed up and gone even before we reached the compulsory pit stop window. You know, I look down through the list, you know, cars out, engine failure, mechanical damage to the rear suspension, engine failure, clutch failure, drivetrain vibration, fuel pump burnout, you know, damage from tyres flailing around. You know, we've seen cars with half the splitter hanging off. We saw the Herring father and son duo. That car's out with a suspected head gasket failure. There's just so many things that have happened in, and we're still only just getting now to Lachlan's favourite part of the race, the last 20 laps. Did you buy a ticket?
Well, I know that there's at least 7 cars that have bought a ticket to the last 13 laps, because that's the number of cars on the lead lap, and with the threat of rain now hovering over Sydney Motorsport Park, it is shaping up for an absolute belter of a finish to this race. Jason Miller, your race leader. Alex Holtzell sitting in position number 2. Matthew Kiss third. Back then to James Hay in position number 4. Aaron Giantini, David Radatz and Harrison Cooper. They're the cars remaining on the lead lap as we get this race back underway.
Absolutely, there they are side by side, Holtzell and Viola. Viola around the outside, that's a lovely pass from him, but that only gets him onto the lead lap in Division C. That is not for position as they head around turns 3 and 4 and down the hill. There's the 117 car. I'm looking for it on timing. It has gone a lap down as a result of that puncture and slides out sideways. I think it is a little bit damp out there. There's the Kiss car behind, so this is for outright second actually as well. So the Osman car in the middle, but outright second between the number 80 and the number 24. The problem is Kiss can't find a way through the BMW at the moment.
Starts raining more heavily though. He could be in a really good position. The all-wheel drive Mitsubishi Evo on critically treaded tyres, whereas Jason Miller, the race leader, is on slick. So a bit more rain on the number 24 car is going to be right in contention for outright victory, as we say that they're 3 wide on the exit of turn number 8. They all know that this is the business end of the motor race. It's elbows out. It's fighting hard for track position at this point. And this on screen right now is the battle for second position outright. Alex Holtzell has it at the moment, but Matthew Kiss right on his tail. And Kiss will have the all-wheel drive traction to punch hard out of the slower corners. That advantage will only become bigger and bigger if the rain gets heavier.
Yeah, it certainly will. And there it goes. The position has been changed in the straight line, but they're both going to be out-dragged by the Benny Tran car that comes flying past. At the end of the straight, though, the Evo has the legs on the BMW and claims the place back. So there we go. A change of position there. So yeah, it looked like he was going to make the move in the final corner. Out of the corner, the BMW got the better poke, but down towards turn 1. Oh, the Benny Tran car's going slow again, and Kiss nearly runs into the back of him. So Kiss has taken second place from Holtzell down towards turn number 1. But yes, nearly gets involved in an accident with Benny Tran out there on the circuit.
Just watching the progress of that number 86 Harrison and Copeman Mazda MX5. So it's past about half the field worth of traffic at the moment, but still has a lot of cars to get through before it can be up contending for an outright podium finish. But still plenty of time to go in this race. We've still got 10.5 laps remaining. We know that that car has got pace to burn. It's been one of the fastest cars here tonight.
Margin is 19 seconds officially, but he'll be losing more time trying to navigate this traffic. Again, through they go, through the middle sector of the lap. The cars just keep coming, don't they? Oh, the Kiss car squeezed out wide there by the BMW. So there's been a mistake, I think, from Kiss. Has he fallen back behind Hodgers, or what's happened there? I think the BMW is just trying to unlap himself. No, Kiss remains in position number 2. I had a bit of a fright, but no, we are still as they were. It's just there's that many cars now in between Kiss and Holtzell, as we can see a bit of the rain on the windscreen. It's just spitting, although it always looks worse, doesn't it, at very high speed, particularly down here at turn number 1. But yeah, it's weird to see Kiss being overtaken by quite a few cars, however, still retaining second position. That's just a lot of the front runners from earlier in the race unlapping themselves that have had issues and problems throughout this 300-kilometre journey. But we're into the final 10 laps now, into the final 39 kilometres of this race. So swing it through turn number 2. There's another one of the BYP cars that's had issues in this race. The 818 machine attacking the Porsche 944, which itself has had a lot of problems. Out in front, Miller leads by 11.3 seconds, but we are looking at Koperman, who has gone through once again and remains 19 seconds behind.
And he's about to catch Holtzel as well, so the Koopman-Harrison car is now right in contention for an outright podium. Here he comes up the inside on the run into turn number 6. Job done. That is the spot gain there for Harrison Cooper, who is absolutely flying at the moment, and that car is now up into an outright podium position.
Yeah, remember this car was a lap down just before the safety car. It managed to get itself back on the lead lap. I said at the time that was crucial, because if there was a late race safety car, it would come back into contention, and that's exactly what has happened. The MX5 is now a legitimate third position, and now is right towards the pointy end of the traffic as well. It doesn't have too many more cars to negotiate. The race leader is going into turn number 1. The MX5 is coming out of the final corner, so they are separated by the length of the pit straight as Kiss comes in. Oh no! What's happened here?
Oh, it's a drive-through penalty. I just saw the black flag on pit straight, which has now been pulled back in. So some sort of infringement for car number 24, and it's a drive-through penalty for Matthew Kiss. That is going to take him off the podium with the field being so tightly bunched.
I recall to the pits. He came out of the pits when cars were coming through, and you said, Lockie, oh, he must have a green light. He must be allowed to rejoin. We both expected him to rejoin at the tail of the queue, and he rejoined midway through the queue. So that, I think, is what the drive-through is for. I think he left the pits when the flag was red at the end of pit lane. What an absolute disaster. How far is it going to drop him? The answer is down to position number 6. In fact, he still continues to tumble. That has absolutely murdered his chances.
No,
the
more
Wazir
tyre
car.
problems for Tom Shaw and Zach Wazir. So second tyre failure for that time tonight. We're hearing that the rain is becoming a bit more consistent in pit lane. So those drivers on slicks, they'll be okay at the moment, provided they can maintain tyre temperature and they stay in the groove. But it's going to be treacherous track conditions for the final 8.5 laps of this race.
Oh, certainly is. This benefits this car, I believe, Lockie. All-wheel drive Mitsubishi Evo. There's been one wet Sydney 300 in the past, and what car won it? A Mitsubishi Evo. Doesn't this bode well? All-wheel drive is going to play a factor potentially in the closing stages of this race. And let's not forget, the Mazda MX-5, I've said all race long, is very taily, very loose, and looks difficult even in bone-dry conditions.
The lap times have dropped significantly. It was a 1 minute 50.4 that time around for Jason Miller, so that shows you how much the track conditions will have deteriorated. Remember, even though it's all-wheel drive, that car is on slick tyres. Some of the other cars in the top 3 are on wets. And look at that, have the Harrison Copeman car, a 1 minute 42.6, so almost 8 seconds quicker was the second place Mazda MX-5 that time around. The margin is down to 11.1 seconds with 8 laps remaining. Jason Miller can't afford to be giving away those chunks of time this late in the race if he wants to win.
Even more crucially, yeah, it's down to 11 seconds. 8 seconds is on that last lap alone. At that rate, it's only going to be 2 laps, and we could have a change of the race lead. Jason Miller is at the front of the field. He is the pioneer out there, but he has to try and brave these conditions, try and get through as best he can, because this car is not just coming like a car catching him. He's coming like a train at the moment. This is a nail-biting finish to this race. Look at this Evo. He is not comfortable out there on the circuit. He's just exited turn number 8. And look at the Mazda. They're now in the same car shot, everybody. With 7 laps to go, the Mazda is catching. And at this rate, will comfortably catch
the Miller car with a couple of laps to go. Hasn't this race turned on its head in the last 10 minutes, all because of the late race safety car?
Wow, what a finish we're set for. Look at that windscreen wipers coming on. You can see water running up the screen of the Charlie Viola Honda Integra and flashing past on the main straight goes our second place Mazda MX5 with Harrison Cooper at the wheel. 1 minute 51.6 that time around for Jason Miller, a 44.8 for Harrison Cooper. The margin down to just 4.3 seconds with 7 laps to go.
It's become a case, Lockie, of not if, but when. He is catching him at that much of a rate. This could be sorted much earlier than we thought. That rain is very much here now, isn't it? It is thundering down around Sydney Motorsport Park, and it has changed the outcome of this race. And as you say, crucially, this car leading on slicks. The Mazda behind is so much more comfortable at the moment. Catching, the splitter continues to shake. Man, it's been dealt a hard hand though. Let's not forget, it pitted for its 5-minute stop under green flag conditions. It has not been smooth sailing for the Mazda MX5, but he's there now, and we can see the rain hammering down. Here we go to the hairpin turn number 8. Unsurprisingly, Miller goes defensive, but I think it's to no avail. I don't think he's got any chance of holding the MX5 off. He's got good traction out of there, but look at the MX5 in a straight line, pulls to the inside and takes the race lead on lap 71, but a big twitch of oversteer mid-corner, manages to hold it together, but the race lead has now changed. The 86 Mazda MX5 leads the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300.
Wow, what a finish to this motor race. We knew that it was going to be something spectacular, and it has well and truly delivered. There he comes across the line. Harrison Cooper now officially scored as the race leader in the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. 1:45.5 for him that time around. 1:50.8 for Jason Miller. So when you've got that sort of pace advantage on board, like you say, it's going to be a case of when, not if, you make the passing manoeuvre. And now for Jason Miller, it's going to be a case of just making sure that he keeps the car on the circuit in these treacherous weather conditions and brings it home on the podium. The Giantini boys are looking good for back-to-back podium finishes, or are they? Because they're only 0.8 of a second ahead of David and Zach Radat's Mazda MX-5.
That also, I think, changed. Oh, no, Radat's is closed in. Here we are over the crest of the hill. This is the 818 machine. We're trying to see on timing as they come on through where exactly they are. But yeah, Giantini and Radatz are nose to tail at the moment, separated by 0.2 of a second in the middle sector of the lap.
Here they are coming up towards turn number 5 now, and you're right, absolutely nose to tail. Aaron Giantini and the very experienced David Radatz, who has won a couple of 300k races over a decade ago. One of them was the Wakefield 300 in 2010, which was held in soaking wet weather conditions. We know that the MX5s are so good when the weather starts getting a little bit treacherous.
Let's not forget the Giantini car, second last year in the Sydney 300. It's coming under significant pressure from the MX5, and on the tail of the corner might just lose the place down towards the final sequence of corners. Again, Radatz hammering on the tail of Giantini. Where's he going to find a way through? The Civic does not look too comfortable. The MX5s are coming to the fore at this stage of the race, Lockie.
Sure are. We've seen some impressive performances from MX5s in wet weather conditions in the past. Now let's head down to Dave Stillwell in pit lane.
So I'm down here in the number 59 Miller & Miller garage, where we talked about tyres before, the options, of course, with the 200 treadwear and the semi-slicks. You'll notice they've got full wets, brand new, haven't even been running, taken the release mould off. They had to pit so early for their second compulsory 5-minute stop. They don't think they're going to make it on fuel with the pace we've had this late in the race. Jason's out there at the moment on a fairly hot Pirelli slick, so he's doing what he can, but anytime he steps out of that dry line, the car's losing a lot of pace. There's barely a fingernail left in this garage right now. They're nearly all gone.
So more drama, Lockie, potentially. As we can see, the number 2 car has gone through. Radats has made the place on Giantini on the opening few corners of this lap, but it sounds like Miller is in huge fuel conservation mode at the moment, just trying to hold on now for an outright second position. Here's a replay of the move for second position over the crest of the hill, and it was done down at turn number 4. But side by side, that 818 machine's running quite well now, but it's a little bit lucky of a case of too little too late for the Honda Integra there. The BYP racing car is in the fight at the moment with the 51 MX5 and the 7 of Viola. Charlie Viola, Lockie, is in a legitimate 8th position out there on the race circuit at the moment. Our Class C leader, though, remains Hotzel, but he's only 1.5 seconds ahead of Hay in the closing stages of this one. So there's more division drama, 1.5 seconds between Hotzel and Hay in the Scirocco. The Scirocco has come on very strong late on.
They've been a giant killer in this race, haven't they? They've crept up on it quietly, and they've been a real surprise pack and emerging in the lead pack and in contention when it counts most of all, as we see Giantini coming back at Radats. The two cars will run side by side in the braking zone to turn number 2 with Radats on the defensive. All of those years of experience being put to good use as he keeps the Giantini machine at bay. Here we go. Here is the replay of the pass. And David Radats using a bit of traffic to his advantage there. Giantini, I think, got balked by the Herring MX5 and also potentially Michael Osmond in the BMW, and Radats was able to seize that opportunity and slip through on the inside.
So Drew Hall is up into 8th position in the 818 machine. Remember, that served an early drive-through and an additional pit stop as well. So that car to be 8th position on the road, considering the unforced errors and unforced pit stops that car's had to make, that is a sublime performance from them. And yeah, as you say, back inside the top 8, but it's a little bit too little too late for that car. Without the issues, probably would have been a real contender for the race victory here tonight. He's moved through Charlie Viola in the last couple of corners, and his next target is the number 24 machine of Kiss, as Copeman continues to move up and down. The timing, of course, being done manually. But Hall up to 7th. He is now, though, quite a significant margin behind Kiss in the 24.
Just noticed that Jason Miller went disappearing down the timing as well, all the way back down to 31st position. Wondering if that's a penalty that they've imposed on that car, because it's now dropped about 5 laps off the pace. Now, the 5-lap penalty is something that can be imposed, and if that's the case, then that might explain why that car's gone disappearing down the timing. We'll have to wait on some clarification about that after the race finishes, but right now the timing showing that Miller has dropped off the podium. The Radats is now up to 2nd position outright. We've got 2.5 laps remaining. Jackson Copeman and Harrison Cooper continuing to lead the way.
I'm just trying to look at what you've just seen in the timing. So Jason Miller, yeah, as you say, exactly 5 laps down. I don't think that's a coincidence. 5-lap penalty is either for a failure to complete the CPS correctly, that's the compulsory pit stop correctly, or within the pit stop window. So failing to do it correctly or within the allocated time, you've got to do it between lap 10 and lap 70. The other reason for a 5-lap penalty is spilling fuel during refueling. Those are the 2 reasons, as the number 3 car is in the lane of Ian Joyce and Scott Tidyman. This obviously not a compulsory pit stop with just 3 laps remaining, and he's jumping out of the car. That's a shame this close to the end.
Well, I think the same penalty's now been applied to the number 86 car as well, because it has been relegated all the way back down the order for the same reason.
Oh, can you believe it?
I think there's going to be a bit of controversy when we get to the end of this race. Could have been the Radats as winning this thing tonight. Unbelievable.
That would be absolutely remarkable, wouldn't it? So the fight that we saw with Giantini, which we called for position number 3 at the time for Division B honours, might actually be for the outright victory. What on earth is happening late in this race with these 5-lap penalties? So it's Radats now from Giantini. The margin has come back down a little bit, 1.1 seconds. And that Evo's not running quickly either, Lockie. The 59's got a problem. It's lights out, it's power out. I think it's rolling around at the moment. it is not looking healthy. So this race, they looked certain victory 10 laps to go, and it's gone so wrong so quickly, and it is going to pull over to the side of the track and potentially retire from this race. It's out of juice, Lockie. He's shaking it, trying to get some fuel in the pipeline. They gambled, they elected to stay out, and it has backfired. That car has ran out of juice.
Wowee. What a dramatic finish to this motor race. Hard to know where to look, isn't it? Hard to be able to understand exactly what's going on, but we believe, based on all of the information that we've got available to us, that this car on screen right now, the number 2 Mazda MX5 of David and Zach Radatz, is the race leader with just over a lap remaining by 1.4 seconds from Matthew and Aaron Giantini.
It's quite remarkable what we've seen in the last few laps of this race. Both of the Division A class cars getting 5-lap penalties, and it allows these two to fight up the front. Giantini, are we going to see for a third straight 300 and a second straight here in Sydney, the number 13 Civic come home as the bridesmaid? They don't want that again. They've got the silver medal enough times. They want gold, and they're going to throw everything at it on the final lap of this race. The Evo's back going again, but the question is for how long, because that is slowing down once again around turn number 4. Through go the race leaders onto the pit straight to commence their final lap of the race. There they are, 1 and 2 on the screens. The MX5 from the Honda Civic, the margin as they start the final lap, officially 1.636 seconds, and the windscreen wipers are really going again.
Confirmation that our race leaders have commenced their last lap, and consider this. Last time David Radatz won a 300-kilometre endurance race was the Winton 300 in 2011. It has been almost 14 years since the last time David Radatz stood on the top step of the podium in one of these 300-kilometre endurance races. He and Shane Otten came so close to winning the Winton 300 again in 2014. A heartbreaking mechanical failure took it away from them late. And since then, David Radatz, well, he's battled with reliability issues and various other challenges. He's taken some time out of motorsport, only got back into it to co-drive with his son. But in the wet weather this evening, when the conditions were at their worst, he has risen to the occasion and made a decisive pass for what turned out to be the leader of the motor race. It's no coincidence that other teams have been penalised, fallen foul of the regulations. And this team, the MX5 Mania squad, which has had so much experience in those 300-kilometre endurance races over such a long period of time, has risen to the fore. Not only have the two drivers driven superbly, but the team has performed when it's counted, executed their pit stops to perfection, and put in a stellar all-around performance. Father and son teams, we talked about the Shelleys, the Burgesses, the Spatiris, and the Mullers, and we can add the Radatzes to that list now as well, because David and Zach Radatz become the first father and son combination to win the Sydney 300 presented by Viola Private Wealth. David and Zach Radatz, your 2015 Sydney 300 winners.
Wow, what an incredible end to that motor race. The Evo limps across the line. What could have been? The end margin between our two winners, 1.5 seconds. But this is for third outright. Around the final corner, Kiss pushing, nudging the Holtzall BMW out of the final corner. And it's going to be a drag race to the line. I think the little BMW is going to hold on, flashes the lights, and does so. Position number 3 for Holtzall. Kiss just coming up agonisingly short in the end. The margin less than half a second. He threw everything at it at the final corner. Nudge, 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 but couldn't quite get it done. So Holtzall steals third position from Kiss. Hay in the Volkswagen Scirocco comes home in 5th, ahead of the 818, which is scheduled to come across the line next. That's the Drew Hall machine. A huge congratulations as well to Charlie Viola after a couple of difficult years in the Sydney 300, a couple of late rate heartbreaks. He finishes 3rd in Division C and 7th outright in car number 7. 8th for Osmond in the BMW. And then we have a couple of D-class cars, Lockie. Yes, D-class cars inside the top 10. Oldfield taking the victory there in the number 53 MX5 ahead of the number 5 machine. That's the Subaru BRZ of Dean Chapman and Daniel Flanagan. Some real surprises late on in that race. There certainly were some twists and turns, but what a brilliant edition of the 2025 Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300.
And check this out, the two cars that finish in positions 2 and 3, exactly the same cars that finished second and third in last year's Sydney 300. The Giantini's runner-up for the third 300k Enduro in a row. Holtzel, Alex this time driving solo on the podium again. But how about the performance by David and Zach Radatz? David Radatz, like I said, almost 14 years since he stood on the top step of the podium in one of those 300k endurance races. It will be celebrations all around. He's got the whole family here this weekend, his wife Simone. Apart from Zach, his other two daughters in Elise and Paige, they're here tonight as well, and it will be celebrations galore down there at MX5 Mania Racing.
Not the closest finish we've ever had, but certainly one of the most dramatic. We had the drag race to the line in 2022, I think it was, but that was dramatic for a very, very different reason. There they are down there in the lane in front of the Division B sign. And Dave, I believe you are down there, mate, down there in the lane.
I am, and the Radatz and Radatz fan club arrived, screaming, shirking. There they are in the background as the number 86 Division A car pulls into position, missing half of its front splitter. Zach Radatz, what an incredible finish to the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. How did you do it?
I'm not sure, just kept doing the laps, kept putting them in when it counted, and just can't thank the team enough for getting it all ready in time for the race, and then just everything. So also a big thanks to the officials for standing out there all day, and Terry for putting on a mad event again.
It looked like a one-line racetrack out there once the rain started falling with about 10 to go. Was it a bit dicey offline?
Wasn't too bad. I was quite surprised how slicks actually stayed in there with a lot of grip, so I was quite happy with that.
Good work. Congratulations on the overall win. We'll see you on the podium a bit later for some champagne.
Thank you.
Listen to the roar in the background and look at the turnout for the Holtzel number 80 BMW. Managed to do the race all on his own, took the pole position in Division C earlier in the evening with his brother on video call from a tugboat. The helmet Hans comes off, the balaclava comes off. Congratulations, well done, getting it just across the line, holding off the Evo.
No, that was the full ham sandwich that time, proper. The front right tyre was well and truly 25 laps to go. The front right was sad. The rain actually helped, and I just tidied it up and drove her home. So I'd like to thank One Raceway and Fork Logic and iBark. I got the One Raceway team here. We've got Cam here helping out, and all my friends and family that help us do this, because it's hard work, a lot of effort, but it's worth it.
Well, the good news is when we go down the road to One Raceway for the Wakefield 300, you can wear out the left front tyre.
Yeah, that's right. I don't even need new tyres.
Exactly. Good job. We'll see you for some champagne in a sec. Look at the big cuddles going on for car 53. We saw you guys earlier for a little bit of a $500 bonus check. Great work out there, making it, just surviving those last 10 laps with the rain coming down. That must have been tough.
It was so tough. I jumped in the car and from probably 20 laps to go, the throttle was stuck halfway. And then the rain came, so I was dipping the clutch to keep the car straight. If I braked with the clutch out, it would just beam me straight off the corner. I had cars all around me. It was super, super stressful. I can't believe I kept it on the track.
Well, I'll let you take a breath and we'll have a chat to the driver that started the race. So what can we expect from this car going forward with a couple more 300 races to go for the rest of the year? Can we see some more class-winning performances?
I hope so. I want to go back to Winton. I didn't get any race laps last year, so very keen to take this down there and see how it goes down there. So I've got unfinished business at Winton. I don't know if I get Ben to go down, but I want to.
Well, the good news is you've got a couple of months to play, and great work. We'll see you for some champagne. Let's have a look at our Division E winner, the Lendrive. The Lendrive Veloster. You made it to the end. Not the sweetest story for the team car, of course, the i30N having to pull out with clutch issues, but you got the Veloster home in the end. Great job.
Yeah, thank you, man.
It's back to back now, and it feels pretty good, to be honest. So yeah, the first time was a bit, was that just a fluke? And now we're able to do it back to back, and it's quite exciting.
That's awesome. Great job in Division E. And of course, thank you so much to Lendrive, of course, being a partner of your team and a partner of us, shining us all with lots of checks for division positions and division poles.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Let's go down and check out what happened. Again, with 10 laps to go, it was looking like it was going to be a Division A car that took out Division A. And then, of course, the rain came. And so now we were in and out of your garage quite a bit, and you're missing half the splitter, so it's not vibrating anymore, but you made it to the end.
Yeah, no, it was it was a lot of vibration going on at the front, but towards the end of the race with the weather, it was good. Didn't have to use it so much, but we're stoked.
At what point in the race did you think this was possible?
I think obviously we had heaps of trouble this morning, unfortunate incident in practice, and I think after Jackson got in the car and did an awesome stint through the middle of the race, just kept it straight, really consistent, and then got in the car and I thought this could be us. So.
To finish first you must finish. Sorry, it's a little hard to hear myself in the background, in the foreground, but again, great job. We'll see you for some champagne soon.
Can't wait, I'm thirsty.
That's the interviews with your 5 division winners in the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. Fairly soon, we'll be going through all the divisions, all the outright place winners, and of course, the best part of the night, a refreshing beverage is sprayed across the crowd to celebrate an epic installment in grassroots endurance racing.
Well, wasn't that an incredible race? So much drama, particularly late in the day. People were relatively clean out there on the racetrack. The drama came with penalties galore late on in the day. Most notably our Class A, our Division A class cars picking up 5-lap penalties. And that means the highest Division A car was the man we just spoke to down there in the lane of Copeman and Cooper. So they finished in the end all the way down in position 31, but still won Division A. So there was so much drama late in the day in that one, but there's no denying the Division B winner of the motor race in the end. Zach Radatz and David Radatz in the MX5 Mania machine. Boy, oh boy, though, did they have to work for that late race overtake on the Giantini machine, the Honda Civic. So two cars in Division B, finishing first and second outright in the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. So that is just the second time in this race that a Division B class car has won outright. And of course, Division B this weekend brought to us by MJS Electrical. Division C went the way of Holtzall, doing it solo this year, and did a remarkable job late on to hold off Kiss. A bit of a drag race to the line between those two. One of my drivers of the race, or pairings of the race, I should say, definitely the 84 machine. James Hay and Paul Ansell stayed out of trouble and finished inside the top 5 in their Volkswagen Scirocco. So that's 2 C-Class cars inside the top 5 there. Copeman's just appeared in timing back on the top. Position number 1. So there might be some discussions and things being said behind the lane. So on my timing, it's saying Copeman and Conan out the top of the order once again. So I'll let Lockie, who's jumped down there to conduct the podium ceremony, to officially announce our race winners.
but timing is certainly fluctuating in front of me at the moment. But yeah, we wait for official confirmation here in the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. Has the race win gone the way of the number 86, or has he, or has it gone the way of the Division B? Not quite sure at the moment, but yes, we await the podium. What a great addition that was. Division D went the way of Oldfield, the number 53 car. Jamie Martin and Ben Oldfield in their MX5 taking the honours there. So another good day if you were in a Mazda MX5. Beyond that, we had Flanagan as well, another Division D class car. Dean Chapman and Daniel Flanagan bringing their Subaru BRZ home. And then a couple of laps behind, Rumia in the 17 BMW 328i. That's, Marcus Rumler and David Cruiser. So there are so many lower class division cars inside and around the top 10 at the end of the race. The Division E went the way of Simon Agar and Hayden Crosland. Simon Agar going back to back, new co-driver this year who did a bulk of the race early on, did Hayden Crosland, and led through much of it. Handed the keys over to Agar, who continued to lead the way to the end. So second Division E class victory for them. We'll see next year if they return in Division D and move up a division. There is talk that may happen with the Veloster moving up a potential division there. So that would be cool to see if they can take out the honours or fight anyway at the front in Division D. So many hard luck stories in this race. Of course, the Evo, what drama that was late on in the day. Right, looked set for victory with 10 laps to go. Got the penalty, and then from there as well, mechanical dramas, and it fell down the order. I'm trying to see. I think it did officially cross the line, didn't it? No headlights. Didn't look like it had much go, but they did finish the race in the end, which is a little bit of a crumb of comfort for those two, who really didn't put a foot wrong all day, did they? Jamie Miller and Jason Miller in their Mitsubishi Evo 9. I'm sure they'll come back again in 2026. The Tran machine late on finished in position number 20, the Jimmy Tran car. So although it was a difficult day for the BYP racing machines, all of them did, by the looks of it, end up finishing all but one anyway. So they did bring home a reasonable result, but obviously not the outright honours that they were looking for here this weekend. And of course, one did end up finishing inside the top 10, the 818 machine that was of Andrew Hall and of course Matthew McLennan in their Honda Integra. So they finished in the end position number 7 outright, and in Division B just off the podium, unfortunately for them. So yeah, there's plenty of stories, wasn't there, throughout that race. There's early race heartbreak for a few of our class or Division A competitors. We lost a few very early on, most notably before the race even started for the Kukuri and Buchan entry for the second year in a row. It did not go their way. They only completed 10 laps last year. This time around, they did not complete a single one. Did not make the start of the motor race. As well, another early victim was the Vincent and also Gagan machine. So that was another Division A class car that fell by the wayside early. That was a 555 car. There were stories, the narrative kept turning, had more twists and turns than an Agatha Christie novel. It really was a dramatic race. The 2025 edition will certainly go down in history as one to remember, and it looks to me like the rain is certainly lashing down there. It looks pretty wet down there in the pit lane. I can't see from where I am in the commentary box exactly how much it is raining, but that was a cracking edition of the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. Of course, last year it was a thrilling finish, not quite the way that one finished. Lots of drama
at the end, the late race safety car threw a huge spanner in the works. And it really did create that spectacle that we saw in the closing laps of that motor race. What an incredible way to finish things off. Cannot wait for the 2026 edition of the 300. It's such a popular event. Obviously, everybody here absolutely loves this event. It's sold out. All 60 entrants were sold out in 8 hours. Earlier on in the year. So if you do want to compete in the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300 in 2026, I urge you, make sure you get your entry in early. It's eligible to so many racing vehicles, whether you've got an MX5 Cup car, 86s, whether you've got production cars that can race in other endurance events as well. It's open to a huge variety of machines, and that's why we get the fantastic, thrilling racing that we saw here this evening under the lights at Sydney Motorsport Park. What a great race that was. So cool, so many twists and turns. A very happy man down there in the pits. We can see quite a few people on the camera, of course, Jackson Copeman and Harrison Cooper doing very nicely in that one and are rightfully very, very delighted with how the race ended up for them. Huge amount of people. Of course, prize money was on the line for that race, no matter what division you were in, whether it be Division A or Division E. Prize money is on the line, and our podium finishers will get the prize money. So that's one of the great things about this race run by Terry Denovan. There are incentives, and there's a bit of money on the line. You don't see that too much in modern day racing, but that just proves what a great event this is. With all the divisions being sponsored, we're able to throw a bit of money behind it as well. Of course, Division A was brought to us by Lendrive Finance. Division B by MJS Electrical Products and Supplies. Division C, exclusive switchboards. Division D is Live and Learn Group, and of course Division E, G-Lock. So yeah, lots of sponsors. And we await the start of the podium ceremony. So many friends and family gathered around. There's going to be quite a few podium presentations to go through for all 5 divisions in the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. The rain threw a spanner in the works as well late on in that race, didn't it? There were a few spots late on in the day, and we certainly saw lap times fall away a little bit late on in this race. But we were thinking we might get away with it, no rain, but it did end up lashing the circuit in the closing stages. How cool is this venue? Sydney Motorsport Park, under lights. Where would you rather be on what is what was quite a warm day here in Sydney? A few spots of rain throughout practice yesterday and as well today, but really, really cool to see so many happy faces down there in the lane. And I don't think we're too far away either from the start of the podium ceremony. Lockie, I believe you're going to start the podium. Far away, mate.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dan. And yes, it is now time for the podium presentation for the 2025 Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. We're going to start with our outright podium tonight, coming home in 3rd place outright, making a bit of habit of being on the podium for these 300k endurance races. Would you please put your hands together for Aaron and Matthew Giantini. Congratulations, gentlemen. You're making a bit of a habit of being on the podium for these 300k endurance races. If everything was thrown at you tonight, how did the race unfold from your perspective?
To be honest, I actually had no radio for like the last 20 minutes, so I had no idea where I was even in position. But no, other than that, it was a good night. Matthew drove really well to start the race. Our team did an awesome job at the pit stop, so yeah, it was pretty good. Car was faultless all night.
We'll get you in for a quick word as well, Matthew. Plenty of challenges for you to encounter in that race, but you made it onto the podium again.
Oh, it's always an action-packed race, but it's always an awesome fun and a great event to be involved with. So congratulations to everyone else. Obviously, we came second again, which is a bit sour, but what do you do? Yeah, it's all part of racing and you enjoy every lap. So we'll be here next year, don't you worry.
Good stuff. Go and collect your trophy from Charlie Viola from Viola Private Wealth and take your spot on the podium. Our runners-up tonight, what a fantastic performance, particularly in those challenging weather conditions that we had. Hang on, there we go. So our runners-up tonight, and a particularly superb performance in those challenging weather conditions that we had at the end. It's the family team. They've been a staunch support of these 300k endurance races. Would you please congratulate David and Zach Radatz? Congratulations, Zach. Pretty sketchy there in that last stint, but how special is it for you to be up here on the podium with your dad tonight?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I ended up doing the whole race tonight, so yeah, I don't know, the last stint I was just out of it a bit. I didn't know what was going on. We didn't have any like proper communications, so we just got a couple instructions, just drive hard. So that's all I did. When I come in, we got told that we were the winner, but I don't know what's happened there, so second tonight.
Yeah, we'll get to that soon. There was a penalty that was applied and then withdrawn, but second place, still an outstanding result. Grab your trophy from Charlie, jump up onto the podium, and we'll now welcome our outright race winners. Had a very fast car tonight, had to fight their way back up through the field after the pit strategy backfired a little bit. Let's get them up here though. Our outright winners, the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300 for 2025. Give a big round of applause for Jackson Copeman and Harrison Cooper. You've done all the hard work and now you need to make sure that you don't fall over on your way up to the podium, but Harrison, you're another driver who's done a lot of production car racing, a lot of these endurance races. How special is this win tonight?
Mate, I said to my wife at home, we're due for a baby any minute. I said, I need to win the City 300 before we have a baby. And we managed to do it. So, but hats off, Jackson Copeman Racing. What a car. I'm so happy to drive with him. So thrilled. What a team. We couldn't have done it without him. Andrew on the radio, all the boys, Ash, my dad, Pete, everyone in the crew down there. There's no way we could have done it without him. We were last minute put together, and yeah, hats off to what a car and everything to Jackson.
Jackson, that car's an absolute rocket ship, and you showed it tonight.
Yeah, well, it definitely didn't start too good this morning, but we did a good job to get it together, and then we brought it home. So, yeah, we've done a really good job.
Well, you've got some trophies to collect. First of all, from Charlie, and also Terry has the perpetual trophy for the Sydney 300 winners. Gentlemen, take your spot on the top step of the podium, your Sydney 300 winners for 2025. All right, what we'll now get you to do is vacate the podium, please, gentlemen, because now what we're going to do is we're going to present some class trophies. Sorry, apologies for the microphone dropping out again. All right, so we'll work our way through the divisions, starting with Division E tonight. I'm going to get Todd Herring to come up and present the trophies for Division E. Thanks, Todd. And in third place for Division E, it's one of our 300 veterans. Great to see him up here on the podium, Parry Anastakis, and his co-driver, John Taylor. Wouldn't be a 300 without you taking part, Parry. And you would have to say the Pulsar was a little bit more reliable for you tonight than what the Peugeot's been lately.
We've been a little bit unlucky here at Sydney, but yeah, it's a reliable package and we brought it home. A little bit unlucky with the safety cars, but yeah, it's good fun.
Yeah. And I'm sure you'll be back for plenty more. John, good job, mate.
Thank you very much. A very good race. Thank you to all the drivers for keeping it clean. And thank you for Terry for organising such a great event. And finally, thank you to the pit crew for keeping it all together for us and helping us make this successful. Thank you.
Good job, well done. Second place for Class A tonight, Daniel Hay and Chris Batista. Came down from Queensland and you would have to say, well worth the trip.
Yeah, it has been, yeah. Third year Sydney 300, third podium, so got pole and scraped in second, so happy with that.
How did the race pan out from your perspective?
Mate, it was pretty hectic. We obviously caught up in a bit of the safety car stuff. The wet came, which was great fun. The car was just bloody awesome. It just so gripped up. It was fantastic. Just like to say thanks to our sponsors, Power 2, and also Suspension Innovations and Go Prod Sports Queensland.
Well done, guys. Prod Sports Queensland represent. Jump up on the podium, collect your trophies. And your winners of Division E this weekend in the Hyundai Veloster, put your hands together for Simon Agar and Hayden Crosland. The Hyundai Veloster delivers again.
Yeah, it was pretty rapid. I got a pretty good stint in there at the start and then handed over to Si and just said, save as much fuel as you can and go on hard as you can at the same time.
I'll tell you what, you guys are becoming renowned for specialists of fast Hyundais and delivered tonight.
Yeah, it's pretty good actually. It's a bit of a surprise, but yeah, back to back feels pretty good.
Well done. Jump up on the top step of the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your G-Lock Brakes Australia Class E podium. Pause for a quick photo. Thank you, guys. A reminder to all of the class winners tonight, stick around because we'll be bringing you back up onto the podium at the end as well for some champagne. All right, so now we move on to Division D, presented by Live and Learn Group. Judy Ellicott's going to present the trophies for Live and Learn Group, so we'll get Judy to come up onto the podium to hand out some trophies. Up you come, Judy. All right, let's get into it. Starting with third place for Class D in the BMW E36 for Pinnacle Automotive Racing, Marcus Rumler and David Cruiser. Congratulations, Marcus. I'll tell you what, that E36 has done a few of those 300k races now and certainly always there at the end.
Yeah, it has, and I've watched it do a few of those races since 2015. I've been watching that car race, so to actually get a podium here tonight is just really amazing to do it in front of family and friends. Yeah, just an epic race for us, and David just drove superbly well to get us up right at the pointy end before the pit stop, and yeah, this is just an amazing result, so I couldn't ask for anything better, and it's so great to have our dearest and friends and family here watching us, so yeah, it's a fantastic night.
And David, you've collected a few trophies for these 300s, both outright and class trophies. Add another couple to the collection tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a ball tonight, and thank you to Marcus for letting me drive his car, and thank you to all the other competitors. Some really good, clean racing, and I'd like to thank Terry and all the crew as well for organising like a well-oiled event. It's always fun to come out here and race, and yeah, thanks again.
All right, jump over, collect your trophies from Judy, and jump up on the podium. In second place for Class D for fifth gear motoring, would you please congratulate Dean Chapman and Daniel Flanagan. Hey Daniel, you're another one of those drivers where it just wouldn't be a 300 without you in it, and another trophy to add to your collection as well.
Yeah, mate, it was a mega night. Some rain at the end there to spice things up, and you're right, I've been around a long time, so to come back, I didn't have a great year last year, so to come back and, you know, get back in the car this year and be able to race and finish second with Dino was awesome. Big thanks to the guys, Dave and Matty and Jeff and everyone for coming out and giving us a hand this weekend. We wouldn't have been able to do it. They nailed the pit stop. And for all the pit crews, you know how hard it is to do that. And the guys did it absolutely perfect. So thank you, fellas. And Dino as well, thank you for your mega stint, mate.
Yeah, well done, Dean. Good to see you up here on the podium as well.
Yeah, mate, not up here very often, so it's really good. Big shout out to the guy on the radio there, Chris, as well. Big thank you to Terry Denovan. Once again, mate, ripper event. Don't go anywhere, mate. Let's do it again next year.
Good stuff. Jump up on the podium, gentlemen. And your Live and Learn Group Class D winners tonight. Would you please make welcome on the podium Ben Oldfield and Jamie Martin. Well, you guys had to work for it tonight because you had that broken throttle body in practice that you had to very quickly find some spare parts for, but definitely worth the effort.
Definitely worth the effort. Thanks for my crew. They did a great job, especially Malcolm Steele. You're a bloody legend, mate. What a help you put through for this car and us. Thanks, Jamie, for giving me the opportunity to drive the car. Thanks to all the officials and everyone that came out to help and spectate. Cheers.
And Jamie, when I caught up with you after practice, you were a bit nervous about whether you were going to get the car fixed in time. Not only did you get it fixed, but you got it fixed well enough to win your class.
Yeah, best case scenario, yeah, great result. I just want to echo Ben's thoughts and thank Malcolm. He's been an awesome support. And also MX5 Mania, they've done a lot of work on the car, so credit to them. But hats off to Ben, he drove incredibly well, so well done, man. Well done.
Good job, guys. Collect your trophies, jump up onto the top of the podium, and once again, we'll pause for a quick photo. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please join me in congratulating your Live and Learn Group Division D podium. All right, thank you guys. Head on down, we'll move on to Division C, which presented by Exclusive Switchboards tonight. And we're going to get Brad Harris from Exclusive Switchboards up here to hand out some trophies for Division C. Or Will, either of the Harris boys. Okay. We do have Brad coming up for these ones. Righto, so starting with third place for Class C, it happens to be our event sponsor from Viola Private Wealth, Charlie Viola. Congratulations, Charlie, well done. Not only a podium in Class C, but a fantastic top 10 outright result as well.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It's an incredible outcome given where we were today. We had to put a new gearbox, flywheel, clutch, fuel pump. The car was a piece. The car was a cluster earlier today, so wouldn't start when we tried to get it out for quali. So massive thanks to Track School and Jordan Cox, obviously, for putting the car together. But then, just in terms of the whole event, massive thanks to MRA, Terry Denovan, all the officials and everybody for coming out and doing this. It's a reasonable flex for me seeing my name on every car, to be honest. So thanks everyone for the support. Awesome racing, great fun. Thanks Blendline as well. So
awesome, thank you, Charlie. Collect your trophy and prize money and jump up on the podium. Second place for Class C, another couple of Queenslanders in the VW Sirocco. Please congratulate James Hay and Paul Ansell. Congratulations, gentlemen. And I'll tell you what, you were the quiet achievers tonight, stayed out of trouble and found yourself right up the point here when it counted.
Yeah, I guess consistency helps. We definitely weren't the fastest, but yeah, we were there at the end, and yeah, pretty happy.
At VW Sirocco, definitely the giant killer of the field.
Yeah, thanks, Lockie. We've had some good success in this car. We've come off second place at about the 6 hour, and to turn up this weekend with minimal preparation and come home second was a great result. So yeah, we're thrilled. Cars for sale, by the way.
Well, I think you've advertised in the best possible way. Collect some trophies, jump up on the podium, guys. And your winner of Division C tonight, driving the One Raceway BMW, let's hear it for Alex Holtzell. Congratulations, Alex. Another fantastic outright result as well as the class win.
Yeah, and congratulations on your new job at One Raceway. Hope to see you down there.
Thank you, looking forward to it.
The front right tyre, unfortunately, I lost a lot of pace in that latest part of the race. The tyre looks okay, might have been overinflated, so I really, dropped off back to, 150s, and that really took out that middle stint, but otherwise it was a weapon and it really drove well. And I thank everyone that has helped me, and One Raceway and iBark Springs and Fork Logic, because it's the people, your friends and family that make it happen, because you can't do it on your own.
Congratulations, Alex. Grab your trophy, grab your prize money, jump up on the top step of the podium. There they are, ladies and gentlemen, your exclusive switchboards, Division C podium. Thanks, guys. All right, let's get Mark Saguna from MJS Electrical up here to present our trophies for Division B. Here he comes. All right, Division B, third place tonight. Some great pit strategy and was right in contention for outright honours late in the race. Matthew Kiss. Congratulations, Matthew. Well done. I'll tell you what, staying out late, it looks like a bit of a risk, but it works to your advantage there at the end.
Yeah, that was a bit of dumb luck, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, sort of was running out of fuel at the end there, and that safety car kind of came in pretty lucky for us.
How was the rest of the race from your perspective?
Look, I think for me, I was sort of just trying to run it until the end. I've been out to a couple of Enduros now and haven't finished, so it was good to actually bring the car home this time.
Well done. Your third place tonight, so grab some trophies, jump up on the podium. In second place for Class B tonight, it's the brothers in the Honda Civic, Aaron and Matthew Giantini. We've already chatted to you tonight, guys, but I'll just ask you, is there anybody else you'd like to thank this evening?
Everyone that's involved with what we do. I mean, we've got Coating King, Victoria Hotel, High Tech Body Repairs, Truckline, BIP, and of course Jack from Barrett Motorsports to come up here and help us. Everyone involved with the team itself and getting to where we are now, and obviously pit stops and everything. Everyone at home for supporting us. It's awesome to have, and yeah, I mean, it's just a great event to be involved with. So, thank you.
Well done, guys. Jump up on the podium, and we'll get our winners up here for Division B for MX5 Mania. It's Zach Radatz. Congratulations, Zach. Not the outright win tonight, but a class win still must be pretty sweet.
Yeah, it is. It's good. So, yeah, I'd just like to thank everyone that come out and helped us today. All the sponsors that got everything out here as well. MX5 Mania, Carbotech and Konig. Yeah, everyone put on a really good show today, so good racing to everyone.
Well done, Zach. Congratulations. Jump up on the podium. And ladies and gentlemen, that is your MJS Electrical Division B podium. Well done, guys. All right, and our final division is Division A, presented by Lendrive Finance. We'll get Nick Agar to come up onto the podium to present these trophies. Do we have Nick Agar in the house? Here he is. We'll get you to hand out some trophies, mate. And we'll get our Division A podium finishers up here, starting out with, in third place for BYP Racing, Benny Tran and Damon Ashton. Congratulations, guys. Obviously, you had a fast car this evening with pole position. A few little issues for you during the race, but still came away with some trophies.
Yeah, we're happy to be back on podium. We had a tough race, but you know, we finished, and Damien enjoyed himself in the car as well.
Damien, you're fairly new to this style of racing. How was your night?
Oh, it was pretty good. I came in after my stint and said to Benny that I think I'd flat spotted the front tyres, and it turned out to be a drive shaft. So we replaced the left drive shaft, went out, and it wasn't the left, it was the right. So we had to replace the right.
You got there in the end, though. You got to the finish, and you got third in division.
Sure did. So happy.
Well done, guys. Jump up on the podium. And we'll move on to second place in Division A. It's the father and son combination in the Mitsubishi Evo. It's Jamie and Jason Miller. It's looking really, really good for you guys there for a while in terms of an outright result. Didn't quite work your way at the end, but still a very solid performance for both of you.
Yeah, thanks, Lockie. Yeah, we were pumping along pretty good, and Jason drove the wheels off it all night. The car's got plenty of speed, a lot more than we had last year, and I worked on that all year. From last year, we wanted to race in Class A, and we did our best tonight, but it just wasn't quite good enough. We were out of fuel with 2 to go.
Jason, you always put on a show for us in those 300k endurance races. You did it again for us tonight. How much fun was it for you to be back behind the wheel?
Yeah, it was awesome. 2 years away from racing is a long time, so it was really good to get out here past some cars. Had a lot of fun with my team, so quick thanks to our team. So Alvin, Burjo, Mouse, all you guys, Jamie, wouldn't be able to do it without you guys this evening. Also, congratulations to Jackson. Class A car to win with 2 5-minute stops is pretty awesome. So they're driving unreal as well.
Well done, guys. Jump up on the podium. And that brings us to our Lendrive Finance Division A winners. And of course, they are our outright winners as well. Jackson Copeman and Harrison Cooper, come back on up, guys. Well done, congratulations. I've obviously already chatted to you. Anybody else you'd like to thank tonight?
Yeah, so I just want to thank Charlie, the Viola, main sponsor, Private Wealth. He puts on a hell of a show here. The guys, Terry, MRA, you know, like this is the best event of the year. You know, you can't do it without all the officials and all the sponsors. So I reckon everyone just give them a round of applause. Thanks very much for all that.
Well said, Harrison. Guys, go and collect your trophies and your prize money and jump up on the top step of the podium. And there they are, ladies and gentlemen, your Lendrive Finance Division A podium. All right, so that completes the formal part of the podium presentation. But what I'm going to ask is for all class winners to please come back up onto the podium. So if you're a class winner, you need to come back up onto the podium, please. All right. So we've got our Class A winners there. We've got Alex Holtz. Come on up, mate. Probably, yeah, maybe put your phone somewhere safe. Ben and Jamie are coming up. Zach's on his way up. Simon and Hayden, they're coming up. Yep. It has been a huge night. It has been another epic race. Hopefully you've all enjoyed it, but there is one last thing that we need to do before we can sign off for the evening. So, in great tradition of the 300k races, I think you all know what's next, and that is that it's now time for some champagne.
Thanks very much, Lachlan Mansell, for conducting the podium presentations. Oh dear, a bit of a drop of the champagne bottle there. What a brilliant edition that was, the 2025 Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. Certainly one to remember. So much drama, so much action throughout the 77-lap, 300-kilometre race. From start to finish, you could not look away. Very much looking forward to 2026. But our winners in the end, Jackson Copeman and Harrison Cooper in their Mazda MX5. It was an absolutely brilliant performance from them to come back through the field. Dave, down to you.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you so much to all our volunteer motorsport officials who made this evening and the entire event possible. Without you, we can't go motor racing. My personal thanks to all of the crew at Blendline TV for an incredible broadcast all through the day in very trying conditions. Lachlan, your final thoughts on a day out at Sydney Motorsport Sport Park?
Well, another classic edition of a 300k endurance race, wasn't it? A bit of everything, a bit of weather, lots of strategic variation, a little bit of controversy at the end, which definitely kept us on our toes in the commentary box, but all round a deserving podium and collection of class winners.
Definitely, and as we stand here amongst a plethora of champagne-choked carbon fibre, steel and aluminium, our thanks to you, all of the viewers who've helped make this an incredible broadcast once again as part of the MRA State Championship. And of course, our thanks to all the class and division sponsors and MRA's primary sponsor for this event and the feature, the Viola Private Wealth, once again was the pinnacle of grassroots endurance racing here in Australia. Signing off from pit lane for Lachlan Mansell, David Stewell, Dan McCarthy in the box. To all of you watching, thank you and good night.
This is it. This is the peak of grassroots racing in Australia. This is the Viola Private Wealth Sydney 300. Small error and it can all end in disaster. 300 kilometers, 77 laps. It's always a race of attrition. It's such a hard race to win.